angels waging war in the unseen realm. Global events fulfilling biblical prophecy. Eternal life. What lies beyond mortality? From analyzing the paranormal from a biblical worldview to the discussion of cutting-edge science and technology, conspiracy, discovery, special investigative reports. Unafraid to explore the challenging issues facing humanity. Welcome to another edition of Skywatch TV.
Hi folks, this is Tom Horn, and as promised, I'm back again to give you an update on the sevenfold vision. First of all, though, let me introduce part of the team from the Whispering Ponies Ranch, the administrative leadership that's with me in the studio here today. Joe Artis.
Hey Tom, thanks for having me.
Nita Horn, the beautiful one. And James Howell, who you haven't had an opportunity to meet before. James, great to have you with us here today.
Thank you, my pleasure.
Yeah, James is he's a board member for our nonprofit and actually the VP of the organization, so we have to treat him well, otherwise we could get ourselves into trouble. Well, last time, Derek and Sharon Gilbert interviewed me on the sevenfold vision for Skywatch television, and you learned, of course, at that time that there's a whole lot more going on here than making television. It involves what we call the Whispering Ponies Ranch, which is a retreat facility that we're going to be talking about more here in a moment, and a lot of other issues that we are involved with. And at that time, what's interesting is that almost everything that we were talking about was still just a future vision. We're going to do this and we're going to do that. Well, I'm back to give you the good news that, first of all, as you can see, we said we were going to build a new studio, and boy, have we. It really feels like we're sitting right in the middle of Fox News here, doesn't it?
Well, yeah.
And poor Joe has spent the last few weeks here trying to get all of this lighting correct, but we think we're pretty close to having it.
Very close.
We've got a whole lineup of people coming in that'll be sitting in this brand new studio with me here in the weeks to come. I'll tell you some of those names in a moment. Some of the other things that we talked about that day was we had said that Derek and Sharon were settling into their new digs and that soon they'd be making daily television. Well, as you probably already know, you can go to skywatchtv.com Monday through Friday and get the news analyzed from a Christian worldview from our news desk anchor, Derek Gilbert. I want to thank all you people that have been emailing in and talking about Derek and the news updates and how much you appreciate them. Last time around, we also had said that we were going to have a Roku channel. Well, if you don't know it, go there, sign up for our Roku channel. It's been online now for about 30 days, and as I understand it, we are already getting over 100,000 video plays a week right now, and the Roku channel is just taking off like crazy. Another
exciting
thing we mentioned that day, Skywatch magazine. It was just an idea, right? We're now in our 4th month of publication. The magazine is still only online, but very soon it's going to go to print, and we're going to start mailing copies to all of the people that are our subscribers and our viewers. We also mentioned that day our conference. Well, since then, we've signed a contract with a hotel, with a conference facility, and you're going to be hearing some really big news about the upcoming 2016 conference. It is going to be the one to be at. Everybody who's anybody that's in the news today has already signed up to be part of that. And then finally that day, we also mentioned an upcoming television program that is going to be dedicated to women only.
Right.
Sharon Gilbert's going to be the host. 2 or 3 of the other women from Whispering Ponies Ranch and Skywatch TV will be part of that, and it'll be news and issues and events that are seen through the prism of a woman's point of view. Now, why do I have this elite group of people with me today from the Whispering Ponies Ranch? Well, we've also got big news about Whispering Ponies Ranch. And first of all, though, let me start out by asking a question. Any one of you can take this question. I understand that yesterday you went to an event. And it took place inside of a care facility, right?
Right, yep.
Who wants to tell me what was that about? Why did you go? What does it have to do with the Whispering Ponies Ranch?
Well, as you stated before in the original Sevenfold Vision, we showed some B-roll of animals and their involvement with the therapeutic side of some of the care that these individuals receive. And you find that a lot of the folks that are in like care facilities or assisted living situations, they don't get as much visitation as I think a lot of the population assumes they do. And you learn really quickly that a lot of these individuals might not, if it weren't for visitors, people external from the family coming in to visit or do something like this, they receive no fellowship at all outside of the staff. And as you talked about in the original Sevenfold Vision show, that animals and their handlers have this wonderful opportunity to go into these places and do something special and receive something special that's quite magnificent. And when you look at what can be done with the use of animals, a lot of times individuals struggle to communicate, or individuals that for whatever reason are shut down socially. When you introduce an animal, this is not a person who's going to use them for something. This is not a person with an agenda. They're not there to take advantage of in any way or abuse these people. You enter a room with an animal, and suddenly there's like this magical interest immediately. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, there's the horse. Oh, I can't believe it. And it's exciting, and it really takes the barriers of communication and kind of brings them down, and now you're just having this wonderful interaction. And a lot of the feedback that we get from the staff at these particular venues is that this might be the only visitation that these people receive, period. Apart from very limited visits perhaps from family, but also that the nature of it, because we're introducing animals, that's also kind of an exceptional, spectacular kind of an event. And it can be some of the best times that these folks are having, inside of a given month. So
right. I mean, so and as studies have continued forward over the years, and especially as Americans and most of the world have become a lot more open to using animals, in particular for therapeutic purposes. I mean, the military is finding that people that are suffering from post-traumatic stress syndrome, they get these therapy animals, or they get these what do they call them? It's the pets that they keep for themselves.
Companion
animals. How that has just I hate to use the term mystical because the New Age has kind of ruined that, but but there's something about it that goes beyond what humans can do because we've lost that trust factor. When we worked for years at a place called Camp Davidson, some of the things that we learned there is what we intend to do at the Whispering Ponies Ranch involved the uses of animals to help there, in particular, specialized camps that were called Royal Family Kids Camps. And these are kids that, for whatever reason, have become wards of the state. Either their parents have died, or in fact, more often, I think they were abused. These are children that may have been physically abused or mentally abused, and they wind up belonging to the state. And these are kids that have really closed down. And we would watch them come into Camp Davidson. I mean, the first day they're there, they look like hardened criminals. Very young little children, and you realize that they're at a point in their life where they could go either direction, right? They could become the next Jeffrey Dahmer, or they might become the next Billy Graham, but their life was really at a point, and you would watch during the week how every day their countenance would be changing. And very slowly, these kids that had no trust in humans at all because they'd been abused through using small ponies or puppies or whatever it was they were using, those barriers started coming down, and now you could bring them back to a point of healing, and they could learn trust again. But that animal was that key member. They were a part of your staff. They were a valuable part of your staff. And so we intend to do the same thing at Whispering Ponies Ranch, and actually it happens two ways. One, before the end of this fall, we will be running our first day camps at the Whispering Ponies Ranch. So that's part of our big update here, is that we will be at a point where we will be running our first events at the Whispering Ponies Ranch. That's where groups of Royal Family Kids camps or other people, it could be adults, that are going to come to the facility and in different kinds of ways. The land, the prayer trails, they can fish there, they can hike there, they can go on walks on the prayer trails. But for some of these kids, we're also going to be using these therapy animals. Now, in some instances, the animals that you're certifying for therapy, you actually are taking them to remote locations, which is kind of what you did yesterday. And
Right.
Nita, I want to ask you a question, because at this event yesterday, there was a horse there that actually belongs to the Whispering Ponies Ranch. Tell me who that horse is and why was it there?
Well, we had this wonderful opportunity to take our little 28-inch Palomino miniature horse named Blondie down to visit with our friend Jenny Keist, and she had her little horse Go Baby. And so we took both these little horses and Seeley, which you're fixing to meet, into this facility to do a visitation. It was Blondie's first time, so we were a little bit apprehensive how she's going to react because she has never seen wheelchairs. This is part of their training. She handled all of the people grabbing at her ears. They want to muzzle up underneath the nose is one of the things that they, just all in her face all day long for 2.5 hours. And she did awesome, and James was there to help. He kind of managed the head end, and I kind of walked behind to make sure she didn't get, nervous or anything. But I didn't even need to be there. She was just awesome.
So she's been down there, Jenny, that you mentioned.
Jenny Keist.
And that's what she does.
Yes.
She specifically trains miniature horses for
Yes.
therapy uses.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
she's been written up, she's been in the media, she's been on the
very-
news.
She's a
Very
very
good.
high-level trainer.
She's been a good friend of yours now
Yes.
for some years, which ironically actually
Yeah.
goes back to you buying a horse from her and then giving it back to her later
Right.
on.
Right.
But yeah, very sweet woman and specialized trainer.
Right.
And but this is one of, we have many horses that are going to be involved in the
Right.
program. She's one of them.
Right.
And she's been in training. Some people are probably saying, what, a 28-inch horse? I mean, this is a tiny little animal, and yet she's actually big compared to some. You've got the world's second smallest
Yeah.
miniature horse, which is like 18 inches tall.
Chigger.
And she's involved in therapy uses. Yeah, Chigger. I want to ask James a quick question about what motivates him to be involved, because I don't think you were involved in this type of ministry up until now. You are the VP of this institution. You're also a board member of our charitable organization, nonprofit. And yet it seems like you've been taking on an increasing role. You're not on salary. You don't draw a salary. You're donating large amounts of your time.
Right.
What was it about this that made you even want to be part of it?
Well, I get fed pretty well, so that's always a good plus. But I've learned a lot, and it's a matter of service for me mostly. We've all been blessed in various ways, and I feel in response to being blessed that some kind of service it feels right to me to extend that as a response to the blessings I've received, and it's been fun. So,
Yeah. And plus, you and I were talking about, and this before we went on the air, we were talking about the biblical principles that are behind this, and the numerous places in Scripture where it talks about God and His relationship with creation, and why He made them and how He uses them. And Jesus even saying that not even a sparrow falls to the ground, that God does not account for it. So there is a unique, special ministry. And when animals are brought back under dominion, right? That's what one of these books goes into, that we're going to tell people how they can get their own copy of it. When they're brought back into dominion, they become part of a covenant family. Even raises questions about whether they'll be in heaven, things like that.
Right.
But specifically, the Whispering Ponies Ranch. Now, let's mention some of the things that we're doing there right now. Not only do we have animals that are in training, and very close to a point where we can just start actually using them for both on-campus and off-campus ministry uses. The last time we talked to the audience about the sevenfold vision, we had just gotten started with some of the construction. We would want people to know that the large training facility is already built, it's already finished.
Right.
Tell me, What do you use that facility for? Why do you need such a great, big, huge horse arena when you're using these miniature horses? What are you going to use it for?
Part of what we would love to do is build an obstacle course in there that gives us an opportunity to expose these animals to just about anything that you would need them to know before they go out into the field. You know, for instance, things that you walk over, things you walk through, mop buckets. I mean, everything to a little animal, to horses especially, can be very scary.
Like transitions in the floor.
Yes, the flooring itself can be very frightening.
If you go from vinyl to carpet, they can stop.
Yes.
You know, having to cope with a new kind of floor.
Yes, bricks even. Just anything that looks different or feels different to them can be a big challenge for them.
Mailboxes.
Everything.
Well, mailboxes. You were telling me that basically think of it this way, that a horse thinks everything in the world wants to eat it.
Yeah, they pretty
So when
much
you
do.
open a mailbox, that's a giant
That's a
mouth,
big
right?
mouth, yeah.
Or you're going to go in a tunnel, another mouth.
Right.
It's a
Yeah.
bigger one.
Yeah.
Right.
And, but also things like all of a sudden loud clapping
Right.
sounds.
Yes.
Yeah.
You might be
Yes.
inside of a facility and you don't want a
Yes.
horse to
Right.
get spooked and
Right.
bump into somebody. A wheelchair, what is it? It's scary to
Yes.
them. So part of your obstacle course is teaching them to walk over, walk in.
Right.
Right.
These horses have to be able to walk inside of a building and
Yes.
not go to the bathroom.
Right.
They might be in there for 2 hours.
That's
Right.
right.
And you're potty breaking horses,
Yes.
right?
Potty training.
They've got to be able to go in an elevator.
Yes.
Now, if a horse has a hard time walking over a piece of plastic
Right.
on the ground, imagine what it feels like to a horse to walk into an elevator and have the floor start moving
Right.
and their
Exactly.
sense of elevation.
Right, not
So,
to mention the elevator doors opening up, yet another mouth.
yet another mouth.
It's all scary.
Right.
It's called strategical desensitization. And this is what we do with dogs and with miniature ponies. In fact, a couple of weeks ago, I saw James in the arena, and he had, what was it? It was a plastic bottle, or it was a shopping bag at the end of a stick. Because when he whips it around, it goes. But James knows how to introduce just a bit so that the horse isn't overwhelmed, and then conceal
Right.
the device or the apparatus or whatever it is that's setting the horse into a stressful state of mind. And then the horse begins to relax, and then he'll introduce it again, and then over time, what happens is that eventually you can just wave that sound or that item around, and the horse is not reactive to it at all.
Right.
And that's necessary because, like, when you go into a mixed environment like we were in yesterday, you have, like Nita mentioned, wheelchairs. You have walkers. You have
Canes.
Yesterday, for example, there was an outburst. It was a totally unforeseeable outburst, and it happened almost immediately when we came in. We were there 3 minutes.
Right.
And two of the individuals that
Residents.
live there, the residents, began a verbal scuffle over who was going to get to pet the horse first.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
At first, some of our team thought that they were kidding, but no, it was indeed, it was a scuffle to see who was going to get to the horse first. My
Yeah.
turn in line, I want to pet. Well, the horse was totally not reactive. So when Nita says this was the first visit, just so that we're clear, this horse has been through this strategical desensitization
Sure.
process for weeks and weeks and weeks building up. They don't even do their first visitation until they've been field tested in
Right.
local controllable environments, so that hopefully that, like yesterday, that's the reaction that you want, is that there is no reaction. The
Right.
horse stood there like,
And you know what? There's something that I love about this, folks, is, and Nita was explaining this to me the other day, this metaphor from our relationship with God.
Right.
That if you can get an animal, what eventually happens with the animal is they get to where nothing distracts them. Why? Because they have so learned to trust their
Exactly.
handler.
that's
It's
right.
a trust-building
that they
exercise.
know that no matter where they're at, sounds, weird devices, whatever, but if I'm with the handler,
That's
I'm
right.
okay.
Right.
They're not going to put me in a situation that they can't control or in which I would be harmed, reflecting the same relationship really that we ought to have with God. Because life throws a lot of stuff at us, right? Unexpected events. You suddenly open a door, something's happening, but if you can come to the point where you can know that I'm with God, I'm walking with God, and He's never out of control. There's
Right.
never anything that He can't control. So my trust is no longer in myself,
Right.
my own finances, my own kung fu.
surroundings.
So what a cool metaphor that you in taking dominion over animals are extending that whole Genesis creation, where God has dominion over man, but he gives man dominion over animals, and yet that whole relationship between trust. And so I in particular really loved that. I thought, wow, this is like the follow-up book to Do Our Pets Go to Heaven? We're gonna have to hurry, because we're gonna run out of time in a few minutes here, and there's a few more things I want to bring up. That you not only have built this big training facility, it's in use now. We also are right now, all of the plumbing and infrastructure is in place. The foundation has been laid for the public bathrooms. And also this week, the men are coming in with the equipment where they're going to put in an RV park. Now, the RV park could be used by people that are visiting, but it also can be used by volunteers, like MAPS volunteers that come and donate their time or part of their time during the year. And we provide complete hookups. So they've got water and sewer and power. Now, we also have, and I want to make the public aware of this because it's something that we're just praying about right now. All of the land right next to us has suddenly become available, a forest. It's 108 acres.
118.
118 acres. It's somewhat expensive. If you watched the first sevenfold vision update a couple of months ago with Derek and Sharon Gilbert, you know that Nita and I actually came to Missouri to retire. And we took all of our retirement income and we've put it back into the 150 acres that we have now to develop the Whispering Ponies Ranch and built these facilities. We've also built the lodge. We've built a beautiful 4,500 square foot lodge that'll host about 50 people, up to 50 people. But now we're at a point where we don't have the money to buy this land that is adjacent to us, but we would love to, so that we could extend what will become the Whispering Ponies Ranch retreat facility, where both adults and children will be able to come for restorative ministries. And the lodge that we've built could, of course, also be used for like a women's retreat or a writers' conference. So there's really not going to be any limit on how it could be used. We're sharing with you what really our motivation is, though, and what's driving it is this therapy-type ministry where children and adults can go through a healing process. That's really what is motivating us. And I want you to help us pray about this land. I would love to purchase it. I don't have the money to purchase it right now. And we are at a point in our ministry where Defender Publishing is actually generating the revenue. When people buy books or DVDs or any of that product, it's the revenue coming in from Defender Publishing now that's paying salaries, personnel to run the Skywatch television. And there are people who also are making donations. We are a 501c3. Tax-deductible donations can be made to us. And we appreciate those who have been doing that. But we want you to pray with us about this land. Because if we should buy it, we would want to do that before somebody else perhaps buys it, and then maybe they develop it in ways that we don't want right next to the Whispering Ponies Ranch. So please pray with us about that. And if you can, make donations to help us move the Whispering Ponies Ranch forward. Before we run out of time, we are going to offer for $40. Now this is $85 worth of material. We're going to send you Mike Huckabee's book, Dear Chandler, Dear Scarlett, A Grandfather's Thoughts on Faith, Family, and the Things That Matter Most, which reflects, of course, you know, some of the issues that we deal with here at the Whispering Ponies Ranch. Also, a very important book, actually, Do Our Pets Go to Heaven? This is a question that scholars have asked throughout the centuries, and we actually came into some pretty amazing information included in the Bible during the research for that book. We also have a training DVD. Now, this is a best-selling training DVD, The Natural Dog Training Method. It's actually put together by Joe Artis. It's been one of the best sellers ever since it came out. How long is this DVD?
2 hours.
It's 2 hours, and it goes through all of the basic things. I'm reading the back of it. The correctional touch, the walk, feeding by invitation, properly giving treats and rewards. It goes through everything you need to know on how to teach your dog to behave in a way. In fact, we're going to introduce him to a dog in a moment that's been through some of this training, but who also is now part of the Whispering Ponies Ranch Ministries. And then finally, here's a gigantic book that we just put out, the George Hawkins Pember Collection. This has not been available until now. We actually,
Brand new.
we
Beautiful.
scoured, yeah, it's never been for sale before. We scoured the universe. We found all of the most important works by George Hawkins Pember, some of which are not available anywhere. They're not online, they're not in PDFs, you can't get them anywhere. We had to find old copies of those books, and then we paid a lot of money to get them, and then we had to retype them. They're in the public domain, and we have put it together in one oversized collection. 6 complete classic works in one volume, the George Hawkins Pember Collection. This book alone retails for $30, but we're going to send you all 3 of those books, plus the Natural Dog Training DVD, for $40, over $85 value, and these will be in the store. You'll be able to find that online at skywatchtv.com. Before we get out of here, Joe, I understand that we have a special guest with us today.
A very special guest.
Yeah.
Should we bring her in?
Sure, let's do it.
I'd like to introduce the Skywatch TV audience to Celie. Celie, come here, baby girl. Girlie. She's never been on TV before. She's wondering what all the lights are about.
Yeah.
And I want to show the audience at home, because this is just fun, why they named her Celie.
Oh, because she looks like a little seal.
Yep, you pull the hair back, she's a little baby seal.
But you've got her like a little baby lion or something there with that.
Yeah, this is the fox cut. This is the fox cut, so.
Well, folks, I appreciate you watching Skywatch Television, supporting everything that we are doing here. At the end of the day, our efforts are about ministering the healing that comes from Jesus Christ in a way that can come from no other. We also, of course, are taking the gospel around the world via television. We are about to go on to hundreds more television stations. We ask you to help us do that. Here's the main ways in which you can help. Number one, please do pray for this ministry. If you would, every day when you pray, remember to lift up Skywatch Television and Whispering Ponies Ranch before the Lord. Ask the Lord to keep us on track and to be wise with the opportunities that He has given us. The other thing is purchasing books through our bookstore right now is the #1 way that revenue is coming into this ministry. And so somebody else may have the book. Amazon may even have it for a few dollars less than we do, and they have shipping rates that we can't touch. But just know that when you purchase something from the Skywatch TV store, it is going into a ministry. It is helping us take the gospel around the world. You can make a tax-deductible donation. Right now, Whispering Ponies Ranch is the largest monetary needs we have, because building large structures costs a lot of money. And we're doing it as we can. And we wanted to come back today and let you know that when we spoke to you 2 months ago, it wasn't a pipe dream. We've essentially done everything we've said we were going to do, and we are doing it right now. And we appreciate your prayer and your partnership. James and Nita and Joe and Celie, thank you for being with me today on Skywatch Television.
You're welcome.
Thanks for having us.
Angels waging war in the unseen realm. Global events fulfilling biblical prophecy. Eternal life. What lies beyond mortality? From analyzing the paranormal from a biblical worldview to the discussion of cutting-edge science and technology. Conspiracy. Discovery. Special investigative reports. Unafraid to explore the challenging issues facing humanity. Welcome to another edition of Skywatch TV.
People I worked with back in my secular broadcasting days thought I was a little bit nuts when I announced that we were going to come here and partner with Tom and Nita Horn as part of Skywatch TV. Welcome, I'm Derek Gilbert. And today is a program that explains what sold Sharon and me on the concept of becoming a part of Skywatch TV. And that is what's going on behind the scenes at a place called Whispering Ponies Ranch. Joining us to talk about it today is Skywatch TV's CEO, Tom Horn, and the driving force behind Whispering Ponies Ranch, Nita Horn, who, by the way, we should also mention, her brand new book, memoir, No Fences, is now available. And we start talking about this, we'll bring out the Kleenex, keep those on hand, standby. A lot of exciting things happening at Whispering Ponies Ranch, and this is the kind of thing that when we first came and talked to you about the possibility of becoming a part of Skywatch TV, a lot of people who are, firmly grounded in, common sense said, no, that's pie in the sky, that'll never happen. But here we are, and things are happening right in front of our eyes practically. So let's talk about what is going on at Whispering Ponies Ranch. You guys have come so far in the year since we've been here, and just seeing the ponies and the way you now have them, the facilities that you built for them, is amazing. But of course, the real focus is, what will these horses be doing? They're cute and all, but there's more to it than just cuteness.
Right. Well, we're fixing to have a couple of our first events to the ranch, and we're real excited about that. We've been planning it for a while, and our first group of people will be a miniature donkey fellowship, and they are excited to come. Some of their leaders came and visited yesterday, and we showed them the facilities and the update and where we are. They were really excited when they left. And one of the most amazing things about having them come is they are also introducing me to the idea of adding to our farm little donkeys to the mix. And I'm excited about all of that. So this is a really wonderful opportunity for them to get to know what we do with therapy, and for them to show us what they do. And they have used, some of their donkeys have been used in therapy in a different degree, but it's all exciting for me.
Well, what is it about the therapy horses that breaks down that barrier in children who've been abused?
Well, there's no reason for these kids to not trust these animals. These animals do not have any agenda. They just are, and they simply are just these furry, fuzzy little loving creatures that when they reach down to pet them, they reciprocate with pony kisses or whatever you want to call it. But these kids have have a magical way of connecting with these little animals without any fear. Trust has been broken with some of these little kids, and with these horses too. That's one of the main things that makes a great therapy animal is when you're training them, they learn to trust. And so it's that trust that brings that bond to those, to not just children. I've seen it happen in adults as well. Mm-hmm. So they're just amazing. It's an amazing thing.
Well, a few days ago, we had the opportunity to go and take a tour of the ranch. This was a few days ago before I, shaved this off. And we'll like to show you now exactly what is going on at Whispering Ponies Ranch.
There's an old adage in show business that you never work with kids or animals. This is Skywatch TV. I'm Derek Gilbert, but we are here in a facility today that is specifically designed for children and for animals, here with Tom and Nita Horn at Whispering Ponies Ranch. We wanted to give you a look at what's going on inside the facilities where the animals are being trained to work with children. Tom, the arena that we're standing inside right now, what all have you guys been doing here?
Yeah, well, of course, the construction of this arena, this is a very large building, as you can see, standing inside of it. And we had told people a while back that we were going to be bringing them an update about all of the construction, the improvements, the accomplishments. And so we decided today we would start right here inside the giant arena.
Now, Nita, I'm from Chicago, and to me, wildlife growing up was squirrels and pigeons. So I'm completely at a loss here. You'll have to help me out. How are you going to make use of this building with the horses?
Well, amazingly, with all of the construction debris laying around, it's a pretty good obstacle course already. However, we are planning to clean this all up and move everything out and bring in some real challenges for these little animals to help desensitize them to things that may scare them. Like when they're visiting and loud noises. So we'll have some obstacles that will be noise oriented. We'll have other obstacles that will be like movement oriented, paper bags flying in the wind. We've got one over there right now. I call that one the Tire of Terror. And it's just a big tractor tire with a tarp over it, and it's an amazing feat to get them little critters through. But yes, that's what we're going to use this building for. We'll become the premier therapy horse training center for this region.
Well, come along with us. We're going to show you some of the different aspects of Whispering Ponies Ranch. Okay, Nita, now tell us about the room that we're in right now and what's going on back here behind us.
Well, back behind us we have it's a wash station, and you can put up to 3 horses back there and wash them in the hot and cold water. So the horses love that warm water. And then on the sides where we're standing is where they can drip dry, and then we do our clipping and all of our grooming and get them ready for different events or visits. And then down that direction we have all of our buggies and all of our carts for when we do parades and such. And then on the far end we have all the tack where we keep our harnesses and our saddles for different things.
How many different buggies do we have here? What kind of events are we looking at possibly seeing the horses in someday?
Well, we like to do parades. We're doing that kind of thing, and also mostly around the farm. We love to hook them up and let the kids and anybody that visits gets to take a buggy ride. That's always fun.
Yeah, and again, I mean, this is primarily for therapeutic reasons, but we also have people that are going to be using the Whispering Ponies Ranch for a general retreat facility, a place to just come and get some rest and recreation, a time of healing. And so a little bit later today we'll also be showing some of the trails, some of the big surprises that we want to talk about. But we wanted people to see that this is a world-class operation that we're building here, a place where horses can be treated therapeutically. But this is a complete situation: septic systems, hot and cold running water, drainage systems in the floor. So we're really proud of what the people that are supporting Skywatch Television and Whispering Ponies Ranch are helping us build here.
There's a lot of infrastructure involved in putting together something like Whispering Ponies Ranch. Tom, what are some of the things you all have been constructing out here?
Yeah, well, standing outside here now, we're in the area where all of the horse paddocks are at. These have been built to work with both small horses but also large horses. Later this year we will have riding horses that will be on the property as well. These paddocks have, again, it's a world-class setup. The best kind of fencing apparatus. These have got automatic watering systems that are heated in the winter. All of the horses have the little run-ins that you can see out back behind us. And, you know, I kind of joke with my wife a little bit about those run-ins. They're all cute, and each one of them look like a little tiny barn. And I said, really? Them horses probably will never even use those. And then the first storm came along, and they were all inside the run-ins. So I got sold immediately on the need for that as well.
How important are the automatic watering systems? Again, being a city boy, this is something I just don't ever think about. You know, water comes out of the tap in the sink. Why is that important for the horses?
This is important for me because my knuckles are much happier. In the winter, when you have to cart water bucket by bucket to all these animals, and then you have to bust the ice after it freezes, you have to do that a couple times a day. The watering systems for me saves me an awful lot of time. And so then I'm more efficient getting more done just with the animals themselves. So very important. And also in the summertime, the automatic watering systems are less likely to have algae, which is not good for the animals either. So they stay cleaner. So it's a much better deal, and I'm loving it.
And there's infrastructure for humans as well, Tom.
Yes, just off behind us here, the public will be able to see that in the B-roll that'll play. But we also now have the public bathrooms, and that has been completed as well. So we, again, want the public to be aware of everything they're helping us build here so that we'll have a full-fledged operating general retreat facility and a world-class animal.
We're standing in front of an opportunity that the Lord dropped in Tom and Nita's lap here. Tom, tell us, what is it that we're standing in front of?
Yeah, well, you remember, Derek, a while back we did an update on the Whispering Ponies Ranch, and we asked people to pray with us about a piece of land that we had the opportunity to perhaps purchase. Well, we want to give everybody the big news. We did make a giant step of faith, and we have now taken possession of the 118 acres that sit right next to the Whispering Ponies Ranch. And we're standing actually in front of a really large field back here that we imagine is going to be the sports field. One of the things that we found at Camp Davidson, which we had built in Oregon before coming to Missouri, was how important it is to have a really large sport field for events. So this is one of the places where therapy animals will be used, even large riding therapy animals with children, let's say, that have autism, some of the Special Olympics type kids, or again, a general retreat facility where people can play, sports and camp games and that sort of thing. So we drove down here onto the property now so that people will see that we've taken this step of faith and we now have the land, and we're hoping that people are going to continue helping us so we can develop it into a full-fledged retreat facility.
So, Nita, how does this field, will this help the programs that you're developing for Whispering Ponies Ranch?
Well, I can imagine children walking with their little pony in this field, connecting with the little animal and being able to see the birds and to smell the grass and the flowers blooming. And they can bond with these little animals in ways they will never bond with humans, some people. I know for a fact, because I have a special little pony that I'm bonded pretty much with. But yeah, that's part of what this field, we can do all kinds of games out here that you can't play indoors. And it just gives them the freedom to experience the outdoors.
The children respond to the ponies in a way they don't respond to adults.
Yes, they do. The ponies are so unassuming, and these little kids, they trust, and it's all about trust. Because these little ponies, they trust. They have to trust in order to follow you. And these little children, when they have these ponies that follow them, they begin to trust. And it's a true bond of trust, and it's amazing.
And that's actually, how part of the healing process occurs. And we witnessed this at the last camp facility. It was the thing that impressed me the most. When these kids come in, some of them are damaged, they've become wards of the state, they've been abused. And trust is really important. They have to learn once again to be able to trust, and the animals help them do that. So that's one way in which this field is going to be used. But this field, as you know, is only one really small part of the land that we just purchased. I'd like to take you over now. We'll drive to the other side where we just put in a new pond that is filling full of water as we speak, and that's where we want to build the first of the lodges that we're going to build for Whispering Ponies Ranch.
Standing in front of the new ponds now, Tom. What's going to be happening here?
Yeah, well, we just drove over here from the last location where we were showing them the field, and this area over here is higher up the mountain. We just put in a brand new pond. Now we're waiting for rain to come along to fill up said pond, right? And as soon as the pond is full, we will stock it with fish. They're only able to see a small part of the pond behind us. It actually continues on behind the cameraman the other direction. But this will be another part. Little paddle boats. There'll be a bridge here. Now, right up above this pond, people can't see there's a hillside over here. Maybe we'll get some of that in the B-roll later. But that's where we intend to build the first lodge. And that lodge will be able to take care of approximately 50 people, and then we'll add a phase 2 to it later on. So hopefully we'll have VIP lodging for approximately 100 people, and then we'll go to the next phase and start working on the next one. But yeah, so we're very, very excited about this, and we wanted people to see that we didn't just buy the land. We already are in here. We've had crawlers and dozers in here. We're doing work on the property, and we're moving along full steam ahead. We do intend to start running program at the Whispering Ponies Ranch literally in about 60 days from now. Our first events will be taking place on the property.
So long-term, the lodge would be for retreat purposes or writers' conferences, or?
All of the above. Any kind of general retreat situation. And this lodge will all be VIP rooms, meaning that every one of them would be like a suite in a hotel where each room has its own kitchenette, it'll have its own bath, it'll have all of the above, and king-size beds and that sort of thing. So, we hope to break ground on the new lodge within probably 4 months from right now. So we have very aggressive plans. Of course, it's going to take a miracle from God. It's going to take donors who will continue helping us. But we've made a step of faith. We took our own money and put a down payment on the property, and we're in here working on it right now. Very excited about it.
It's quite a lot of progress that you've made in the course of the last year. What are some of the facilities there? You talked about the facilities for recreational vehicles. Mm-hmm. How are those going to be used?
Well, you saw the film that we just shot out there on location when you still had your beard
Yes.
a few days ago. And the recreational facilities really are more horse-driven, carts, that sort of thing. We will be cutting in trails through that forest that we just bought, the opportunity to buy this additional 118 acres. And this was a giant step of faith, by the way. Timing is never perfect, is it, in ministry things? We had talked about this land. We even suggested in a program a few months ago that we wanted people to help us pray about it. And then out of the blue, the owner contacts us a few weeks ago and says, you want it or you don't want it? I'm putting it up for sale. I'm going to list it with an agent. And I've already got a couple of neighboring farmers that are looking at the land, already talking to me. We just had to make a giant step of faith, and so we did. We went and put money down on it, and somehow we believe that God is going to put it in people's heart to help us pay that property off. But so the entire program there will be like a general retreat facility. But again, the heart of it is being driven by these therapy animals. And what we intend to build Whispering Ponies Ranch into will be a premier training facility. That means everything. It means, we should explain it to you better than I can. It means qualifying the animal. They have to have the right kind of temperament. They have to have the right kind of gait. You can't have a horse that would kick a child. So you're qualifying them that way, and then you're going through this process of getting them past their fears. And she knows all these different kinds of elements. They've already got a few of them over there now.
We're planning to build a bunch more, but we do have a few, and that's one of the main criteria where we are at. If it can't be managed by a child, it can't stay. And it doesn't qualify, instant disqualification. So we have selected some of I've done a lot of shopping for little ponies, trust me. And we've got a couple of little boys, stallions, and a couple of little mares that make great little animals. And some of them are already in use, and some of them are up and coming. So we're very, very excited about the quality of what we're producing.
Yeah. Now, you've talked before that in the training, they have to learn to overcome their natural fear of things that we as humans don't even think about, like just the difference in the feel of the ground between, say, the grass outside and say, a tiled floor.
Oh, yeah.
Why are these things so frightening to a miniature horse?
Well, everything to a little horse is a scary thing. I mean, from one terrain to another, from grass to tile, from tile to carpet, they don't know what it is, and it feels unsure to them. But because you're walking on it and you're training them to go with you, it's that trust again. It goes back to that trust where they see you're doing it with confidence, then they go right with you. And after a little while, they just get to where they don't even think about it because they know that you're not going to take them into any place that's dangerous. And that's what makes a great therapy animal. When they learn that you're just never going to put them in that harm's way, they will go anywhere you want them to go. And then their manners and all also, most of it is real easy to teach. It takes just a couple of times to tell them, no, you can't, that's not allowed. And after, because they all want to, when you scratch on them, they want to scratch you back. So they have to learn they're not allowed to nibble on you, even though they can nibble each other. They're not allowed, but it's an affectionate thing. You have to teach them not to do that. So there's a lot of things that we teach them, and but they catch on really quick.
And you see this, it's a beautiful metaphor. I mean, horses, big and small, to them, everything is a predator. And so, like she showed me one day, they're desensitizing a horse. She goes out to a mailbox. When you open the front of a mailbox, as far as that horse is concerned, that's a giant mouth, right? Something's going to bite them. Makes a weird noise. And what these horses, through a whole series of different kinds of things they use, everything from big tractor tires and put plastic over to make them walk over that, get them used to everything. But the psychology of what happens is such a beautiful biblical metaphor in that what they learn is that if you are taking them there, then it's okay because they know that you will not take them into a dangerous situation. So the situation after a while becomes irrelevant. Kids throwing firecrackers at in a fair. That's why we'll take them in these parades to give them all kinds of sights and sounds and sirens and everything else. But pretty soon it's because they trust you they're not worried about what's going on around them. And isn't that our relationship with God? That pretty soon, yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. So what they learned from us is exactly the same kind of relationship that God has given to us. But that's also how you use these therapy animals, again, with children that have been through traumatic events. Or some of these children are born, they might have autism, they might have Down syndrome, they have a gap between the way they comprehend data and phenomenon around them as opposed to the way we learn. And so in Springfield, there's a riding program for Down children that don't have land right now, so we're going to be getting in contact with them, making them aware that our facility will be available for their use. So that's the vision behind Whispering Ponies Ranch.
Well, you've made a lot of progress there, but there are still some needs. With just a couple of minutes left, let's talk about some of the things that you need in order to take Whispering Ponies Ranch to the next step.
Yeah, actually, the very first thing we need to do now in phase 2 is we need to build the corporate office, which will be a large building because it'll also house the haying equipment that we need. We raise, cut, bale all of our own hay. We have staff that are working with us to do that. We also just built an RV park, which is finishing up right now, but that's for volunteers who will be able to come, retired persons that maybe they know how to run equipment or something like that can come and stay in the RV park. We'll feed them 3 meals a day. We'll provide the full hookups for their RV, water, electric, infrastructure, sewer, and then they can turn around and volunteer time to help us build fences, all the things that need to happen. But we need to raise the funds now, immediately, to build the corporate building, and the backside of that building will be where the hay and all that is stored. That's going to cost us probably about $100,000. When we're done, that building is going to be worth a whole lot more than that, and if we were to hire a contractor to come in and build it, it'd be probably $350,000. But we have people that work for us full-time that know how to build, to rent the crane, stand up the steel, put it together. But we need about $100,000 to buy the material. And then there's one other thing we really need. With the acquisition of this new 118 acres, most of that is still forest land. We really need a small crawler, a D5 or a D6 or even a track loader. So if somebody could help us buy that, or if somebody has one they want to donate to us as an in-kind, we are a 501c3. We can provide a receipt that they can use for their tax purposes if they need that. And so we really hope that people will see this program today, see all the progress we've made so far. We've been building this out of some money that Nita and I had when we went to retire, and the Lord said, I've got another idea, right? And then some money as it's come in from Defender Publishing. People that buy our books and products are also helping us make these improvements to the property. We need to start building cabins that people will stay in when they're in the retreat facility. We're going to be building a lodge. We talked about that when we were on the property up above the lake that was just put in. So, we've made a great deal of progress. We've got a long ways yet to go. And but we're very anxious, and this year we are starting operations at Whispering Ponies Ranch, and that'll only just continue to get better and improve. If people want to invest in something that matters, these children are the most forgotten people on earth. There's nothing big and glorious and sexy or anything like that about it. It's not going to put your name in lights, and unfortunately, therefore, a lot of big ministries pay no attention to these broken kids and adults who would be healed in an environment like that. And that's why we want to do it, because it's really a great need.
Yeah. And that's the reason, again, that Sharon and I wound up here. If you'd like to find out more about the backstory that led to Whispering Ponies Ranch, Nita Horn's new biography, No Fences, Learn the Secret behind the plastic and the significance of the plastic pony and how that all plays out. And we've got more to tell you about in just a moment about how you can be published in your story, your biography, by Defender Publishing, coming up in just a couple of minutes. But we're excited for everything that's happening out there, and we are just honored to be a part of this. Nita Horn, Tom Horn, we thank you for watching as we keep watch. I'm Derek Gilbert, and this is Skywatch TV. Most American families are just 72 hours away from disaster. Here at Skywatch TV, we hope we can help avoid that.
I have been given permission to tell about this massive deal. There's one packet where you get one of each of these, breakfast and entree buckets, and again, 25 years shelf life. With that, you will get 15 of these Wise Fire packets, you'll get one of this water bottle. It will filter 99.9% of the impurities out of your water. Also, you will get for free this awesome auto kit.
Now, there's another package.
There are 2 more packages. The second package, you get 3 of each bucket. You pay for those, and you get the auto kit free, you get the Wise Fire free, and you get 2 of these bottles. There's a third deal. You won't believe this one. You get 6 of each of these. You get the auto kit free, you get the Wise Fire free, you get 2 bottles. Guess what else? You get the Mac Daddy.
Ooh.
50-gallon water storage container. If the electric grid goes down, one of these is going to come very handy.
3 packages for preparedness, one that feeds a family of 6 for a month, one that feeds a family of 6 for 3 months, and one that feeds a family of 6 for half a year, and of course that includes the 50-gallon water tank. You'll find all of those deals online, the Wise Food Preparedness Specials at skywatchtvstore.com. To celebrate the release of Nita Horn's inspiring new book, No Fences, Skywatch TV would like you to tell your story, because after all, even if you don't think so, you actually have a story.
Send in your story, and we are going to choose the 10 best, and they'll be published for Christmas release in an anthology of those stories, along with the book that you buy that is actually only $19.95. Am I right on that?
That's correct.
For free. Tom Horn, crazy guy, he's throwing in a journal which on its own, most of these retail for $20 on their own. So this journal is to help you start writing your story. When you buy the book, not only are you going to be enrolled in this and you can send in your story, but you'll get a plastic pony, you'll get a journal of your own, and the proceeds from the book are going to help fund the studio we're building for Skywatch Women. And Nita Horn is going to be one of our panel members.
The 10 authors who are selected for the anthology, published by Defender Publishing in time for Christmas, will also receive a $500 cash prize.
That'll go a long way at Christmas time, won't it?
Yes, it will. Even if your story is not one of those selected for the anthology, if you've taken the time to write your story, you've left a legacy for your children and for your grandchildren.
Amen to that.
For complete instructions and details on this opportunity, please log on to skywatchtv.com/nofences.
Angels waging war in the unseen realm. Global events fulfilling biblical prophecy. Eternal life. What lies beyond mortality? From analyzing the paranormal from a biblical worldview to the discussion of cutting-edge science and technology. Conspiracy. Discovery. Special investigative reports. Unafraid to explore the challenging issues facing humanity. Welcome to another edition of Skywatch TV.
If you're a subscriber to the Skywatch TV magazine, you may have noticed in the July issue a first, perhaps for any magazine ever, an article written by a horse. Welcome to Skywatch TV. I'm Derek Gilbert. Joining me on the panel today to explain why sugar has an article in the Skywatch TV magazine, the CEO of Skywatch TV, Tom Horn.
Good to be here.
The horse whisperer, the one behind Whispering Ponies Ranch, the one working with Sugar and all of her colleagues at the ranch, Nita Horn.
Good to be here.
And the COO of Skywatch TV, and our friend Joe Horn. Welcome all.
Derek, thank you.
Yeah. Sugar had a great article about a wonderful event that just took place at Whispering Ponies Ranch. Tom, tell people about that.
Yeah, of course, that was Lynn and her masterful translation. She actually back whispered.
Oh, you ruined it for me. Oh, I was so looking forward to it.
Of what Sugar told her happened. And so that for people that are watching this program, we really do have a terrific update. And that is that over the last year, as many of the viewers of this program know, we have been building a 280-acre retreat facility. And of course, the big, projects that were necessary were the ones that would provide for overnight lodging and whatever. So we were just working like crazy people, trying to get the first part of the lodge done that would house 68 people overnight, provide food services and all that. And anyway, we barely were ready, but we were ready, and we ran the very first Royal Family Kids Camp this year. And so we're very excited about that. We want to talk a little bit about what happened during the camp. And if there are people that watch this program and don't understand, what in the world does a Royal Family Kids Camp have to do with Skywatch television, right? Because we're always talking about this very edgy stuff, prophecy, discovery, the supernatural. But when Nita and I came here to Missouri, it was our plan to retire. I had made money in real estate, and we wanted to buy land, and we were going to be the benefactors, right, for a Royal Family Kids operation where kids can come. These are kids that have been abandoned.
Wards of the state.
They're wards of the state. Many of them have been severely abused. And for the most part, they're psychologically set down. They're psychologically damaged. And when we were building the Camp Davidson camping project for the Assemblies of God in Oregon years ago, that was my first exposure to these Royal Family Kids camps. And I would watch these kids come in, right? And the first day they're there, you can tell they're very scared, they're paranoid, they're not exactly sure what's going on, they don't trust people at all, right? And then over a period of a week, a miracle of transformation would really begin, where these kids start learning to trust again. And there's a lot of methodology. These camps have been, the bugs have been worked out over a long period of time. Royal Family Kids Camp's the biggest camping operation of this kind in the world. They literally have hundreds and hundreds of Royal Family camps in the United States. They have them overseas. And we're friends with the president and the founder, Wayne Tesh, that's been on the program once before. But this got in my heart while I was there. And we had decided that when we retired, we were going to build an operation where at no cost the kids could come to this camp operation, which means since we're not charging them anything, they can bring more kids. In fact, I remember the man who was the camp coordinator for this first Royal Family Kids Camp telling us that every year they have the painful decision of having to decide which kids can't come and which kids are going to get to come because they can't afford what it costs for them to go to a normal camp. If it costs $500-600 per kid for the week, then their budget can only allow so many. In our camp, it's never going to be that, right? If you have enough counselors, you can bring as many kids as you want. And we're not just providing the camping facility at no cost. This is everything. Food services, recreation. This year when they told me that they wanted to be able to do things with mountain bikes and they wanted to fish in the pond, we went into town and we bought all new mountain bikes for the kids. We bought fishing poles, right? I had to learn if the fish would hit on corn instead of worms, and they did. So that was happy, right? Anyway, but so there are people out there watching this program, and they have sponsored a pony. Now, what does that mean? It means that they made a $1,000 annual commitment to supporting the care of one of the therapy horses that Nita will talk about in a moment that are used at the campground. And part of that money also went to help us in the building of this first facility and facilities to come. And we want them to know that as a result of the commitment they made to us, we were able here to get all of the work done, to be ready, and their dollars actually went to ministering to these children. You know, the Bible tells us in James 1:27 what pure religion is. I would assume the majority of people watching this program are religious in one way or another, right? They're God-minded. Well, here's what the Bible says pure religion is: ministering to orphans and widows.
Right.
And so their donation to sponsor a pony is helping that actually happen now in very tangible and real ways. And I got to tell you, and then I'm going to let other people talk, again, my heart was moved in a way that nothing else moves me. We're sitting there that first night, our camp staff's all over here, all the rest of the kids and their counselors sitting together, and I hear this little boy, and he is saying, "I'm eating like a king, I'm eating like a king." And you know why he was saying that? Because it was fruit on the table. For in his
Bananas
mind,
and peaches.
in his mind, to have a banana, to have an apple, would be to be eating like a king, right? And this just got to me. And I got up and I walked over into one of the rooms on the side, and another little boy, a different one, walked up beside me and he said, "Are you an angel?" And I'm telling you, man, this got to me so much, right? I'm like, "No, I'm not. I'm just a helper." I literally had to go outside and just collect myself,
Compose for a minute.
That these children come to this place. And by the time the camp was over, they were all crying like babies. "We don't want to leave. We want to live here." But we know that during that week, we took these children from one place of being hardened and hurt and abused to believing, right, that there are good people in the world and that there is a God.
There's a God.
And there's a Savior named Jesus Christ, and He cares about them. And that's what the people that have sponsored ponies, and those that we hope will continue, and even new people who will help us go to the next phase, that's exactly what they are doing. Children that would otherwise be forgotten by so many other mainstream ministries. Why? Because they can't give you anything. They got no money. They're not going to give you political influence or power. You do this because it is God's commission to do it.
Right.
And these are the people that are helping us do this that have sponsored a pony.
Nita, what was the most impactful thing that occurred during the week to you?
Well, there were several things, and it would be hard to narrow down, but Chigger comes to mind. And the reason is because she's our tiniest little horse that we have.
Now, she's the second smallest in the world
That
or
we
in the
know
country?
of.
That we know of.
She's 18 and a half inches tall at the withers. And she went to visit the dorms, and all of the dorm rooms have a name of one of the horses. Chigger's is on the handicapped room because Chigger's our special needs little horse. So Chigger got to go visit all the little kids in that room, and the most amazing thing, and this was not planned, that person, the counselor of that room, had superhero was his theme because each of the rooms have a theme. The most amazing part about that is I can't take pictures on unexposed faces, but this particular dorm had all these masks hanging on the wall. So I asked the counselor, I said, "Can I take pictures?" And they put their mask on, and he said, "You bet." So we brought Chigger down in her little superhero outfit, and her little outfit was a Super Royal Family mascot king outfit. You have to see it. It's just really cute. But in any case, all the little kids gathered around and started getting their pictures taken. And there was one little boy that chokes me up because he was so enamored with Chigger. He just kept touching and stroking her because she's a special needs and she has crooked feet and a crooked little bite. And I explain all of this to the kids.
She's a dwarf.
She's a little dwarf, and she has the dwarfy little features that, breeders should not be doing that. But I ended up with her, and she's got a little underbite, and I could go on in great detail, but the gist of it is, after I got done explaining all of these imperfections that she has, this little boy connected with Chigger in a way that no human could.
Right.
He just kept saying, "I just love her so much." We're talking about a 12-year-old boy. We're talking about a young man at that time of their life where they're changing from a little boy to a young man.
Right. They start getting cynical and snarky and
Voices start to
irreverent.
change.
But let me tell you what I love about that moment. Because when he kept stroking and touching and just scratching on her and talking about how beautiful she was, on and on, what etched in my mind is at that moment for that young man, set in concrete, a memory that will never, never leave him. that will be with him for the rest of his life. And every time he thinks about that little horse, he's going to remember the Royal Family Kid Camps and everything that he learned about Joseph and the coat of many colors, and about God and the songs that they sang and the wonderful food they ate and the fellowship he had and the love that he received and the acceptance among peers. So much of what the world does not give. To me, that could summarize my highlight. Many, many more, but that one is, I can put so much just into that one experience.
Yeah, and you know what? And what was so cute about that to me is that little boy kept looking at Chigger, which is the most imperfect horse that we have as a rescue horse. She rescued her. And he kept saying, "She's so beautiful, she's so beautiful," right?
Right.
Because beauty is something that extends from a deeper experience, right? He could see through her imperfections, right? And something about the whole camp, something about the essence of God, right, that is there, and these people that care for you. So really what was happening is this was a beautiful experience for him, but somehow it was iconified in the most imperfect horse on the whole property, right? Who became the superhero mascot for the room that had the children that had special needs.
Oh, and I have to add, before we forget, after we did the photo shoot with the one dorm, all the other kids lined up for a turn. All the counselors lined up and had to have pictures. We got pictures of everybody with Chigger, and she just became the instant mascot. So we could not have planned that. That's what God, one of the things God did in lieu of everything we planned.
Now, Joe, you've got 4 beautiful children, including a couple who are in the age group here. One in particular in the age group of the kids at that were at the Whispering Ponies Ranch for this weekend, and I know you were out there really busting it to try to get things done. I mean, you were putting up, helping finish out the showers, like the weekend.
It really became an all-hands-on-deck thing.
To
get ready.
As somebody who is a father now of children in that same age group, that same age range, how did this affect you?
Anybody that knows me, like you guys, I mean, you know that I prioritize my kids.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not saying anything intentionally that comes off as braggadocious, but it's just that I was raised.
I'll say it for you.
I was raised that way. My dad would take me every couple of months. We'd have, Daddy Sunday, and he would take me to Chuck E. Cheese and buy me a toy or something. It was the funnest day ever. My mom did the same thing. We had these moments where they would take time away from pastoring or whatever, big tent revivals, whatever they were doing, to make sure that each of us kids, my 2 sisters included, had time with them. And so that was the way I was raised, and I believe if you invest in your children, as they mature, they have a constant.
Right.
When I've got 3 daughters, my prayer is that when they start meeting boys at some point, when they're 30 to 40 years old, if it's possible, that maybe as a father I've provided an example of at least what a reasonable guy looks like, so they'll have...
Well, yeah, you may not want to talk about yourself, but I will talk about him. We see it in the way his kids behave around here and the love that he shows them on a regular basis, and the same goes for Josh Peck and his...
Yes, Josh and Christina, great parents.
His children. But that's why I'm asking you, because your kids are in that age group.
They are.
Where they're, but for the grace of God, these children are there because they're not getting that kind of parenting that you and Catherine are giving their children, and Josh and Christina are giving their children.
If you've had children, the part of it that is almost impossible for me to wrap my head around, and this is really something they did a good job portraying in the Camp movie, which was a Royal Family Kid production, which we're actually giving away with an offer that you'll tell them about in a minute, but full-length Hollywood film. They portray these children who have been abused, and they have these scenes that unfold, and one in particular, there's a boy, his father gets home, his father's in an upset place, and they did a really good job basically sanitizing of any visible violence. You don't see anything horrific, but they go to a black screen, and you know that what has followed is this irate, outrageous, total loser dad has just worked his son over. And I guess as a father, I don't know where that type of abuse makes sense to a parent.
Yeah.
I just could never lay a hand on my kids in a place where I'm coming from anger or and to know that some of them have been abused sexually, violently. And a huge number of the Royal Family Kids Camp, like my father was talking about, this young man that felt like he was eating like a king, isn't just that they've been physically abused, it's neglect.
Yeah.
Neglect.
Yeah.
They're not getting, if they're lucky, they'll get a meal of some kind once a day. Sometimes that's the public school lunch. So anyway, My role, I guess, where I come from on this is back in the early 2000s. We did this once before in Oregon. And my role was I was a RecTech certified high ropes instructor trainer. I was certified to build and develop zip lines. If you've ever been to Branson and you've participated in some of the vacation scenes and you've gone zip lining, I used to be a facilitator for that. I was also a Red Cross. LIT, which is a lifeguard instructor trainer. It's a step above just a traditional lifeguard. I was actually certified. We had 5 or 6 camps that would send their lifeguards over to Camp Davidson, and I was the guy putting on the training and showing them how to use rescue masks. And I was only one of 2 guys in the state of Oregon that was certified to do deep water rescue and some things that are now so old-fashioned they don't even teach it anymore. But this was my life.
Well,
but it was way more than just about using these as amenities. But go ahead.
Well, I know, because I know we got to cut to a commercial.
Right.
When we come back, I want you to explain to people why that's important for where we're going to be in 2018.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
That's why I was making notes here. It's like,
Right.
okay,
I was headed there, but we got to.
So when we come back, we're going to tell you about some of the plans in the future and why Joe's experience with these things is relevant. But we're also going to give you a little bit of a surprise, a little backstory on the man who has helped make this vision through God's providence, of course, the boy from El Mirage. When Skywatch TV continues after this.
I've said many times that I have no idea how I wound up where I am. But when I look over the course of my life now, I can see the hand of God was in it from the beginning.
You know, many people have followed my father's professional career, but very few know the story of how God took a small, barefoot child in the desert and brought him into the life and ministry that we all see today. In his teens, he would retreat out to the desert sands all by himself and lie down under the stars. And he would wonder about things like the universe. Was there a God? You know, he didn't know. But what he did know was that mere science and mathematics were never going to explain the vast cosmos up above him. But one night, he died, and my mom literally came in and found him lying there cold as stone. And the answers that he'd been looking for finally started to come like a flood.
Learn the true life story of how Tom Horn cheated death 3 times. Met with a dark spiritual entity who fled at the mere mention of Jesus Christ. And the events that led him to take on difficult subjects that the church avoided in order to become a fisher of men.
It's surreal to think that God chose me, of all people, to write the things that I've written and speak the things that I've said. But each of us leaves a footprint. This is why I've chosen now to share my story. It's not about me, it's about tomorrow's leaders. My life proves that God can and will use anyone.
For the first time ever, my father, Dr. Thomas Horn, tells his amazing personal story in the new biography, The Boy from El Mirage. Walk with him from his adventurous childhood through his colorful teens and all the way to the miracles that led him into full-time ministry. You'll learn how God impassioned my father with a heart to reach the lost, and in particular children who are looking for hope beyond life's circumstances. This includes the creation of Whispering Ponies Ranch, a special place that he and Nita Horn are building where children who need a second chance in life are given the opportunity to experience the love of Jesus firsthand. Now you can take part in that ministry effort by supporting Whispering Ponies Ranch with your donation of $20 or more for the Building Hope special offer. In this limited time collection, you'll receive Dr. Thomas Horn's never-before-released biography, The Boy from El Mirage, founder of the Royal Family Kids organization, Wayne Tesch's book, From Despair to an Heir, Reviving the Heart of a Child. A Legacy of Hope. Stories from Royal Family Kids. Nita Horn's memoir, No Fences, and the full-length award-winning motion picture DVD, Camp, inspired by the true stories of Royal Family Kids. Offered separately, these items hold a value of over $90, but we want to send these love gifts to you now when you donate $20 or more to help provide these little ones with new smiles and life-changing experiences. These are lives changed entirely because of you, and we thank you in advance for helping transform the lives of hurting children and adults, one therapy pony at a time. The Building Hope special offer is available now for a limited time at skywatchtvstore.com or by calling 844-750-4985.
Welcome back to Skywatch TV. With me in the studio today, Skywatch TV CEO Tom Horn, our COO Joe Horn, and the horse whisperer, the
They
lady
talk to me. They do more talking to me than I do.
Nita Horn, Whispering Ponies Ranch. 28, it is really remarkable. When Sharon and I agreed to become a part of this, you didn't even tell us about any of this, any of the Whispering Ponies Ranch vision. It was Joe sort of let the cat out of the bag when you guys were away. Joe said, well, let me take you out around the property
out on an ATV ride.
Show you what, see, he's cutting trails over here for this, and this is where we can put the zip line. And we started telling friends back in Illinois, this is what we're going to do and become a part of. And there were a lot of skepticism, a lot of people saying, yeah, right, because it's a big vision that the Lord has given you.
Right.
And yet here we are, and these kids, the first set of campers have come and gone.
Right.
It was a huge success.
Yes.
Now 2018, Tom, God willing, what's in the plan?
Yeah, and by the way, you're right. I mean, when Wayne Tesch, the founder of Royal Family Kids Camp, he was recently at the ranch, and we're riding around on a Polaris, and he said to me, he said, Tom, he said, lots and lots of people talk. He said, I hear this all the time. We're going to do this, we're going to do that. He said, very few people ever do it. He said, you guys have already done more than you ever said you were going to do. And so, now, again, we were able to do this because of our supporters,
right.
People
Absolutely.
Sponsoring ponies that
Right.
helped us to pay for the actual cost of material. We're providing a lot of the labor. I mean, we're actually doing a lot of the work ourselves, but you still have costs, right?
Right.
And so now we're hoping that people will help us sponsor pony, sponsor another pony, get your friend to sponsor a pony, make a donation of some kind. To help for the Royal Family Kids Camp development at Whispering Ponies Ranch. Because 2018, we're going to finally turn the curve on, we don't have to buy any more land. We've got most of the buildings built or are being, close to being finished that will help with overnight lodging. The lodge will be done. So now we're going to move into the amenities, and this is what Joe was talking about before the break, where his certification was in the past. For instance, we're going to build a big gymnasium that will have an indoor climbing wall and all
cool.
of that on the inside.
Rock climbing wall. Cool.
But Joe's the guy that oversaw the construction of that. We'll have zip lines, and he can probably...
Low ropes courses, challenge
and
courses.
also tell them, so besides it's just fun, explain what the therapeutic aspect of using like a zip line and that kind of thing is.
Okay, that's an important question. I'm glad we got to that, and I know we're running out of time, so let me just squeeze this in. The reason that we've made this as vacation-esque as we can for these kids is not just because it's a blast and they'll never forget and oh, what fun. A lot of these things, like a high zip line, the one we operated in Central Oregon was 60 feet out of a crow's nest in a tree over what was the length of a football field. When you get up there, the psychological effort that you have to put into literally, I can't push you off. As a certified instructor, I cannot push you off. You literally have to propel yourself off of the platform willingly. So for a lot of people, they're dealing with fear of heights, they're dealing with anxiety. Some of this stuff dates back to things they've experienced from childhood. They've been told you don't amount to anything, you'll never do anything, you don't have the guts, you're not a real man, whatever it is. And so there's these moments where you have an opportunity to help in a small way or a huge way, depending on the child, getting them over what is a mental obstacle. And the feeling that they get when they finally get talked, we used to call it talking them down. Yet if they encourage them, sometimes this would take 10, 15 minutes, and you've got a line of kids behind that are, go, go, 3, 2, 1, and they sit there, okay, 1, 2, 3, and they're still sitting there. But finally they make the decision to go, and the whole countenance of that child They feel 15 feet tall, man. It's the first time maybe in forever they feel proud of themselves. It's not just that it's a fun vacation spot. Every one of these obstacles, every amenity we introduce, the rock climbing wall, the psychological adversity that they face, and the overcoming of the challenge that they experience is unforgettable.
Yeah. Now, I also want to say, because we're going to run out of time, that for the people that have sponsored a pony, you directly are the ones that helped this to happen this year, that will help it happen in 2018. But we're going to be sending a letter. There's a letter coming from me and Nita to all the people that have sponsored a pony. It's going out in the mail here in the next week or two. It's going to talk more about what has been accomplished, what we're looking forward to doing in 2018. It's got a camp brochure that provides more of the vision. It actually shows some of the images. It actually has images of you, Joe, when you were up in the trees working with the high courses and stuff from Camp Davidson to kind of illustrate what is coming to the facility. But in that letter, there's going to be an RSVP. So in an upcoming broadcast, we're going to update you on the coming conference in Oklahoma City. But as a pony sponsor, your registration to the conference is already paid by me and Nita. At that conference, we're also having a banquet that is an RSVP banquet. Nita and I will be there. We're going to provide a PowerPoint presentation on everything that your donations have helped us accomplish. The president of the Royal Family is going to be there. And also some of the keynote speakers for that conference will also come in there. There will be a meet and greet. So we're sending a letter that will explain all of this and illustrate everything that you are helping us to do. And from the bottom of our heart, we want to thank you.
Yes.
You have touched the life of children already in the most meaningful kind of way, and you're going to continue to do that as you help us move forward into 2018 at the Whispering Ponies Ranch.
And again, if you haven't already, make sure you grab a copy of the July issue of the magazine and read Sugar's report to get the horse's view. I'm pretty sure she just dictated it and Lynn just kind of wrote it down. So, with Tom Horn, Nita Horn, Joe Horn, I'm Derek Gilbert. We thank you for watching as we keep watch. This is Skywatch TV.
Angels waging war in the unseen realm. Global events fulfilling biblical prophecy. Eternal life. What lies beyond mortality? From analyzing the paranormal from a biblical worldview to the discussion of cutting-edge science and technology. Conspiracy. Discovery. Special investigative reports. Unafraid to explore the challenging issues facing humanity. Welcome to another edition of Skywatch TV.
Miniature horses are awfully cute, but they can also be the means to deliver the love of Jesus Christ to children who are in desperate need of it. And you can be a part of that. Welcome to Skywatch TV. I'm Derek Gilbert. Joining me on the panel today, the staff behind the wonderful mission that is Whispering Ponies Ranch. First, the CEO of Skywatch TV, Tom Horn.
Good to be here, Derek.
Our COO, Joe Artis Horn.
Good to be here, Derek. Thank you.
And we call her the horse whisperer, although she is much more than that, and that is Nita Horn. Nita, welcome.
Thank you.
First, for people who aren't familiar with Whispering Ponies Ranch, let's just a very brief history. What is Whispering Ponies Ranch, Tom? How did it come into fruition? I mean, you moved to Missouri from Oregon some years back thinking you were going to retire.
Well, we thought we were going to retire and just, we jokingly say raise the fences and release the hounds, right? But we also always did have a plan to build a place where we could be the benefactors of what's called royal family camps. And in a quick nutshell, me, Nita, Joe, and several other people actually that work full-time now for Skywatch TV, the last project that we did with the Oregon District Assemblies of God was to take the responsibility of rebuilding a campgrounds that had been a youth camp. They knew they were going to lose it. And so we went there. It turned into a 7-year project, long story, but we fully fixed it and built all kind of new structures, sold out every week that could be sold during the year. People were coming from 16 or 18 denominations. All kinds of stuff was happening. But it was during that time that we were exposed to what's called the Royal Family Kids Camps. And these are kids that are stuck in the system. They've been abused, sometimes severely so. Their emotions have shut down. They're hurting. They don't trust people anymore. And these camps are specifically designed to bring them in and get them to trust again, right? And along the way, they also talk about Jesus and introduce them to the basics of the gospel and things like that. Well, we were exposed to that, and time after time, I watched how these kids would come in. They were hardened or they were afraid. They didn't know how to communicate, and a week later, they literally transformed. And I'm watching this, and of course, it's reminding me of the New Testament definition of real Christianity, a pure religion, and undefiled, it says, is ministering to orphans and widows. So I'm watching this happen. And so by the time we left there, we just said, look, the one thing we're going to do is we're going to get land, and somehow we're going to make it available at no cost.
Right.
That's the other thing is, the Royal Family Kids Camps always struggle with the fact they have to pay for camp.
Sure.
So it costs anywhere from $500 to $1,000 per kid, right? And the churches are left with trying to raise the budgets to pay for these kids. And so we wanted to do it so that it would happen at no cost. Well, that was what was behind what we today are calling Whispering Ponies Ranch. And as we do this program today, we have some really exciting news to tell what we call pony sponsors, who are the people that sponsor ponies monetarily, and they're helping us, right, to get this camp to its fully operational phase.
Now, Nita, I want to get you in on the conversation here, because every now and then you will bring the ponies here to Skywatch TV, and it's always a fun day here because we get to see these horses that stand, about 30 inches at the shoulder?
Some of them are 30, some of them are 34.
And that's always a lot of fun, but for people who don't understand how they're used, why they're such a key component in this camp for Royal Family Kids, what role do these miniature horses play in helping to minister to these children who've been abused?
Well, it goes back to what he mentioned a minute ago, is trust, and that is that these, when the kids come and they meet these little horses, I call them ponies, but they are actually miniature horses. They can get close to these little animals, and they're very unassuming. I mean, if these little horses reciprocate any kind of affection, it's pure and innocent. There is no ulterior motive for this animal to be reciprocating any kind of attention. And they do. They have their ways of loving back on you. But just the animal themselves are so adorable, and the kids, they have an automatic connection. And that is something that is just God-given. God, I believe that these horses are created by God, and horses of all sizes have this effect on humanity anyway.
Yes.
But we like to use the smaller ones because they're less intimidating to these kids. Some of them have never even seen a horse. So they come to these land and they've got these cute little fuzzy, frisky little animals that just are so easy to approach. And it goes back to the trust factor. That's our first opportunity to introduce the child to trust. Because these horses, that's exactly what we do with them. They have to learn to trust us. And every horse that's born on our land that hits the ground has a different amount of trust that they give us immediately. Giggles, can't keep her out of your lap. Day one. That's Tom's favorite little one. But we have another one, a couple of other ones. Dazzle's one of them. And she's a little more like, I like you and I trust you, but, what are you doing to me now? Why are we doing this? But she's come such a long ways. But each one of these little horses, we have to take them through steps of trust, and that is exactly what we do with the kids when they come in. They learn one little step at a time. They will give you a certain amount to start with, but then what you do with that trust is how that helps that horse or the child. And I got to tell you, I am one right now. These horses have really, really helped me to rebuild my trust in people. And situations, and so I'm a perfect walking example of what these horses can do, and that's why I'm addicted, because I know the power that they have whenever you use them in this setting. I mean, I could go on and on and on, but we have so much else to say.
So they are, what you're saying, they are a tool that you can use to help children learn to trust again, because instinctively they trust the horse. If the horse shows them love, it's not the same humans that have shown them love, wanted something in return, right? And so it's a powerful tool that way. But then you also, like the first Royal Family Camps this last year, you developed a program where the kids are learning to drive. Most of these kids have never even seen anything more than maybe a picture of a horse, let alone. And they come there, and a day later, they're actually driving a horse, you know, in the arena. They get their little driver's license when they leave.
They have to earn it. There are steps they have to do, but they earn it. Oh my gosh!
But so, Joe, this is you're sitting there smiling because when we were at Camp Davidson, and you have this same responsibility, directorial responsibility at WPR now. You knew they were just different tools. You use these tools, right, to teach kids confidence and like that. Talk about some of the other elements that they're actually under construction at WPR right now, how we're going to use them.
Well, many of our donors at this point probably have seen previous updates where they've seen that, the updates that include information on my background. As a Red Cross LIT, I used to certify lifeguards. I was Rec Tech certified to operate high ropes and challenge courses, zip lines. If anybody's ever been to Branson, you've seen the kids zipping out on the zip lines. All of those have to be built structurally to be able to hold a certain weight capacity, and there's tons and tons of paperwork that goes into certifying whether or not something is safe for use. So for those that are just joining us for the first time, the reason Tom is asking me about the applications behind some of the psychological benefit to the program is because that was also a lot of what we did at Camp Davidson that I was able to oversee, and it was a huge blessing to get to be a part of that. And I know time is limited, and it's a lot to unpack, so let me just get straight to the meat of what he's saying. I want to first reinforce what Tom and Nita are describing with the use of the ponies. They give you this opportunity as a counselor to kind of step back instead of trying to force and push conversation on children that aren't ready for that. They'll warm up to the horses, and it gives you something to talk about. So what's he doing there?
I love it.
Hey, I noticed the little pony. He's looking at your shoes. What about that? Well, now they're they don't know what you're up to, but they start to talk to you a little bit.
And they also see the trust that the ponies have with the counselor.
That's right. That's right. It's a huge conversation gap for both parties. The recreation, so we at Whispering Ponies Ranch, we just purchased, and it was a total God thing. We bought it was formerly used at a military training base camp, what would have been probably a $60,000 fully operational rock wall with all the pieces and parts to assemble it and make it work.
So a climbing wall.
Yes, a climbing wall, an indoor challenge climbing wall. We bought it through a guy that just ended up with it circumstantially that needed to get it out of his way for a couple of grand. So, 1% or
pennies
2%.
On the dollar.
Pennies on the dollar. And so we're going to have that, the driving of the pony carts. Right now, the construction laborers are over there putting in the brand new swimming pool. So why are we adding all of these recreational facilities? Is it just a place?
Those sound like fun, but what's the benefit to the kids?
So the benefit to the children is that it's fair to say that in some way or another they wouldn't be in Royal Family Kids if they weren't psychologically injured in some way. Most have been conditioned to believe that they have no value. Most of these poor children have been conditioned to believe they have nothing to offer, they have no talent, they'll never amount to anything. So when you use something like a rock wall to get little Billy kind of out of his shell, and you encourage him all the way up to the top, which is a feat at first that maybe he doesn't even think he can do, over and over again at Camp Davidson, what we saw on the other side is that after the children are able to accomplish something like that, the feeling of being 10 feet tall that follows. It's some of the first memories of being able to associate. I don't know what life was before this camp I went to, but I remember how I felt while I was there. I remember the counselors talking about this guy named Jesus, and I remember that I felt 10 feet tall, that I was loved and appreciated, and that I had value. That is the purpose that is so much deeper beyond, yes, the zip line is fun, yes, the swimming pool's a hoot.
But these things are used as tools to reinforce affirmation, to get these children to really start to see themselves in a different light, and for most of them for the first time.
Yeah, and we saw a lot of that, learned a lot about the future that lies ahead of many of the children who are in foster care from Wayne Tesh, the founder of Royal Family Kids, Chris Carmichael, the current president of the organization. They are at much higher risk of being drawn into gangs, prostitution, child pornography, prison time, early death, and this is a life changer. It can be. And this is why we are producing this program today and asking for your help, because you can be a part of this in helping change the course, the direction, the arc of the lives of these children in foster care, and to do it at no cost to Royal Family Kids. We'll tell you more about this and what the future holds for Royal Family Kids at Whispering Ponies Ranch when Skywatch TV continues after this.
I've said many times that I have no idea how I wound up where I am. But when I look over the course of my life now, I can see the hand of God was in it from the beginning.
You know, many people have followed my father's professional career, but very few know the story of how God took a small, barefoot child in the desert and brought him into the life and ministry that we all see today. In his teens, he would retreat out to the desert sands all by himself and lie down under the stars. And he would wonder about things like the universe. Was there a God? You know, he didn't know. But what he did know was that mere science and mathematics were never going to explain the vast cosmos up above him. But one night, he died, and my mom literally came in and found him lying there cold as stone. And the answers that he'd been looking for finally started to come like a flood.
Learn the true life story of how Tom Horn cheated death 3 times. Met with a dark spiritual entity who fled at the mere mention of Jesus Christ. And the events that led him to take on difficult subjects that the church avoided in order to become a fisher of men.
It's surreal to think that God chose me, of all people, to write the things that I've written and speak the things that I've said. But each of us leaves a footprint. This is why I've chosen now to share my story. It's not about me, it's about tomorrow's leaders. My life proves that God can and will use anyone.
For the first time ever, my father, Dr. Thomas Horn, tells his amazing personal story in the new biography, The Boy from El Mirage. Walk with him from his adventurous childhood through his colorful teens and all the way to the miracles that led him into full-time ministry. You'll learn how God impassioned my father with a heart to reach the lost, and in particular children who are looking for hope beyond life's circumstances. This includes the creation of Whispering Ponies Ranch, a special place that he and Nita Horn are building where children who need a second chance in life are given the opportunity to experience the love of Jesus firsthand. Now you can take part in that ministry effort by supporting Whispering Ponies Ranch with your donation of $20 or more for the Building Hope special offer. In this limited time collection, you'll receive Dr. Thomas Horn's never-before-released biography, The Boy from El Mirage, founder of the Royal Family Kids organization, Wayne Tesh's book, From Despair to an Heir, Reviving the Heart of a Child, A Legacy of Hope, Stories from Royal Family Kids, Nita Horn's memoir, No Fences, and the full-length award-winning motion picture DVD, Camp, inspired by the true stories of Royal Family Kids. Offered separately, these items hold a value of over $90. But we want to send these love gifts to you now when you donate $20 or more to help provide these little ones with new smiles and life-changing experiences. These are lives changed entirely because of you, and we thank you in advance for helping transform the lives of hurting children and adults, one therapy pony at a time. The Building Hope special offer is available now for a limited time at skywatchtvstore.com or by calling 844-750-4985.
Welcome back to Skywatch TV. I'm Derek Gilbert, along with Tom, Nita, and Joe Horn, as we talk about the future at Whispering Ponies Ranch and the partnership we have with Royal Family Kids, and again, how you can be a part of this. Now, Tom, since we've done a couple of updates in 2017, about a year ago we did a couple of programs with Wayne Tesh and Chris Carmichael, Royal Family Kids, talked about the things that we're on the books, or at least we hoped would be on the books for 2017. Tell viewers what 2017, what changes took place at the ranch, and then what lies ahead in 2018.
Right. It's actually been very amazing, and I want people that have sponsored ponies just to know how much what they've done. I think we've been very responsible. Of course, Nita and I continue to contribute, as much of our own money as we can. But we've actually been able to produce more than what we had hoped for. In fact, Nita was telling me a minute ago that she just watched one of the updates from last year in which we were speculating we're going to build a WPR building. We're hoping to be able to do this. And that today, the WPR office complex, which is so much more than an office complex, it's a full dining hall, it's a commercial kitchen. The upstairs part of it is the last part of it that's actually, Joe and I were over there yesterday shooting film. It's almost finished upstairs. By the time the camps arrive this year, that building by itself will accommodate 125 people per night, which is bigger than what the average Royal Family Kids camp is. But now within a stone's throw of there, the brand new gymnasium. It's already built. It's already up. The rock wall that Joe was talking about a moment ago is laid out on the floor right now. We're getting ready to start standing that up. It'll have an indoor basketball gymnasium that's built on the scale of a high school, public high school. So they'll be able to play basketball, they'll be able to do volleyball. We're going to put a big, what do you call those little cars you cut out of wood?
Pinewood Derby.
A big Pinewood Derby racetrack in there. Because it gives them tools, again, where they can come together and they start developing a relationship with this child, and they work on a project together, and it builds a sense of community and value and all of those other things. The zip lines are coming in. They'll be there this year. This nice, big, beautiful commercial swimming pool is under construction right now. We will be out of the big house, which we're turning into VIP housing, the 7,000 square foot house I thought I was going to retire in, right? That we're donating to Royal Family Kids Camp. So we really think now with high confidence that with a little more help from people sponsoring ponies or just making cash donations, there are some things we need. We need to get a good D5 crawler, right? So we can put in the different prayer trails and walking trails and other things there at the camp through the woods. But we really think we're going to be there. Even miniature golf and things like that. We see that all as being accomplished this year. And
we're going to want to spend our weekends there.
Yeah, you are. And during the Branson conference, the Steve Quayle, Tom Horn, I don't know the name of it yet, but the Branson conference, which will be in the middle of September, the first day of that conference, when it's just registration, we will be hosting the pony banquet literally on the grounds of Whispering Ponies Ranch. So for people that sponsor ponies, we want them to keep that in mind. More information coming soon, but they're going to get to come to the ranch and actually have a private tour, a private banquet. There'll be speakers there, and they're going to get to see what they've invested in and how that is being used to change the lives of children. And one of the camps, one of the new camps that's coming this year, the girl that's organizing it was the worst case of child abuse in the history, right, of the
Greene County.
Of this county,
Greene County.
of Greene County.
Which is Springfield, Missouri.
And actually, they're even making a Hollywood movie based around her. That's how extraordinary her life is.
Wow.
She's actually directing one of the camps that's going to be held at Whispering Ponies Ranch this year. And again, this all goes back She's a little kid. She comes out of foster care. She's at a camp, and a guy by the name of Wayne Tesh, right, the founder that's been on this program, met her, visited with her, learned of the terrible circumstances, and he was getting ready to leave camp one day, and she said, if I ever graduated from college, would you come to my college graduation? And he guaranteed her he would. 11 or 12 years later, just last year, she graduated with honors, right, from one of the universities here in Missouri, and he missed his own banquet, which we were at, because he kept his word to this girl, right? These are the quality of people. He was at her graduation. They visited us via Skype. These are the kind of people that we're working with. But look how her life went from the worst case of child abuse ever recorded to she's at Whispering Ponies Ranch this year running a Royal Family Kids Camp, and she's actually an ambassador for the Royal Family now.
Nita, you did essentially a shakedown cruise. You had one camp at Whispering Ponies Ranch this past year, and I've seen some of the photos and heard the stories. I wasn't able to get there because we were busy here, making media content. But you saw a lot, and you saw the faces of these children on day one and then on the last day. What were the changes that you saw, and what role did the ponies play in that?
Well, I refer my favorite and most vivid memory as a little 12-year-old boy. And you have to understand, 12 years old is that age of becoming your own, from a little boy to a man, that transition. And so this little boy was very enamored with Chigger, who is our smallest little horse. And he just connected with her immediately and started, scratching and petting on her and just telling her how beautiful she was. And I thought how wonderful that is, that this little boy, that who knows what's going on in his mind as far as, like, does he even want to grow up? Do they have reasons why they're fearful of who they may become? I know because I have talked with kids before that have told me I don't want to get any older because what they see ahead is not happy. So I don't know what's going on in this little guy's mind, except that right then and there he was connecting with this little horse in a way that there was this moment of peace for him. And the fact that he was willing to trust this little girl and just totally took to her. She actually became the mascot of the room that he was staying in and became the whole mascot of the whole deal. But those are the kinds of things. You see these little kids come in, and I probably notice the ones that are a little more timid, because I myself in my past have been a little more timid. But yeah, the ones that come in all raresy and growly, and they walk away a little softer. And the ones that come in like a little more intimidating, they're looking you straight in the eye. I mean, they all walk away with something. And last year, some of what happened among the adults, and this is what I love, is it's not just the kids, the adults, even the people who were with my staff, the Whispering Pony staff, that final day when these kids were leaving and they were hugging. They made us line up, and we at first didn't really know what the idea was. But then they started, all the kids got to say goodbye. And when they got to certain ones, they just broke down and bawled like a baby. I don't want to go home. I want to live here forever. And it's because I feel that what they found there is exactly what Joe was talking about. For the first time in their life, they have found a place where they're loved, they are accepted, and they're not fearful. They don't have to be rough and prove things. It's just a different life. And I love the fact that all of these tools that you guys are calling tools are actually, to me, I call them triggers. Because every time this little boy that I referred to sees a little tiny horse, he's never going to forget that year when he saw and felt all of these positive
That's good.
Well,
moments.
and
And
the Royal Family also does have a program to follow up. They stay in contact with these kids. Some of the kids you'll see come back the next year, the year after. They get up to 12 or 13 years old. They go into an older age. So there's a real program. It's not just one camp.
Yeah, 1 week and then they're
Right.
off on their own.
Right.
some of those who do go through the mentoring, they call it mentoring when they graduate Royal Family kids, they can, when they get 14 or 15, become junior members. And guess what? Junior counselors.
Yes.
Now they're working side by side with those who mentored them. And the beat goes on. you have people growing up and now becoming ambassadors into the very thing that we're working
Right, and the special offer that is being made during this broadcast for people that'll make donations to help us finish building Royal Family, there's a free movie in there called Camp. And if they watch that, it really explains how this goes on. And then right at the end of it, it has real people whose lives were permanently changed, who are adults now, and they're successful in what they're doing, and they're just talking about how this stood in the gap. This made a permanent, lasting, positive change in their life. So it's the kind of stuff that everybody who's interested in ministry really wants to be part of.
It's a good movie, but be ready.
No.
Yeah.
It's got a lot of emotional realities to it. So.
Well, yeah, I know all of us on this panel are parents. I mean, Tom and Nita, you're very blessed. You've got adult children who are wonderful and contributing to this ministry. Joe, your children now are at an age where they are about the same age as many of the children who are going through the program. Our daughter is an adult herself, and we're blessed that she's been happy and healthy, and but that's not the case for all children out there. And that's why Royal Family Kids exists, and that's why Whispering Ponies Ranch is here, and that's why we do what we do at Skywatch TV. Yes, every week we're talking about a book or a DVD that we're offering, but it's because it goes into this.
Right.
Right.
So that Royal Family Kids can bring children to the ranch at no cost. They never have to make a decision about which child they have to leave behind because they couldn't come up with that extra $500.
Yes. That's
And that's where you can stand in the gap.
Right.
We thank you for watching as we keep watch. Tom Horn, Nita Horn, Joe Artis Horn, I'm Derek Gilbert, and this is Skywatch TV.
Angels waging war in the unseen realm. Global events fulfilling biblical prophecy. Eternal life. What lies beyond mortality? From analyzing the paranormal from a biblical worldview to the discussion of cutting-edge science and technology. Conspiracy. Discovery. Special investigative reports. Unafraid to explore the challenging issues facing humanity. Welcome to another edition of Skywatch TV.
One of the things we always do toward the end of the year is look back at the year just completed and look ahead at the year to come. Welcome to Skywatch TV. I'm Derek Gilbert. That applies to us in our regular everyday lives, but it also especially means more here as concerns our sister ministry and why we do what we do at Skywatch TV. Joining me on the panel today for an update, looking back at 2019, looking ahead to things coming in 2020, the CEO of Skywatch TV, Dr. Tom Horn.
Good to be here.
Our Chief Operating Officer, Joe Artis Horn.
Thanks, Derek.
And the CEO and the Pony Whisperer at Whispering Ponies Ranch. We welcome Nita Horn back to Skywatch TV. Hi, Nita.
Thanks. Good to be here.
This year was a busy year at the ranch.
Yes.
So tell us, how was this first full season of campers at Whispering Ponies Ranch?
It was very smooth and amazing, and kids running to and fro, lots of wonderful, inspirational stories to talk about.
And I guess for people who are new to Skywatch TV, who may not have seen some of our previous programs on Whispering Ponies Ranch, we should explain that this is not just a summer camp for fun. What is Whispering Ponies? What is the mission at Whispering Ponies Ranch?
Yeah, Whispering Ponies Ranch, it actually grew out of when we were working for the Oregon District Assemblies of God. We were rebuilding a youth camp they had that had fallen into disrepair. But it's while we were there, we were exposed to an organization called Royal Family Kids Camps. And what Royal Family Kids Camps does is they take kids, some of them that have been rescued out of sex trafficking, all of them in one way or another have been abused to the point that they've been taken away from their legal guardians, and now they are wards of the state. Most of them severely traumatized, sexually, mentally, some of them in starvation. So there's all these reasons why they wind up in this condition. What we loved about Royal Family and what we learned at the Camp Davidson in Oregon was these kids would come in at the beginning of the week and they were hardened, they were scared, they didn't trust anybody. And the miracle of restoring those little souls by the end of the week, and what had happened with them was just such, I don't know, it just got in our heart. And Nita and I were already thinking about, when we were done there, we were going to retire. We wound up coming to Missouri. You know, I'm going to build a house for her with money that I made in real estate investments, and basically just want to be left alone, right? God had a different plan. We started dreaming of Whispering Ponies Ranch. We wanted to be the benefactors towards something that we had been exposed to and just fell in love with. Anyway, so one thing led to the other, and we've been 8 years in the planning, in the building. The last 3 years, we've actually started operations at Whispering Ponies Ranch. And you introduced Nita as the Pony Whisperer. And that's because at Whispering Ponies Ranch, we use therapy horses. The benefits of therapeutic animals has been proven and shown in numerous studies by psychology organizations and all that. And that's what we do. We use therapy animals, therapy horses. Nita has a whole team that trains those animals and makes them fit for service in the kingdom of God. And like she said, the testimonies are redundant of the children and even counselors that have attested to the fact that for them it is a miracle. They've never seen anything like the changes in these children's life that occur at Whispering Ponies Ranch.
And so, Nita, what is it about the horses that really reaches these children?
It's the fact that they are non-assuming. They are just, horses are born to have a lack of trust. I mean, they're already ready to run when they hit the ground. So what we do is we work with them when they hit the ground and we teach them to trust. That trust reaches into these kids, because when the little kids come around, these little horses don't want anything from these kids, but when they come up and they want to love on these little kids and they poke their heads through the fence and they're just interacting with these kids and there's not any threat there, these kids have a way of opening up to that, and that is like a step towards the healing process and what takes place that whole week that they're there. One of the reasons why when they come in with this hardened or scared, I mean, again, if I got started really talking, you wouldn't have time. So I'll just nutshell it, but that's the first step of it is that it breaks down the barrier of distrust and helps them to start believing that the bond between this animal is then transcended into the adult that's with them.
Right. So it's, in many ways, it's like a post-traumatic stress soldier having a therapy animal, a therapy dog. And again, many studies have shown that does have indeed a healing effect on these soldiers, because they can trust the animal when they might not be able to trust humans. And that's all very true with these kids. Now, the horses are only one part of what happens. It's a tool in the hand of the counselors and psychologists that work at Whispering Ponies Ranch. We make the ranch available at no cost to Royal Family Kids Camp, the organization. They're the largest in the world that does this kind of work. This year we also started working with Teen Reach, which takes the kids when they age out of Royal Family Kids Camps. They continue that mentoring process all the way up until they're 18 years of age. And actually by this coming summer, 2020, all of the open camping dates will be filled.
Wow.
Between Royal Family Kids Camps and Teen Reach. We're also, of course, Yakub Bouillans, who spoke at our conference, that works with the FBI in rescuing children out of
sex trafficking, sex slavery, the whole
thing. There's a network of individuals now that are working with Whispering Ponies Ranch, but we don't charge anybody for anything. And that's expert food service, that's recreational staff, that's all of the accommodations, that's lodging, no cost whatsoever for these kids and their counselors to be able to come there.
And we're able to do that because of the support from our viewers and the people that make donations both to Whispering Ponies Ranch, but also just when they purchase our package deals and our offers and things like that.
So the package deals and offers are more than just cutting-edge information on everything from Bible prophecy to geopolitics. It's about then that money being transferred over to Whispering Ponies Ranch so that Royal Family Kids, Teen Challenge don't have to pay to bring their children.
As everybody, including you, Derek, that works here knows, every dime that can go to Whispering Ponies Ranch does. We're not driving around in Rolls Royces and wearing, $4,000 Bione suits. Every penny that can be is sacrificed to Whispering Ponies Ranch. That is our charity. And that's one of the things that makes me proudest of Skywatch television. Is we're
Right.
not just on TV selling a book, right? There's a real reason, a motivation behind
right.
everything we do, and it is to care for those who cannot care for themselves. The very stuff by which Jesus is going to judge and separate the sheep from the goats is what we're doing at Whispering Ponies Ranch.
Now, I see the benefit of the therapy animals, but Joe, you talked about some of the recreational activities that kids get involved in, and there were some new ones that were
Right.
set up this year in 2019 at Whispering Ponies Ranch. What were they, and how do those benefit the children?
So this was our second season with our new rock wall. And for those that are still not familiar, we have a series of amenities there at Whispering Ponies Ranch. We have a beautiful rock wall the Lord enabled us to find and procure for almost nothing. It's a $69,000 wall that the Lord basically dropped in our laps via a bunch of stuff my dad was researching, and he found a guy that just had one from a retired military base. He said, "You can have it for $2,000 if you'll come get it out of my way." It needed a few
Wow.
parts and pieces, but it's a beautiful rock wall. We can put some B-roll up so that the viewers that haven't seen it can see. Why do these kids climb a rock wall, though? Is it just like an amenity theme park experience, or is there actually a therapeutic benefit to
To
it?
make old guys like me feel old.
when you have to understand the kinds of children that we deal with, the kind of teenagers that we deal with, I guess if you were to take a normal, unabused, completely, uninhibited, someone who has not been emotionally arrested,
Someone from a
individual
loving
from a
family.
normal, loving family,
Yeah.
you might see them treat something like the rock wall as a theme park ride, and they're over it, and they want to go on to the next thing. Or why didn't we have a roller coaster? What's this? A rock wall? I'm over it. But the kinds of individuals that we do ministry with, they show up like Nita was talking about. Why the horse? Why the communication? Most of these individuals don't even want to speak openly with their counselors.
Right.
When they arrive. That's why getting to interface with a horse kind of opens that dialogue. If they can talk to their counselors about a horse or a pony,
Oh, my goodness.
now they can kind of talk
Right.
sideways to the counselor, who is now beginning to bond with them because there's this
And they also
pony there.
see the trust between the pony, the horse,
Yes.
and the counselors and the trainers. Well, the horse
Yeah.
trusts
Yes.
this person, so maybe this person is
That's it.
trustworthy.
That's a really simple way of putting it. But when you apply the same idea to a rock wall, again, a child that's been through much of what the kind of children that we deal with have been through, they see a rock wall as Mount Everest. This is huge. The idea they're going to trust a rope
Right.
that somebody else is holding on to keep them from falling 10, 15 feet off the ground. The idea that they actually have to leave the ground and reach up, for some of them literally just holding on to one of the grips and leaving just a foot off the ground, and they're already beginning to feel like they can't do it, let me down. But you just patiently give them a moment. You want to try again in a minute, whatever they need. Every individual's different. Some of them need to come down for a minute, reassess, and then they complete the whole wall. Some of them go all the way to the top right away, and then we've got different sliding scales. The middle of the wall's tougher. The farthest side of the wall is even harder than that because you're working against gravity. So there's a sliding scale of challenge here. But the point is, when a child or a teenager finishes something like that and they have all their classmates and fellow campers cheering them on and, "You did it, Billy, you did it." That sense of you can't even capture it in a photograph. You almost have to be there to see that ear-to-ear grin when a kid like that comes in and it's like, I accomplished Mount Everest.
I would imagine
I do
a lot
have
of those,
value.
I imagine a lot of those children come in there never having experienced that sense of accomplishment.
no.
And having been told that they had no value.
Exactly. You'll
Other
never
than-
amount to anything. You can't accomplish anything. You're nothing.
Right.
But they tear through a rock wall and everybody cheers. That's a transformative moment, and we see the evidence of this, right, Tom? Children now that have graduated from these programs, coming back as an adult to say, Royal Family Kids Camp is where I met Jesus and why I am in the ministry today.
Well, Nita could also tell you how the horses also do that in terms of like the bigger horses
Yes.
added this year. Go ahead.
Well, we did add a couple of the larger therapy riding horses where they actually get in a saddle with a little helmet. And it's a big challenge for some of these kids to climb up on an animal that weighs that much. I mean, they're huge. But they get up there and they sit in and they go in their little ride. And when they get down, they're high-fiving one another. But what I love about these in the rock wall, I wanted to say something that I love about that also applies to the horses, is that you have your teammates and those people, the counselors, the staff at the farm, everyone is cheering these kids to get to that goal. They're not going to find that kind of cheering very many places, but they do when they come to visit us. And the accomplishment, as Joe pointed out, it shows, and you can't hardly even capture that unless you're there on site.
It's like you said, Derek. It's a sense of accomplishment, and you said that these kids have heard you're worthless, you're useless, you can't do anything. What they learn in that whole week of being in the wilderness with God is everybody around them, every counselor in every element is designed to help them learn you can accomplish, you can overcome, you do have value. And what that's doing for them emotionally is it's literally immeasurable. And again, we don't have time to talk about every element. Nita mentioned that they added the big riding horses this year, but with the miniature horses, they also have the carts. They have to learn how to drive the horse.
I was going to ask about that, the driver's licenses for the carts. So how does that affect the kid when they actually get their own cart driver's license?
They love it. They love it. In fact, they look forward to it. The ones that have been there before, they want to know if they're going to get that again when they come back. So they get their little picture, and every group gets to do what they want. So if we offer that, and they would prefer we don't, because they have their own program, we work with whatever the groups would do. But the ones who allow us, and we do that. But the kids love it.
So we finished a whole bunch of construction there this year. A brand new indoor swimming pool, heated year-round. We finished the hacienda. Nita gave up her retirement home. This is a huge house.
It is now the lodge.
Converted their previous home into a lodge.
But I mean, this is, counting the pool house and all of it, this is about 9,000 square feet. It's 15 beds, it's 10 bathrooms. I mean, this is a miniature lodge, really.
Right.
And we gave it to them. Right. And it's beautiful. They use it for their VIP housing and all that. The grandparents, so older people, what they try to do in Royal Family is recreate a sense of family. So there's people that are what they call the young counselors, that are like in their late teens.
Junior counselors.
The junior counselors. And then
some of them are referred to as cousins.
Okay, cousins. So you have cousins, you have what
Aunts and
essentially
uncles.
feels like, older brothers and sisters. You have the aunts and uncles, but then you also have the grandparents.
Right.
Well, grandparents, we're not going to put them in a bunk bed, right, next to 10 other kids that are sleeping in one room. So they get the VIP lodging, they get the rooms with the private baths and all that, but they're also, we said we give everything at no cost. So do the counselors. They give up their week of vacation every year. They do this for not a penny, not a dime, and all of them have gone through criminal background certification. There's a whole process to this, and it's why Royal Family has
very scrutinizing.
Now we got to move quickly.
We do.
So there's all the new stuff that was there this year, including the climbing wall and all that. But now that the camps are over for the year, we went right back to construction.
Right.
And again, building elements that can help these children build a sense of confidence.
Right.
Looking ahead to 2020, the new zip lines have been installed. Talk about the zip lines. This is something you were responsible for back in Oregon.
It was, and for those that haven't seen the previous programs, and for as hard as it is to imagine, yes, I used to have hair all the way down to the middle of my chest. Hippie hair.
I do too, but
I was an LIT through the Red Cross. I was only one of two in Oregon certified to actually certify other lifeguards that still had the open waterfront module, as that was becoming a vestige of training. I was RecTech certified to run and operate zip lines. This was a whole other, it took me years and years to go through all the training and whatnot. But at the end of this event, our campground, I was actually certifying other camps. They would bring their lifeguards to me, and I would actually put them through my stringent training to be recertified or whatnot. So in another lifetime, I had really long hair, and I was a total outdoor adventure person. And so during that chapter, though, at Camp Davidson, as we wanted to bring in new and exciting elements, we found a man named John Batchelder. I'm going to show you a clip of him in just a minute, but before I want to tell you a little bit about who John is. John's an expert in both camping ministries and exactly the kinds of psychologically engaging amenities and stuff that we're bringing to Whispering Ponies Ranch, the kind of stuff that really brings you out of your element, stuff that really challenges and also makes you feel 10 feet tall when you accomplish it. And they're all designed to help you accomplish them. So there's nothing insurmountable. We've got things that just about everybody can do with a little bit of help. John is the guy, in my view, in this country if you want something done correctly in terms of safety, in terms of weight capacities on cables. If you want to know down to the smallest bolt, what the PSI on the torque wrench has to be and how many of them need to be, facing opposite and whatnot on a cable, to bear so much weight. The guy knows literally everything about every classification of knot, rope, cable, amenity, and so forth. John worked with us at Camp Davidson all those years ago to build our high ropes course, our low ropes challenge course, and our zip lines. And so as we saw the 2020 vision come from Tom, now time to bring a zip line to Whispering Ponies Ranch, it made sense that we go back and find John, and God allowed us to reconnect with John. And he agreed to take time out of his very busy schedule to come all the way to Whispering Ponies Ranch here in Missouri to help us with the construction of our brand new zip line. Watch this. Hi, this is Joe Artis Horn. We're out here at Whispering Ponies Ranch, and we're here with a very special guest who's come all the way from Idaho, Mr. John Batchelder. How you doing, John?
I'm doing marvelous today.
Now we've known John for many, many years. He's a friend of our ministry. He's an expert in building ropes courses, zip lines, low challenge courses, and he's been in the camping ministry for years and years and years. And I want to ask you, John, in your view, why a zip line? Is it like a theme park ride that you have a quick thrill and then it's over, or is there actually something more to it?
One of the whole points of experiential education is to give people that feeling that they can remember and look back on as life goes on.
Right.
And so when you look at the challenge course things, it's generally a step out of your comfort zone. And that's one of the things that scripturally God asks us to do. He doesn't want us to be staying in one place. He
Right.
wants us to be moving closer to Him, ultimately to be more like Jesus all the time. So the challenge courses give us that experience of stepping out in faith,
Right.
and then knowing that we're completely safe too. The equipment is safe, it's all tested, there's a whole industry, there's standards and all that kind of stuff. But the fact that you're doing something that you don't normally get to do really pushes us. And it's in that pushing us, and then when we look back and recognize the fact that we are absolutely safe, we can relate it to our faith.
Right.
We step out in faith,
Right.
we're not sure what's going on, but God keeps us safe.
And we see it over and over again at Whispering Ponies Ranch with the rock wall, and of course the Horn family, our background in camping. Kids go up on the platform, they're getting ready to zip. They're really trusting that this rope is going to hold them. It looks kind of scary, it's a little bit high, but you coach them through that moment, and then when they get down and they look back and reflect, they've gained confidence. They know how to confront things more formidably. We've seen it time and time again. John, I want to thank you for all of your years of ministry and taking the time away from your
you're
busy
welcome.
schedule to come all the way to Whispering Ponies Ranch to help us build the new zip line. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
This was one of the things that you showed to Sharon and me back in 2014 when we were here just learning about Skywatch TV and considering whether we would join the ministry. Saying, yeah, this is where Dad's going to put this and that and the other. Like, zip lines. Why zip lines?
Why a zip line?
Yeah.
Right. And again, it's not because we want to create a carnival or a roller coaster theme park. We want specific amenities that help people overcome challenge. And I will tell you something. As you look over this this ravine that spans, Tom, you'd have to tell me. I'm not good with square
Well, the
footage
whole
and yards
zip line
and
is
stuff. but-
430 feet long.
Okay, 430 feet long. So what is that? 4 football fields? Not a sports person either.
1
but-
1/4 football fields.
It's yeah, okay. It's a really long. You can tell I don't watch football, but sitting on the platform, and in the video you're seeing us sit. The platform hasn't been installed yet. You're seeing us sit on a bunch of work equipment, but the cable's in, and it's ready. And so we were taking what you're seeing a minute ago is you're seeing the inaugural zips on our new zip line, and the children, of course, my kids. Being the test subjects to see how fast and whether the thing
That's
ends.
faith.
Right. Yeah. Well, we know John. This is not just any person. But and while it's very fun and it's very fast and it's very exhilarating, it's also challenging because for a lot of those individuals, like we talked about before, leaving the floor just to get on a rock wall is a very big deal. So is trusting that all of this equipment is going to take you over this ravine safely. And so a lot of times at Camp Davidson, for example, I had a young autistic boy come up to the top of a zip line that was 30 feet tall. And I don't know if you've ever been 30 feet tall, but if you have any vertigo or sense of heights at all, it's a long ways up. And this young man was autistic. They didn't think he'd leave the ground, but he made it all the way up to what they call the crow's nest or the platform. And it took me about 10 minutes to coach this individual, because I can't, the whole thing about the zip line is I don't push kids off the platform.
That would seem to be counterproductive.
It's counterproductive. Yeah. Oh yeah, talk about reinforcing fear.
Exactly.
You can't trust people,
Sure.
and when you think they're going to throw you off a zip line. No. They have to be coached to do this for themselves. It's going to be okay. Hold on to the rope. Are you ready? Let's count down. 3, 2, 1, and if they still sit there, that's okay, it's okay. Let's take a minute. What are you nervous about? Let me tell you about the rope. The rope by itself holds 680 pounds, and that's just one. I've got 4 of them tethered to you. The cable itself is rated over 5,000 pounds. It's the same cable that ties down, aircraft carrier on naval ships. Oh my gosh, that's really strong. The webbing on your harness, that ring that you're connected to, 4,000 pounds just by itself. I could tow a car with it. Oh, wow. 3, 2, 1. They finally go. That sense of doing it for themselves is huge. They get down off the zip line, and again, a massive psychological victory. And that's the kind of stuff that helps people beyond that event. They might not think in terms of making a decision later in life about what job they're going to pick, tying it back to the day they conquered a zip line, but that genetic seed is stuck in there.
Yeah.
And whether they're conscious of it or not, it's helping navigate who they become as they develop. And those are just tiny but massive things that we can do and accomplish that the Lord allows us to do at Whispering Ponies Ranch.
Well, and again, the reason why we are doing this Whispering Ponies Ranch update is because we want the people who help us, who sponsor a pony for $1,000 a year, or those who have joined the VIP Founders Group. All of the pony money and most of the VIP Founders Group money all go to supporting this cause, where young children that have been terribly abused come to be restored. And that process happens year after year. Many of those kids come back the second year, the third year, even in between the camps. The churches that they're working with, the counselors that they're working with are like big brothers and big sisters that are part of their lives, that are giving them something to live for and helping in this healing process. Now, we're going to run out of time, so I got to tell you this very quickly. At our annual conference, this year it's going to be in August of 2020, the last weekend in August, at the Chateau on the Lake in Branson, Missouri, beautiful location. We just had to take where the books were going to set inside the main lecture hall. We had to take them out and put them in the hallway outside. Why? Because essentially we've sold out all of the tickets. So we opened up space for another 300 seats. We assume that in the next 3 to 4 weeks, maybe sooner, we are going to be completely sold out. Now, you may have registered to be at the conference. That does not mean, however, that you will be part of the VIP banquet. Only the people that sponsor a pony for $1,000 a year to help Whispering Ponies Ranch, or that are members of the VIP Founders Group that donate $1,000 a year to support this worthy ministry, will be in the limited seating VIP banquet. And I wished I could tell you. In fact, I'm hoping next week I'm going to be able to tell you who the guest of honor is going to be. These are, just think, biggest names in news going to be in that banquet in a private meeting with you, a private meet and greet, and they will not have that with anybody else. So if you're coming to the conference, or if you want to come to the conference, also make that $1,000 donation to help support the worthy cause of Whispering Ponies Ranch, and you will be able to be part of the VIP Founders Group. We're going to do something new
while seats are available. It should be noted that these are not unlimited seated.
Yeah. So
there will be a cutoff for that. So if that's something you're interested in, you need to move very quickly.
You need to move very, very quickly. I'm telling you, this is like selling out like a house of fire. And you don't want to miss out. You want to be in that banquet, but in addition to the banquet, everybody that is a pony sponsor and a VIP Founders Group will also this year get a $300 voucher to use on any of the tables for buying books. You can get them autographed by the people that are going to be sitting at their tables doing that at the conference. Your name is also going to be included on the Wall of Honor in the new studio. And I can tell you that the offices side of the new studio is essentially finished. The studio side of the new studio building is about probably 65% finished. We do expect all of that to be done by Christmas this year.
So act quickly. We appreciate and depend upon your support for the work that takes place at Whispering Ponies Ranch. These children don't come from situations that we have been blessed to enjoy as children or as adults, where you go forth facing each day feeling as though you can slay dragons. You can help these children experience that. And we thank you for watching as we keep watch. I'm Derek Gilbert, and this is Skywatch TV.
Well, you've been hearing about it for over a year, and we're finally inside the brand new television studio here at Skywatch TV, and we're going to show it to you right now. Well, welcome to Skywatch TV. What an exciting and historic day, Tom. Before we get started, let me introduce the panel. We've got a loaded roster for you today to kick off the inaugural event here, the very first program in Skywatch TV history inside the brand new studio. To my right, Allie Henson.
Hi, Joe.
And of course, my beautiful wife, Catherine Horn.
Hi.
Miss Donna Howell.
Hello.
Nita Horn. And Dr. Thomas Horn.
Hey, great to be here.
What an amazing day. What an amazing day. I can't wait to dive into this. We're going to talk about some of the vendors that made this moment possible. But Tom, let's start at the very beginning. We had a very humble start. Many of the viewers that are still following the program to this day that followed us from the launch in 2014 would have seen what we jokingly called two guys in a library, which made up our first set.
Yeah, you're being nice. You actually called it two fat guys in the library. I was one of them. And yeah, I mean, if people go back and they look, I think maybe we even have some B-roll during this program.
Yeah.
What a modest, small set that was, right?
Yeah.
And I still remember the day that Nita and we were just so excited, right? We're going to be on network television.
I remember that.
And we're sitting at home. It comes on TV. We watch it for about, 2 minutes each, and we looked at each other and went, that is not the one. And
which kind of crushed me because I'd worked really hard on the set, and I'm like, he's going to love this. But then you called me and you said, hey, man, that's not it.
But then the next one, which is the one we're still using today, that actually has it's a cool set. I mean, it kind of looks like a little bit of a Fox News kind of thing.
Well, that was what we were going for at the time, you know.
Now, of course, what the audience doesn't know, right, is that when we ordered this great big desk, and we get it to the building, and it's like, we can't get it in the studio, right?
Yeah, we had like a little 36-inch standard operational door.
Right.
And we had this great big news desk that was multi-feet, 6 feet long by how many feet deep.
Right.
So we had to cut a hole in the dining hall. Do you guys remember this?
Yeah.
I do, yes.
We had to cut a hole in the dining hall. We'll show some B-roll of this, and actually bring it in that way. It was a whole discombobulated series of pieces. Dennis Hesher has been with us since the beginning. He helped us put on the lid and put it all together. And then there was lighting.
Oh, my goodness.
Moving the lighting, we played with that for at least 6 weeks.
And several of us got to play the mannequins, right?
I remember that.
So sitting there, put the light this way. How does that? It's kind of like that phone commercial. Is that it?
Right.
Can you hear me now? You know, it was funny.
Yeah. Yep. And, that studio, for all intents and purposes, it gave us a lot, but there were always limitations.
Right.
And for people that didn't see previous shows, we talked about building the new studio that we're in now. You might remember us talking about the limited capacity of only 4.
Right.
So we might have a broadcast where Jonathan Kahn has come to the studio, but also Robert McGinnis is here, and they're taking turns because there's only so many seats.
Right.
So we're actually sitting here today at 6. We have the capacity for 8.
which we don't know how often we'll do, but we've got it if we need it.
Sure.
Right.
So,
Yeah, so that is really nice to be able to increase the number of people. And many people that are watching this program out there have been helping us.
Exactly.
Over the last few years, we started asking people to help us build the new studio. And they might be looking at the scope of this set saying, how in the world were you able to do as much as you have done? For instance, all of this backdrop that you see in here with all the gold colors and stuff.
Right.
We have to, in a way, we have to thank Paul and Jan Crouch.
exactly.
Now, why would I say that? Because they spent a huge amount of money
Right.
building this great big studio in Oklahoma City. Our friends Prophecy Watchers wound up buying that with Paul and Jan gone now, and they closed that big
Yes.
studio down. And they didn't know what they were going to do with the set. And I said,
Right.
well, gimme, right?
Yeah.
That saved us a huge amount of time not having to build this part of it.
Right.
Everything else we built. The other thing I would tell the audience is God supplied the perfect building.
Perfect building.
Perfect.
I mean, in the future, when people are able to visit this, they're going to say, man, what a perfect media building. The office complex side of it, the green room, where the makeup room and stuff is, the bathrooms, and then the giant set here. We're going to tell you about another set that's in here, too. We'll show you in a few minutes. But it was as if God built this building, and then it was closed, right? Great big, huge commercial building, and they had tried to sell it. The real estate company that owned it had tried to sell it.
Right.
They even had an auction, and nobody bought it out of the auction. And it's on commercial property. So it is set up so that legally we had no issues. We could use it the way we want to be able to use it. And I had made an offer on this property for a lot more money than what we paid for it. And then for reasons we won't go into on this program, that deal fell through, right?
Right.
But then, well, I don't know, a couple months later, the owner of the building came and called me. And he said, hey, do you really want that building? And I said, well, yeah, but, you know, how much money?
Right.
And what are we talking about? I'm not going to tell you the dollar amount, but it is literally an understatement to say it was pennies
Yes.
on the dollar. We almost paid nothing. For this great big huge commercial building.
Right.
And then for the last 2 years, you know, we've been in here, brand new wiring, brand new, all the infrastructure, plumbing, HVAC systems, everything's brand new. And when people visit this studio in the future, I think you're going to be very, very happy with the investment that you made, many of you made, in helping us get this done.
Well, and I just want to take a minute to talk about some of the other installers and vendors and give a huge shout out and a thank you to the following people, in addition to those who have been praying for us and have been supporting us financially, people that really made this happen. Special thanks to you, Randy and Carrie Grable of Grable Construction. Sharice Parton, who's on our staff. When you look around and you see all of the decor, the plants, I mean, every little leaf that you see was like tediously placed for your viewing pleasure by Sharice Parton. Dennis and Meg Hesher for all of the remodel and the electrical. I talked to Dennis and I said, Dennis, I know literally nothing, but I know here's what has to happen, is that somewhere in the back, a guy has to flip a button from a snake, and maybe that row of lights comes on, and maybe that one comes on, and it's all going to be separate. And he's like, well, how many lines do you need? I don't know, but a lot of them. And I just need, you know, like in a year from now to be able to have a magic series of buttons and for all of it to come on, but it's got to be something you can isolate. So anyway, he did a great job. And then, of course, when the installers came in, they said, man, whoever did this did a really slick job. Matt and Ashley Puskarich at Film Revolutions for all of the lighting and video installation. So all the cameras that you're viewing this program on, every light tediously placed. In fact, Matt is in the building today for these inaugural shows running the crane camera. Alec Gurecki and Nathan Short at Frequency AV out of Chicago for all of the audio installation. So every headset, everything you're hearing done so masterfully. Thank you guys. Cannot thank you enough. And again, the connections to these individuals really also was a God thing.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, you're talking about people who are world class
Right.
at what they do. It's
They've
not
won
a hobby.
awards.
They've won
Yes.
awards. Major, huge corporations fly them all over the place to come
Right.
in, set up audio sound systems and all that. And God, through a whole series of events,
Yes.
right, just brought them into our life. They also have seen the vision. They've become personal friends,
Right.
actually.
Yeah.
In fact, we kind of keep telling them it's God's will for them to quit their job and to
Work
move
for
here and
us.
to work with the company. We'll keep working
I
on
keep
that, right?
trying to wear them down, maybe someday.
Yeah. But seriously, a huge gift. But
Yeah.
then I also want to thank everybody that has been helping in all the ways that they can. We have this get your name on the wall of honor.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a great big huge wall that you can't quite see in this building, where the wall of honor is going to have the names of all the people that made donations of $250, $400, and $1,000 to help us get this done. But I also want to thank everybody out there who couldn't give that amount of money. Every little lady on Social Security or man
Yes.
that sent in $5, $10,
Yes.
all of it together. You have partnered with us to be able to take the gospel around the world. And by the way, have we ever seen a point in time when the
Yes.
church needs to be focused on taking the gospel around the world? Look, I'm an American. I don't even want to talk about politics, right? I'm an American. I'm a patriot. I voted. I did my duty. That's a part of who I am living in this country. But I do not confuse that with the mission of the church, and I
Right.
fear that some people have.
Yeah.
I think part of our goal is going to be able to participate with people who really understand, all right, that now that was all done, the church really needs to wake up and
Yeah.
get back to preaching the gospel, because do you want to revolutionize your
You do.
culture? Do
Yeah.
you want to revolutionize society? Paul said, I am not ashamed of the gospel of Jesus Christ, for it is the power of God, right, unto salvation. That's what will radicalize the world, and that's the part of radicalization that I want to be part of, right?
Right.
That's what this is all about. That's what this is
Exactly.
all dedicated to.
Right.
Oh, and by the way, we do not owe one dime on this building or anything that is inside of it.
Right.
Between me and Nita taking and making major donations to this, but also you joining us to get this done, we are going into the future with a facility and a ministry that is unencumbered by debt. And that's
Praise
all.
God.
I want to do this for all of you that actually
man.
helped us get this done.
Well, let's
Their
talk.
prayers too.
And their prayers, all of it.
all the
yes.
people that
Especially.
couldn't give, if they were
Especially.
able to pray,
That's
that
right.
was
That's
huge.
Absolutely.
Absolutely huge.
We feel those prayers, and
We do.
I want to pivot for a minute, because you're talking about people at home. Many of them seeing the live audience now may be asking, well, I'd like to travel to Missouri. Where can I learn more about how to participate in the live audience and so forth? And I want to talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so right now we are, for security reasons and other reasons, because we still have a lot of stuff kind of setting in here, so it's partly insurance and liability issues. We are not open to the public yet. It's by invitation only. But if you have donated to help us build this facility, and you would planning on being in Missouri at some point in the near future, and you would like to be part of the live audience, then you can email us and say, hey, I'm going to be in the area on this date or that date. When is the next filming time? Because right now we also have filming schedules. We're not shooting programs every day. We're doing them in clusters of 4 to 6 shows at a time.
Yeah.
And so if you contact us, though, and you helped us build this studio, right now we want to accommodate you. So if you're a VIP member, if you are a pony sponsor for the Whispering Ponies
Exactly.
Ranch,
Yeah.
if your name is going on the wall of honor because you gave a $250 or $500 donation, make sure you contact us, and we'll try to accommodate having you on the program. Let me say this real quick, too, if I can, Joe, that the opportunity to have your name on the wall of honor ends January 1. So anybody who still wants to do that and haven't done it yet, you want to send a Christmas donation to help us finish. There are some things we have to finish. Furniture, office equipment. We have a makeup room, but it's empty. The green room is empty, right?
Right.
The asphalt outside is not paved. So there's still some things, equipment.
We have a
things like
lobby
that.
that still needs some
Yeah,
furniture.
a lobby. Just a lot of little stuff to get it buttoned up. But we do have a
Excavation.
functioning
Yeah.
studio now.
Yeah.
Yes.
But this is your last chance. So if you want to be on the Wall of Honor, help us get that done. The ministry opportunities are this. For every person that makes a one-time donation of $250 to help us finish the studio, that would mean to be done by January 1. After that, no more opportunity to do that anymore. But if you do that before January 1, a $250 donation, we're going to put your name on the Wall of Honor. We're also going to send you the DVD collection of the complete 2020 Branson Virtual Conference. We're going to mail that directly to you. For anybody that can make a $500 donation before January 1, your name on the Wall of Honor, the DVD of the 2020 Branson Virtual Conference will be sent to you, and then you're also going to receive a gift certificate in the amount of $100 for our online store. Then finally, for any person that can make a $1,000 donation, either to sponsor a pony at Whispering Ponies Ranch to help children. And by the way, we'll talk about this in a moment if we get time. Our biggest year ever is coming this year in 2021. So if you'd like to help those children in their recovery efforts at Whispering Ponies Ranch by sponsoring a pony for $1,000 a year, you can also send $1,000, become a part of the VIP Founders Group, or you can just send $1,000 to help us finish the studio. If you do that, we're going to put your name on the Wall of Honor. In any of those cases, you're going to be considered to be part of the VIP Founders Group, which means in 2021, if we are able to run our conference inside the big Chateau on the Lake in Branson, then you're also going to be part of the VIP dinner. You'll be in the special dinners with some of the speakers there. All of that, your name on the Wall of Honor. You'll get a gift card in the amount of $300, and you'll also get the DVD collection of the complete 2020 Branson Virtual Conference, all of that for your gift of $1,000. So there still is a chance between now and January 1 for you to participate in helping us now with finishing this new studio. But again, for everybody, every donation, large or small, and your prayers, we thank you from the bottom of our heart for this historic moment now for us to have our debut programs inside the new studio.
Absolutely. And so the other part we want to highlight for you before we run out of time today, of your donation in terms of completing our studio also includes a brand new program for women called Simply His. Now, you may have heard this discussed in previous programs, but I want, if you ladies would, I would love for you to talk us through, just for a moment, this vision that you guys received a couple of years ago. You went to a conference and you came back so stirred by what you had learned that this had to become a new platform for women. So Nita, we'll just start with you. Tell us this conference, you guys are there, you're having the greatest time. You come back, but it was more than just an entertaining weekend. It really turned into a brand new vision.
Right. So us girls, talking Catherine and Allie and Donna and myself, decided to sneak away to this women's conference to just be together and be alone and to kind of fellowship. But when we got back to the motel room that first night, we were so inspired by the presence of this united group of women, and they were talking about things and that women deal with, and we were feeling like, oh my gosh, we don't feel so alone anymore. There are other people out there who have the same concerns and feelings we do. So we got so inspired, we thought, oh my gosh, we want to do this too. We want to take this, what we feel right now, this inspiration, this moment, and share it with as many women as we can. So that's how that we came up with the idea of forming a women's talk show that would be specifically biblically grounded. And we've got Donna Howell, who is our resident theologian.
There you go.
And she's amazing and has so much to keep us on track.
Yeah.
So in case we pick
Well, each one of you guys has a really unique gift and a unique perspective.
Yes.
You know, you have decades of experience with animals, and you've got all kinds of we jokingly at Skywatch say that she is like the female Mike Heiser.
Yeah.
You know, she's just, now she's going to blush, but no, seriously, she's really something.
She is.
Over here we've got Allie Henson. And of course, again, my beautiful wife, Catherine. You guys were also at this conference. Just give us, we'll show some B-roll. We're very, very, very close. So when we talk about this new Simply His program, you need to know this is not, 2024, we hope to have part of a building. It's in this building as we speak. I would say it's 95% finished, but we still need some lighting and we still need some tiny accoutrements to finish the thing. But very close, eminently so. in the coming weeks, I would suspect, we're going to start making the announcement that the first programs are beginning. Give us a taste of what some of those shows might focus on, and who are you talking to?
Well, I feel like so many women's shows focus on one of two things. One, it will inspire, or two, it will titillate. And so those which titillate are very, either have a very liberal skew, which is very secular, or they are, soap operas, things that are filled with drama. They don't really have an application toward everyday life. Or they're so very inspiring that you watch them and you feel really good and you're really excited. And then you don't know what to do next.
Right.
You're just really excited about something. And so, the goal here is to bring the two together where we can talk about things that are inspiring, but then give a practical application of how does this apply to your life? What do you do with this information when you turn the TV off and you go to fix dinner for your family and you face the same daily life situations that you did yesterday and the day before? Maybe we can give new tools. So that's my personal goal for
tools
the endeavor.
and encouragement, because a lot of women, right now, times are very uncertain. Everybody has a lot more stress.
Sure.
How do I raise my kid in this environment of there's so much confusing things out there? How do we deal with that?
The school systems.
And the school systems,
Right.
how do you, and balancing. I mean, Joe and I have had that talk millions of times. How do we balance having a marriage, having a family, having a ministry, all of that kind of stuff, and finding the balance that you need to be able to do a good job at any of it. And then also like prioritizing, teaching your children about Jesus and God and all of that kind of stuff. It's a lot.
And I got to say, there's a couple of things that I'm very, very excited about. I was actually as much or more, maybe even, excited about the Simply His program idea, the set, and then, of course, the people that are going to be the hosts, these four ladies, as I was the new Skywatch television studio. And you'll see what I mean when you start getting a chance to see that set.
Yeah.
Because it is, can I kind of let a little bit of the cat out of the bag?
Little bit.
A little bit.
Just a little one.
It's inside a fully functioning coffee house.
Yes.
And
Legitimately so.
don't underestimate that coffee house. So, by the way, when you're here and part of the live audience, you get free coffee from Simply His. And this is gourmet coffee. This is not Urgers.
We have some people here today that tasted some of that coffee. Did you guys raise your hand? Were you here for that?
Yeah.
Was that something?
Full-on espressos and the whole thing. But anyway, it is a coffee house. Now, the other thing I love about this set is it's going to be a little bit, what do you call this when it's like...
semi-reality.
Huh? Yeah, like reality programming, where it is set up where we have particular guests that come on the program. It might be, let's say, Carl Gallups or whatever, right? And he's here, but then he comes through a glass door. It looks like he's coming off the street, right? And he's in there getting coffee, and then the girls notice him. It's like, wait a minute, is that Carl Gallups? So a little bit of
almost
fun. Like a little programming, and then he comes over. He's on the set. He may also be on Skywatch. Knowing Carl, he'll be on Skywatch too, right? But the other thing that I want to tell you is about these women. Their individual qualifications will appeal to every age level. In that set, first of all, who doesn't like coffee? Your kids, teenagers,
Well, we
right?
have tea too for the ones that don't have
coffees.
I'll be a
and
tea
teas
guy because I can't do the caffeine.
Well, all of that though, but I mean, it appeals to every age level. But then you also have Nita, who has been around forever. You mentioned all of her life experience with animals. Huh?
No,
I'm talking about in the ministry, right? She's been a pastor. Well, man,
Been in the ministry
right? She has been in ministry for a long time, including, working as part of the staff in the largest evangelical organization in the world, running girls and women's ministries, and other things that she did, holding district posts, right?
Yeah.
So she's been part of that for a very long time, learned both the good and the negative side of, establishment religion. So she brings years of qualifications, a business owner, all of that. Then you do have Donna, the theologian, right, who, when she was little bitty, You know, I always said about Donna, she never met an argument she couldn't win, right? And yet, watching her grow up now and become this apologist, and seeing the strength that God put in her to be able to defend the faith, as the scripture says we ought to be able to. And then Allie, when Allie was little, she loved Nancy Drew. Everything was about an investigation. And now she grows up, she is actually a credentialed private investigator. And we put Allie at the forefront of a lot of our research work. People don't know that, but she's the one that's back out behind the scene. And then Catherine is a doula. She loved like all the stuff that has to do with essential oils. She's
organic living.
So the qualifications that they're bringing to this program to me are just astonishing. And in that set, oh my goodness, I just expect great things from Simply His. Now we have to quickly say, because we have 3 minutes left, that there's 2 more programs that are coming from Skywatch TV. The old set, the old original Skywatch television set. Joe, tell them how that's going to be repurposed.
So essentially, most of it's there. We are going to kind of simplify it, clean it up, and brighten it a lot. But the set that you've been watching since 2014 when we launched the program, the one that we call our Fox News style set, is being repurposed into what will be weekly content through Eden's Essentials. So we've got in-house today Bree Graffia, Drew Graffia's wife. She is super talented. We're finding she's great at writing scripts. She's a real thinker. She's in school right now to become a board-certified natural lifestyle nutrition practitioner. So she's learning about enzymatic breakdown and physics and methylation and all the stuff that you've heard me talk about a lot. So she's well on her way, but she's going to be crafting programs very soon where we're talking about bolstering the immune system. How do you really up-regulate your children during flu season so that they overcome faster and are less likely to get sick in the first place, and just all kinds of liver function. We'll probably have a little bit of the set that's dedicated to maybe a little portion where they can build smoothies in real time and show you recipes where you can drink things that purify the liver, etc. And then let's not forget tag team partners in the Eden's Essentials operation, and fundamentally would not be anywhere without him, Mr. Daniel Belt. This guy, he's been a practitioner for years. He's got a myriad of decades involved in both developing product lines and looking through the smoke screens at organic label gaming, so that you might have 2 products. One of them is a liver cleanse. This is a liver cleanse. One of them has biosediments, maybe particulars of sand or genetically modified ingredients, but it's still labeled with organic label gaming. And then you have one that's actually distilled and clean, that's a plus benefit to the body. You have to know. Sometimes when I ask Daniel to vet for me, for example, products that are coming to Eden's Essentials, like personal care, toothpaste, shampoo, things like this, it might take him 3 months to come back to me and say, I found one.
But what I love,
so he's going to be a regular on that programming. And then finally the Gilberts, and we are absolutely out of time, but be watching for the Gilberts. Derek and Sharon are going to be launching a new format program called Forbidden Gates. They're going to be out in the field. They're going to be going to places like Israel. Anytime there's a new event that's launched or a new biblical museum that's opened, something of interest, they'll be out in the field reporting.
Also anomalies. This is going to be the unsolved mysteries. The unsolved mysteries of Christian television. So it's anything that's anomalistic, the serpent mounds, I don't care what it is. So they're going to be basically our globe-trotting archaeologists in the field, and they're going to have their own set, and they'll be broadcasting out of that set the Forbidden Gates program.
Well, guys, I hate it because we're totally out of time, but we're going to have to get going. Please keep watching us. As the weeks continue, you will see a myriad of brand new, exciting programs, starting next week with The Messenger. What's that about? Well, you'll have to come back to find out, but trust me, you don't want to miss it. For all of our guests here today, I'm Joe Horn on behalf of Skywatch TV. Keep looking up and keep your eyes on the prize, which is Jesus Christ.
Amen.
See you next time.
Thank you for watching. Keep up with all of Skywatch TV's programs, including our web exclusives, by subscribing to our channel at YouTube and following us on Facebook and Twitter. You'll find links to the app stores for the free Skywatch TV mobile app at skywatchtv.com. To find out how to support our ministry, log on to skywatchtv.com/donate. And please, take advantage of our free mobile app for Android and iOS devices and Amazon Kindle Fire tablets.
Jesus loves the little children, all the children of the world. Red and yellow, black and white, they are precious in his sight. Yes, Jesus loves the little children of the world. For so many, this song takes us back to a happy time in our childhood, memories of family, children's church, and the belief that we were loved, that we were valued and a part of a greater family, a heavenly kingdom. But what of the children who have never known what it is to feel loved, who have never been told that they are precious in his sight? What of the children who have slipped through the cracks and have only ever known abuse, neglect, loneliness, and fear? Today's panel is here to discuss how you can stand in the gap for the least of these, his little ones, beginning today. Welcome, everybody, to Skywatch Television. I'm Joe Horn. We begin today a series of what I, Tom, am describing as a celebration. Yeah. We just finished a series of weeks at Whispering Ponies Ranch, which is the charity that Skywatch TV and Defender Publishing underwrites as our charity. We're going to introduce today's guest in just a moment, but before I get ahead of myself, we do a lot of rehabilitation at Whispering Ponies Ranch. We do it at no cost to the children and to the organizations like Teen Reach that we're going to be talking about in the coming weeks. They come to Whispering Ponies Ranch. These are children that are in the foster care system. Many have been rescued out of sex trafficking. They've been pulled out of abusive homes. Every kind of abuse imaginable, from sexual to simply neglect. Mm-hmm. Children going days on end where the only meal they get is public school.
Yep.
Yeah. It's unfathomable. It rips my heart out of my chest. And we're going to get to a lot of what we're up to and how you can help reach these children in just a moment. But before I get ahead of myself, I want to introduce one of the men that is so important to this ministry, Skywatch Television, Defender Publishing, and had so much to do, Tom, 20 years ago, when we as a family said, someday we want to do this. We want to make this what we do. He's the founder of Royal Family Kids Organization, which is today known as For the Children, Wayne Tesh.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Joe. Thank you. Yeah.
Welcome, Wayne. We have so much to cover. But Wayne, let's back up. At the onset, my opener, I described what we do as a ministry. We underwrite at no expense to the people that come. We provide, rehabilitation program, and it often, Nita, resembles therapeutic horses. At Whispering Ponies Ranch. We have a zip line today that we just debuted just a few weeks ago for our very first summer camp experience with the high zip line. We have low challenge courses, a gymnasium, an indoor swimming pool, and all of this was something that started with a vision following our family's encounter with your organization, Royal Family Kids, 20 years ago. So before I, spoil all the details and reveal everything that's going on at the ranch, let me start at the very beginning. And Wayne, tell us just a little bit about yourself, who you are, and how you started Royal Family Kids.
First of all, thank you from the bottom of my heart, and for the children that have experienced the sheer joy in the Cathedral of the Outdoors. I just want to say to you and to Tom and Nita, thank you for what God has called you to do, and you are doing it. It means so much. My wife and I, we've been married 104 years, 108 years, 54 for her and 54 for me.
Oh, okay.
And we have one child, we have 3 grandchildren, 2 bios and 1 adopted, and we're a happy family that loves to travel. We could only have 1 child, which played into the role of us having that crisis of saying, should we become foster parents? Or has God called me to do something where maybe other foster parents, I could challenge other foster parents to get involved. But this basically started clear back in upstate New York on the shores of Lake Ontario. I attended a camp Lakeview Gospel Camp, right on Lake Ontario, and the food was hellacious. It was really bad. The food was bad.
How old were you?
I was 12, and in a Quonset hut-shaped tabernacle with wooden benches and sawdust on the floor. It was a Thursday night, and I can remember kneeling at one of those benches and saying, "Dear God, Jesus knew what he was supposed to do when he was 12. What am I supposed to do when I'm 12?" Very simplistic prayer, just the heart of a child at that moment. And it was in that moment God gave me a vision of children's faces, blacks, Hispanic, Asian, Caucasian faces.
Sure.
And he said to me, "I want you to go minister to these children." My mom comes to pick me up on Saturday, and she goes, "Well, what happened at camp?" I said, "Mom, you won't believe it. God's called me into the ministry. I'm going to work with children, and I'm going to go to California to make it happen in upstate New York." Her response, because we come from a family of ministers, was, "Oh no, not another minister," because she thought I would never get off the family welfare rolls. You know, you just keep supporting your family in ministry. Make a long story short, when I graduated from college with a double major of physical education and biblical studies, I didn't know what I was going to do. I thought I was going to teach the Eskimos how to play basketball.
Okay.
I didn't know how it all worked, you know. And we received a phone call when I was 24 to come to California to be an associate pastor. And I'll never forget that day when I sat in my new office with an 8-foot folding table as my desk and a folding desk chair as my desk chair. And I had never been a minister before. I've always been a coach and a teacher.
Sure.
And now all of a sudden, I'm a minister. And I can remember folding my hands and saying, "Dear God, I've never been a minister before. What am I supposed to do?" And it was in that moment I looked on the back wall and I saw the vision of children's faces, blacks, Hispanic, Asian, Caucasian faces.
Wow.
Again. And I said, well, I found God at camp, or God found me at camp, however that worked. Sure. And I said, why don't I can be a creator to have other children have that same experience. So for 12 years, from 24 to 36, we would run day camp, kids camp, canoe camp. I mean, for us, it was the whole idea of the whole church getting involved in helping the next generation of children, you know, just being right there. When I was 36, I had a woman come in my office and said, "Wayne, what are you going to do about the 10,500 children who are abused and neglected here in Orange County, California?" I knew nothing about the foster care system. I knew nothing about broken children.
Okay.
I was just naive to that whole environment. And I said, well, the only thing I know what to do is to run a camp. I said, I'll run the camp, I'll raise the funds, I'll get the people.
Sure.
If you can get the kids, because back then it was church and state issues. You know, I figured, oh man, this is slam dunk. I won't have to do anything because she won't be able to do anything about getting the children.
And it'll be on her, not you.
And it'll be on her, not on me, man. So make a long story short, she comes back after a while and says, you know, I've been to all those Sunday school classes you wanted me to go to share about helping foster children, but what are you going to do? And she pointed that finger at me. I go, oh.
Stunner.
Yeah, it was a stunner at that moment. Well, I'll do the camp. I'll raise the funds if you can get the kids and you've got them. So let's do it. That was in January. In August, we started. And it was a 6-day camp that year, which is way too long.
Wow.
5 days. We eventually got it down to 5 days.
If you've never volunteered to be a counselor or worked at camp or been in the kitchen like our guest today, Christy Stidham, who did a great job at WPR this year, you really can't know what a week that really turns out. You love it.
Yeah.
You're fully immersed, but it is a lot of psychological, physical, spiritual energy that you can't really describe unless you've experienced it.
So on that first week that we did Royal Family, we took 37 children.
Yeah.
And we were in this chapel, and it was my turn to speak to the children. Now, I'm not a children's speaker. I don't have a public, I can't do any of that stuff. I can't do any of that stuff.
Wow.
And so I walked out, and as I walked down, I looked at the children, and it was the first time that I saw Blacks, Hispanic, Asian, Caucasian children
There it is.
together with 37 kids. It was the fulfillment of the dream, and the Spirit whispered to me at that moment and said, this is what I've called you to do, to work with children in the foster care system, children who have been thrown up against walls and locked in closets, children who hide under their beds in fear and whose nightmares are real, children who have been beaten with 2x4s and whipped with bicycle chains and burned with cigarette butts. And for 1 week in the Cathedral of the Outdoors, surrounded by God's people,
Yep.
hope and healing begin to take place in their hearts and lives, and they're transformed and changed forever.
It's real.
Absolutely.
It's
all
tangible.
because of God's people responding to help the children, the least of these.
Absolutely.
And I just find it amazing of what God has done.
It's incredible that it's tangible. If you're a part of a Royal Family Kids camp or anything like it at Whispering Ponies Ranch, you really, you can hear us explain it. And we just, for those at home, in just a minute, we're going to show you a little video that'll give you a taste of some of the B-roll. You're going to get to see some of the kids zipping on the zip line. So we want you to see exactly what some of that looks like. But to experience it face to face, it's indescribable, because you see the transformation after transformation after transformation. And people wonder, you know, what kind of an impact can you make in the life of a child who's wounded that desperately in a week? You know, what can you possibly do? But it isn't what we can do.
Absolutely.
We watch as we do our best to serve these kids what the Holy Spirit does.
Yes. Absolutely.
Yes. You know, when I came home from my first week of camp, I was wrung out. And I met my daughter at the door. I still remember this, and I just hugged her to realize that she did not have any of this experience that I dealt with for a whole week. And I hugged my wife, and it was just one of those times when you go, God, you know, I'm so thankful.
Yeah.
I'm just so thankful for the opportunity. And when I realized 1 out of every 3 women have experienced some form of abuse, 1 out of every 6 to 7 men have experienced some form of abuse.
Yeah.
And it's like a secret world that no one wants to talk about.
Yeah.
And someone has to put a voice to it.
Absolutely.
And the more kids that come through and grow up and develop what God has for them and their purpose, the stronger the whole organization and the ministry will become.
Well, let's talk about the organization for just a second. I wanted to ask you too, you know, today people are hearing us talk maybe for the first time about Royal Family Kids and Whispering Ponies Ranch, and they're just wrapping their heads around something to do with, you know, the part of it that we play in terms of rehabilitation and exposing them to love and Christ's values, and here's a look at what the Bible looks like. This is a family structure. I mean, even down to when the kids are at the camps, we give them titles like Grandpa.
Yeah.
If you're a seniored volunteer, maybe you get the title of Grandpa. If you're a juniored volunteer, maybe you get the title of
And
Aunt and uncle.
yeah, aunt and uncle, and they
Or
do
cousin.
that so that they're reinforcing that, hey, family is a positive thing, because all these kids, a lot of them have ever known is that the family structure is a place for terror. Like
Yes.
Wayne said, the nightmares are real, kids hiding under their beds. And for them, it's very real. How big today has Royal Family Kids become? And I also understand that they underwent a name change to for the children. What prompted that switch?
First of all, the name change. The reason that we looked at this is that we realized that we're more than just a camp. We are involved in mentoring clubs, and we're doing that. There's a lot of advocacy that we're working with, as well as we do foster parenting and adoption. We have strategic partners that do that with us, but it's more than just a camp. And we wanted to say For the Children is the overriding umbrella of all the ministries that will be created under For the Children.
Gotcha.
And we thought For the Children would be key, with the primary premier program of being Royal Family Kids Camp.
If a person watching this program was wondering, you know, how many kids does this organization reach? What would that look like?
Pre-COVID, we take 7.5% of all the children in foster care between the ages of 6 and 12 in America. That's about 10,000 kids that we take, with 15,000 volunteers. We're in 42
Massive.
states. We're in 8 foreign countries, 24 different church denominations. That alone is a miracle.
Yeah.
To be able to bring all the denominations, because when it comes to child abuse, that's one thing that we all can agree on. Our
Absolutely.
theologies may be different, but
Right.
we believe that Christ can make a difference in a kid's heart. And
Absolutely. Amen.
so that's what we build on.
Well, I don't want to keep the audience waiting. Friends, there is nothing like getting to see just a slice of what happens at Whispering Ponies Ranch with these beautiful royal family kids, Teen Reach. Take a look, and we'll be right back on the other side.
I was lost with a broken heart. You picked me up, now I'm set apart. From the ash I am born again, forever safe in the Savior's hands. You are more than my words could say. I follow you for all my days. Fix my eyes, follow in your ways. Forever free in unending grace. 'Cause you are my freedom. We lift you higher, lift you higher. Your love never ending. You are alive in us. Nothing can take your place. You are all we need. Your love has set us free. In the midst of the darkest night, let your love be the shining light, breaking chains that were holding me. You sent your son down and set me free. Everything of this world will fade. I'm pressing on till I see your face. I will live that your will be done. I won't stop till your kingdom come. 'Cause you are my freedom. We lift you higher, lift you higher. Your love never ending. Oh,
Welcome back to Skywatch TV. I'm Joe Horn, and I can't believe we're down to just a handful of minutes, Tom. Let's switch gears to not just observe what others are doing, but like Wayne said, what are you going to do, right? What are you going to do to stand in the gap for these kids? And we are hoping to partner with the viewers and provide them with an opportunity to help stand in the gap for some of these kids. So without further ado, Tom and Nita both, if you can just kind of volley back to me a little bit about how Whispering Ponies Ranch got started, maybe when you met Wayne and caught the vision for the Royal Family Kids, and how viewers at home can partner with us to keep this thing moving and growing.
Yeah, so a moment ago when Wayne was talking about these kids, their terrors are real,
Right.
how they've been abused, how they've been mistreated, they're starving sometimes, to the point that a state has to come in and literally remove them from that home. Some of them saved out of sex trafficking. Well, many people know that years ago, over a decade ago, we rebuilt as the last project that we did for the Assemblies of God.
Yes.
Me and Nita, and then ultimately, the whole family wound up at a place called Camp Davidson.
Yeah.
But it was at that camp where, for the very first time, we were exposed to Royal Family Kids camps. So we get up there and we're watching these kids come in. I've never seen kids that look so hard. These kids are shut down.
Yes.
Some of them are very angry. Their instincts have kicked in so that they're very defensive about everything. And we're watching these kids come in, and then the miracle of what would transpire, like you said a moment ago, just out in nature, God's canopy. And you get them in that environment, surrounded by well-trained counselors, coordinators, who have one objective in mind, and that is we're going to bring these kids to healing. Ultimately, we're going to bring them to Jesus, because that's where the power lies. Joe mentioned a moment ago, the least of these, my little ones, right? It's pretty heavy when you think that someday at the judgment seat of Christ, we are going to be judged on whether or not we did these interpersonal things to the least of these, my little ones. And Wayne, it doesn't get any least of these, my little ones, than when you're talking about these damaged children. But yet the miracle, that was the thing that got to us. We had never seen anything like it. These kids come in, they're hard, they're defensive. By the end of the week, they're crying. They don't want to leave. They want to live there forever. They want to be with these people forever, because they have literally just been saturated with the love of God, the love of Christ, the healing power of the Holy Spirit. And by the way, it isn't just that one week. We have seen testimony after testimony. Some of the kids that have come back that were in the program being mentored year after year, now they come back. Now they're counselors. Now this is their ministry, right? So it is a life-transforming miracle of God that is a part of what we routinely refer to as Royal Family Kids Camps. And folks, the founder again, sitting here with us today. What a vision. And by the way, your story also goes to tell people, if you were born with a mission.
Yes.
Absolutely.
That God has a plan for your
everyone.
life.
For everyone.
You can be a 12-year-old boy or girl at a Royal Family Kids Camp, and God's going to speak to you.
Yes.
And He's going to help you move forward into the future. Now, there are lots of elements, Joe, at Whispering Ponies Ranch. When people look at all of the construction that we've done there, you mentioned a zip line, climbing walls, indoor swimming pools, the great big kitchen. We'll ask Catherine later about how important is food, right, to these kids. If you looked at all those elements, it'd be like, okay, well, what is the purpose behind this? The miniature therapy horses. Every single thing at that camp is designed with one thing in mind, and that is therapeutics, to bring these kids to a point where they have been damaged, they are shut down, but to help them open back up, to begin to trust again, to begin expressing themselves again, to grow their confidence. I mean, you watch a kid that's paralyzed at the bottom of a climbing wall, and within 30 minutes they're ringing the bell at the top of a climbing wall that was built for the U.S. Army base. So it's amazing watching that process. Now, partly what we are doing here today and for the next couple of weeks is that we have a fundraiser. These programs are playing in between Thanksgiving and Christmas.
Sure.
And we are asking the Friends of the Children, that's what we're calling
Right.
this fundraiser, the Friends of the Children, to make either a Thanksgiving or a Christmas gift that will go towards helping us get Whispering Ponies Ranch over the finish line. We've accomplished a lot, haven't we, Wayne?
Oh, my.
Since the first day you rode around on a putt-putt and there was nothing there.
I need to say this, Tom, of all the people that I've met, if any of you have the opportunity to go on a golf cart ride with Tom, he points to the right and says, over here will be the gymnasium, and over here I'm going to build the swimming pool, and over here is going to be the miniature golf course. Yeah, I mean, he is a man of vision.
Yes.
And I've met a lot of people with vision, but he actually does it. That's the thing that amazes me.
Well,
he does it. You do it.
And we've been able to do that because we do have Friends of the
Yes.
Children
Yes.
that have supported this ministry, are supporting this ministry. And we are asking them, again, either existing pony sponsors or VIP members or new people, perhaps that have never donated to this cause before. There are numerous things that we need to get finished at the Whispering Ponies Ranch. But kind of big central to this picture is what we're calling a play camp. So this is a big commercial playground. Much of it is specifically designed with therapeutics in mind to help the children.
Yeah.
We want it to be commercial because we want it to last. And if you know anything about the cost of full-on commercial playgrounds, they are very expensive. But this one will also have, for instance, swings for kids in wheelchairs.
Yeah.
So this is very specifically designed for what we are doing there. So before we run out of time, let me tell you very quickly what we are asking you to do to help us get the play camp built and some other things maybe we'll talk about next week so that we can finally finish Whispering Ponies Ranch going into the year 2022. So for your donation of any amount, we are going to send you a gift box. It's going to come directly from us. This is going to have like a Whispering Ponies Ranch pony calendar in it. It's going to have a mug. It's got the camp movie that he stars in with his one famous line that he had to do 11 times to get right.
Thanks for telling everybody that, Tom.
It's going to have a Whispering Ponies Ranch keychain. It's going to have CDs, Joe. Maybe we can talk about that next week. Your brand new album, a best of. Some people don't even know you're a musician. But for any amount, we're going to send that to them. This is going to help us finish the Whispering Ponies Ranch and specifically the playground. For those who donate $300 or more, now, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to send you that gift box, but we are also going to send you the limited time, never published before, Defender Family Bible with expanded Apocrypha. We're going to talk more about that next week, plus we're going to send you a $100 gift certificate. For those who make a one-time donation of $1,000 or more, all of the above, including the Bible we'll talk about next week, an invitation to be in a live audience Skywatch television recording during the Branson Conference of 2022, a tour of Whispering Ponies Ranch that will be private for those that donate $1,000 or more, with a huge group photo shot of all of our staff, all of Whispering Ponies Ranch, all of the people that donated $1,000 or more, that is going to be put at the entrance to the new playground inside of a protective shield for all time, saying that this is what the Friends of the Children built for the kids coming to Whispering Ponies Ranch. There's going to be a banquet at the 2022 conference. For those people, a $300 gift certificate more. We're going to talk more about it in next week's program because we ran out of time. But we want to ask you to please help us become a friend of the children. Help us build the new play camp for Whispering Ponies Ranch.
Well, there you have it, guys. So much to do, and the days are short. Amen?
Yes.
So partner with us, the Friends of the Children. Don't delay. Visit our website at skywatchtv.com for more details. And, of course, the website is on your screen. For Wayne Tash, everybody here in studio, I'm Joe Horn. Keep your eyes on the prize, which is Jesus Christ. We'll be back next week.
Matthew 19:13 through 14 says, "Then some children were brought to him," talking about Jesus, "so that he might lay his hands on them and pray. And the disciples rebuked them. But Jesus said, 'Let the children alone, and do not hinder them from coming to me, for the kingdom of heaven belongs to such as these.'" Jesus so loved the children. He guarded and he protected them, and we are called to do the same. Today's panel will discuss how you can help some of the lost and hurting children that the world has otherwise overlooked, beginning today. Welcome to Skywatch TV. I'm Joe Horn. Welcome back to the viewers at home. This is another exciting episode because we're talking about Whispering Ponies Ranch and our endeavor as Skywatch Television, Defender Publishing, and of course WPR, with the help of ministries like Royal Family Kids, to reach the lives of children who the world has otherwise overlooked. We're talking about kids who have fallen through the cracks of a broken system, who desperately need basic demonstrations of just love and decency, and of course an introduction to Jesus, who is the ultimate Savior. Yes. But first, let me introduce this week's special guest. He's the founder of Royal Family Kids organization, which today is known as For the Children, Wayne Tesh.
Good to be here, Joe. Good to be here.
Welcome back to the program, Wayne. If you missed last week, you really have to go back. There's video that you get to see of the kids at Whispering Ponies Ranch that have come for rehabilitation, riding the zip lines, interacting with our staff, climbing the rock wall, playing in the pool, and for just a little while, getting to be normal children about people who are affirming them and telling them that they have value and all the other basic human necessities that they may not get otherwise. Before we get into very much, though, Nita, I want to start with you. Because when you talk about Royal Family Kids Camp, Wayne Tesh, his founding of that organization 20 years ago, our family is introduced to the Royal Family Kids through organizations that Wayne was fostering at the time. And we learned of the power firsthand at a camp operation that had 35 acres plus amenities in Central Oregon called Camp Davidson. And that was where we first actually got to see these lost and hurting children and the miracles that God could use just 1 week in the life of these kids to accomplish. It was miraculous. It was totally God. It was nothing we could have done with our own talents or skill sets, but doing the best we can to serve these kids and then watching what the Holy Spirit did with those efforts. We got to start all the way at the beginning. So our family has seen what happens with Royal Family Kids Camp, Central Oregon, 20 years ago. But it wasn't that long back. A few years ago, Nita now and Tom, you begin to experience this vision for how to take your lifelong love for horses. You had ridden the large adult-sized horses for years, and then over time kind of fell in love with miniature ponies, and then started to see how they could be used therapeutically, which then kind of led to their incorporation at Whispering Ponies Ranch, and the rest is history. Tell us, when did you first get the idea to start Whispering Ponies Ranch, and how these ponies are so integral to what happens there?
So we are in Missouri now, and we're supposed to be retiring.
Right.
So I had bought a couple of larger horses, and at another farm I was looking to purchase another horse, and that horse bucked me off big time.
Yeah.
I landed, I was injured and laid up for a while, and that led me to smaller animals, because I had just bought this little bitty miniature for the grandkids. I remember she was itty bitty when we went.
Because you didn't want to put grandkids on a big horse,
No.
just because of the risks.
Right, and because they were smaller, and it would be easier for them to brush. I bought it as a novelty. But then when I got hurt, I sold all the big ones because it scared me so much I could not imagine any of my family members being hurt. We didn't know what we were doing, so kept a little bitty one now for the kids, and we played with it. And I learned through this little horse that they also have this, they can pull carts, you can do all kinds of fun little things you would never guess. But in any case, I bought a couple of other little miniatures, and I bought cart ponies, and I was having fun with them. In the meantime, the Lord had helped me find a chiropractor, which helped my back, and so now I'm becoming more healed. Then what happened was, here we are, I've got like maybe a handful of little horses out in the barn, and our house burns down. And so there we were, and amazingly enough, the barn did not burn.
Yep.
That was a miracle in itself, because the wind was blowing
Now,
just right.
people may have missed what you just said, because you've gotten used to this for a decade. She mentioned that her house burned down. But this was a catastrophic, full loss situation, right, Tom?
Lost everything.
Gone to the ground.
Yep.
Nothing but a foundation and maybe a few smoldered pictures.
So this was shortly after Christmas. My Christmas tree, what was left, was still there, and I had all the kids' ornaments that they had made for me. There was nothing left. And I'm digging through the rubble. The next day, I'm out there with a stick trying to find anything
Yeah.
Right.
from anything. And this always chokes me up to tell. And I'll try to do this quickly, but I'm out there digging in the rubble. And I hear a busload of kids coming down the road, like school kids, little kids, screaming, help me, please, will someone help me? And I looked up to think, I have a bunch of kids goofing off or what? Nothing there. Nothing. And so I thought, well, that was kind of weird. And I went to digging in the rubble again, trying to find anything, and I kid you not, it happened again. And it was distinctly kids screaming for help. And distinctly, for some oddball reason, I just knew they were on a bus. And there was lots of them, too many for me to count. And so I kind of didn't know what to do with that. And there's Penny's in the audience, and she can verify this, because I wrote a little playful letter between her and I. We were trying to make sense of it. But in any case, that afternoon, I'm standing there with my husband in the driveway, overlooking what was left. And I said, Lord, I said, I have to just tell you this. I said, I just need you to hear me say this out loud. I said, I really am interested and excited to know what God is going to bring out of these ashes. I want to see what is the beauty that He will bring. And that was kind of what birthed it. I kept messing with these little horses, and then I started personally realizing the therapeutic value that they had.
Right.
Because a little horse I had named Tink, and she actually is why we call it Whispering Ponies Ranch. Because I was going to be a horse whisperer, right? I come to Missouri to learn how to do it. And as it turned out, these horses whispered to me so deeply that I started finding, weaknesses and things I needed help with. As a child growing up in a domestic challenged home, I never resolved. And these little horses started helping me, and I said, I want to take these horses and help other people. And that's how it all began. And because Royal Family is what we knew was an effective thing and had always been a primary part of what we wanted to do. That was what birthed all of it in. That's where I'm at.
And we have seen so many testimonies from the counselors. Especially the very first year coming in, Wayne. We're saying we have miniature horses, we can use them. And most people were like, well, how will we use them and what do they do? And you know what I mean? And, but the whole point is, fast forward to this year, the camping season we just came out of, every single counselor, in fact, interacting with the miniature therapy horses is like one of the number one things. No matter what else they might want to do, maybe zip line, maybe pool, maybe something else, but they want the kids interacting with those miniature horses because they saw this very wonderful thing, and that is when children no longer trust people.
Right.
If an adult tells you they love you, that might mean they want something from you.
Exactly.
Right? So they don't know how to trust. But when a pony shows you love, it's just it's a God thing. They just see, that in nature, this is a creation that God made that is capable of expressing love and affection. And the kids will open up sometimes to the horses when they won't even talk to the counselors.
It's because they know that there's no inherent agenda behind what the horse might be positioning himself to do or what.
So it started with Nita. Of course, the people have read her wonderful book, No Fences. They have that story how when she was a little girl, her and her sister, they dreamed of using horses and flying around the world and helping people that were ailing and whatever. So in the same way, Wayne, that as a 12-year-old, God put in your heart the ministry of Royal Family Kids Camps, and you saw the red and yellow, black and white little children that would be ministered to. In the same way, Nita was born with that vision. Her and her sister, they knew it would involve animals, but no way of knowing exactly how God was going to put all of that together. And then it took the devastating loss of our home, and Nita literally out there digging in the ashes, and twice hearing. Now think about that. Twice hearing a school bus full of kids crying out, somebody help us. So It was truly a vision born out of the ashes of loss.
I remember the first couple of camps that we had coming through after this period of time, as those little kids were stepping down out of the bus, because we see them as they first arrive.
Right.
And there was one little girl in particular that was so sick because she was so nervous. They almost
Her
sent her home.
anxiety level was so
It was so high, they almost sent her home. This is just one of the first few camps we had. But in any case, when I see those kids get off of the bus, I can see, because we always announce their name and they get off and it's all, yay, we love you. But some of these kids, when they step down, you can see that same, I can't explain this, but I can hear their heart screaming, will somebody help me? I can see that every time the bus pulls in. That's why I like to be there when the bus comes.
Yeah. And then at the end of camp, it's those kids crying, will somebody please let me live here for the rest of my life? Really? Seriously?
They don't want to go home.
You know, Psalm 40 puts what takes place. We call it the abused child psalm. I waited patiently for the Lord. He inclined to me and he heard my cry. He lifted me out of the pit, out of the mud, out of the mire. He set my feet upon a rock. He established my goings, and he put within my heart a new song. And what happens at Whispering Ponies Ranch is that we give kids a new voice to sing new songs. Because the Holy Spirit prompts them and helps them and heals them and gives them hope and a purpose, all because of an experience of 1 week where moments, every moment matters.
Yes.
And sometimes when Nita was talking about the full loss of her home with the fire, but then what God does out of the ashes. Okay. And so here we have another situation where, you look at ministries and you look at how often God, right after tragedy, is actually poising you. It's like a slingshot. You feel set back, but that's right before God releases you to then excel in what he's calling you to do.
Absolutely.
It was after that the whole opportunity to open up with these other properties and to start development was when it happened after that.
I want to pivot really quick back to Wayne for a second, though, because I think one of the things that we missed last week that I really wanted to ask you about in terms of setbacks, since we're kind of on that, we ran camps every year from the time of our founding. We launched several years ago. Every year, biggest time of the year, this is what we do. We're producing Christian television programming. Behind the scenes, what we're doing as well is we're preparing for our summer camps. We're getting the pool ready. We're getting donors out to go through the field, and we're cleaning up as many ticks as we can, and we're prepping the grounds, and 2020 hits, and everybody's plans are just shut off because of this thing called COVID-19. How do you run a kids camp with social distancing and everybody's supposed to wear a mask and you can't be on a bus? And there were ministries like we absolutely dreaded it because this is what we do. We dreaded, Wayne. There was two things that went through my mind. One, I can't believe we're not going to host camp this year. And I'm not going to get into the politics of any of it. Just the fact that we were expected not to run camps and were being told very authoritatively, you're not going to be running camps. There was also organizations that were being told, you're not going to run camps. So the second thing that went through my mind was, oh my Lord, literally, oh my Lord, these kids might only have this week away from the circumstances of the abuse that they're dealing with. And research has already illustrated that when parents are shut at home, frustrated, depressed, unable to work, angry maybe inherently, and their outlet is to take it out on the children, now the kids have no reprieve at all. So it was kind of a triple sword. Like, this is so horrible. This is so evil that these kids can't come for their 1 week of Royal Family Kids. What did Royal Family Kids Camp, what did For the Children, what were you guys experiencing with COVID? How did that impact your ministry? And how have you kind of started getting your footing back?
First of all, prayer makes a huge difference.
Yes, it does.
And we came up with a 5-point program that I won't go into to make sure that we could still contact the kids. What a lot of times the churches across America, what they did is that they formed a caravan, and they would go and visit each foster home and they would take their birthday gifts with them
That's
and
amazing.
celebrate that. And we'd go by honking, hold up signs. It was incredible. And I participated in a couple of those. And I'll never forget when we went by this one really difficult trailer park that we went through. We were driving by, and as I looked and as we were waving, here was a red-haired foster daughter in the middle, surrounded by foster mom, foster dad. She was waving with a great big grin on her face as the presents were given to her. And I looked at mom and dad's faces, and they were literally crying. Tears were just running down their eyes. And that's when I realized that we're going into the highways and the byways.
Right.
Gotcha.
We're making a difference.
Yes.
We're not having them come to us, we're going to them. And we looked at that as such a great opportunity for kids to recognize that there are people in this world that cared about them. And they had drive-bys at church parking lots. It was just incredible, the creativity. What happened is that this past year, we ended up with about over half of our camps still in operation, and even some of them are still day camps. They weren't resident camps,
Yeah.
and they would run them at the church. So the creative power of God's people finding ways to say, we're going to reach the kids, made a huge difference.
Absolutely. Tom, let's get into how viewers at home and the people in this studio today can start immediately helping what we're doing at Whispering Ponies Ranch to reach these kids that otherwise have slipped through the cracks.
Yeah, so people have helped us in the past. We're asking you to do that again. We're calling this fundraiser the Friends of the Children. These programs, 3 programs, are going to play from Thanksgiving until near Christmas. So we're asking you to make a Thanksgiving gift or a Christmas gift. But specifically, this is to help us build the new play camp area that's already under development.
Yeah.
Now, Nita and I already went out. We spent all the money we could. There's a town in Ohio, I probably shouldn't say the name of the town, but their city decided to sell us their commercial-built playground.
Right.
It's quite impressive. Nita and I were able to buy that. It's already been dismantled. It's been brought to the Whispering Ponies Ranch, and now all of the excavating. The way we are building this, it's also going to have wheelchair ramps. There will be certain elements within the play camp that are for disabled children. It's being built so that also the teen reach, the older kids, maybe we can talk about later.
We're going to talk about that, yeah.
We'll also be able to use certain elements that'll be in this play camp. So it's going to be quite exhaustive. Eventually, probably by summer camps of 2022, it'll also have a miniature golf area that'll be part of this. There'll be a swinging bridge that goes over to a giant treehouse being built by treehouse masters. So it's a very comprehensive plan. Now, by the way, and we don't have time to do this, I mean, a playground. Why would you build a playground for kids? I did not know until we started doing this research the number of extensive studies in psychology that have been done that show the benefits to children of well-designed playgrounds. But, I mean, it's the learning through play, therapeutic emotional benefits. It boosts self-confidence and self-esteem. It improves their physical dexterity. It helps them learn how to stand in line, wait your turn, social skills.
Absolutely.
I mean, just an amazing amount of things that actually happen. So this is a perfect fit for Whispering Ponies Ranch. It is, of course, also very expensive to build what we want to do for these children. And I will just tell you right now that Nita and I have decided that we are going to once again make Defender Publishing the slave of Whispering Ponies Ranch. And we are going to let Defender Publishing match up to $50,000 in grants towards building this play camp. Now, here's how anybody can get involved with this whole effort to raise money. For a gift of any amount, a donor will receive a personalized gift box from us that has a Whispering Ponies Ranch pony calendar. It's got a mug. It's got the camp movie in it. Whispering Ponies Ranch keychain, stuff like that. Also, Joe, maybe later you can tell us about the CD included. That's for any gift of any amount. We are going to send that to you as our way of saying thank you. Now, for every person that would make a one-time $300 donation or more, We're going to send you the same gift box, but we're also doing something else. We're going to send to you the limited time, only you are ever going to receive this, Deluxe Defender Family Bible with the expanded Apocrypha. A Bible like this has not been published in over 200 years. This is a collector's item. The very first version of it was a soft cover. This one, it immediately became a collector's item.
Right.
Catherine could tell you that we get more requests for that Bible
We
than
do.
anything we've ever put
Right.
into
On a
print.
daily.
It was a one-time run. You now find used copies of this Bible on Amazon and eBay that are selling for $1,000 or more. It's just such a collector's item. Well, we decided that we were going to upgrade. We are now putting this out in a hardback, deluxe Defender's Family Bible, King James Version, red letter edition with the expanded Apocrypha, which is the way they used to be published 200 and some years ago. Nobody does that anymore. It's a collector's item. It's a family heirloom. We're going to send that to anybody that makes a donation of $300 or more. Plus, we're going to give you a $100 gift certificate to spend any way you want during the holiday seasons. For those who can make a one-time gift of $1,000 to help us build the play camp at Whispering Ponies Ranch, we're going to give you all of the above, the gift box, the deluxe Bible, but then a couple of things very specific to you. An invitation for those who make a gift of $1,000 or more to be in a live audience Skywatch television recording during the upcoming 2022 Branson Conference. In addition to that, a private tour with the Friends of the Children at Whispering Ponies Ranch in the fall of 2022. That date will only be sent to those who make this donation. It's going to be a private gathering. But at that gathering, there's going to be a huge group shot with all of the members of Skywatch Television, everybody from Whispering Ponies Ranch, everybody from Defender Publishing, and our employees, everybody, plus those of you that donated $1,000 as a Friend of the Children to help us build the play camp. And that giant group shot is going to be put beneath a protective shield at the entrance to the play camp, where it is going to say that this play camp was made possible through the generosity of the Friends of the Children, and it's going to have your picture together with us there. Very cool. I mean, that's worth $1,000 all by itself, right? Plus, there's going to be a banquet, a VIP banquet at the 2022 conference. I've already asked Wayne if he would join us again there in this private VIP gathering. You'll be part of that too. And then finally, we're going to give you a $300 gift certificate to use in the store to get anything you want during the holiday season to give to your friends and family. But again, this is all going to go to help us build this commercial play camp at the Whispering Ponies Ranch.
It's an endeavor, Tom, as I've heard you say this so many times. There are no more least of these than the least of these children that we're attempting to serve with all of our hearts. Before we run out of time, I want to pivot just for a minute because this is a question that comes up a lot. We've got amenities like the zip line, and we've got the rock wall, and a lot of people from the outside looking in will say things, well, isn't that like basically a roller coaster? It's just a ride. It's like a, you know, like you stand in a line, you punch a ticket, and you go on a roller coaster. But because of the way that it's organized, it is an experience.
Yeah,
So the zip line is a teachable moment.
absolutely.
These kids come up, they sit down on the deck, we do everything we can to coach them through, but at the end of it, they have to consent to their own zip. They have to be the ones to take the courage to scoot themselves off the platform. And I get little kids all the time because I run the zip line. Probably 1 in 4-ish will say, can't you just push me off the zip? Come on, just push me. And I'll say, you're missing the point. You're going to do this. You can do this. And when you do, you're going to feel so amazing. And for the ones that will do it, we have a very high success rate. It's almost unanimous that every kid that comes to the camp that has an interest in the zip will go. The feeling of, I'm not sure, I have apprehension, I've always been told I have no value and I can't do anything. The feeling that they get when they choose to go on the zip line and they're walking back and the counselors and all their peers are cheering them on and you know, their chest is a little further out. You know, it's so from the outside looking at why do you have a rock wall? Why do you have a zip line? It's because these are teachable moments. It's also super fun.
Yes.
But as Tom said, with the playground, you know, all of it has these dual layers of also being a teaching tool.
we don't want to exclude the kitchen. Catherine, with just a couple of minutes left, I want to sneak this in.
Okay.
Why is food service so important? I mean, in this country with such a surplus, don't most kids eat well?
Absolutely not. I don't know all the statistics, but food is very important to these kids, and sometimes they don't have any food. And I know a lot of schools have the backpack program, and sometimes that's the only food that these kids even have on the weekend. So they're used to any kind of prepackaged
Right.
crackers, things. So at camp, we always try, and Tom is very insistent on this.
Absolutely.
The buffet is completely full. It's not just your typical buffet food either.
It's not
we
a,
try
it's not
to
a
make
camp
it as
food
nice as
mentality.
we can.
It's
Absolutely
really
not.
nice.
And they can eat as much as they want, and that's one of the biggest things that a lot of the kids say is like, oh my gosh, look at all this food. And then, some of the counselors have to kind of watch them too, because they'll be grabbing extras and sticking it
Sticking
in
them in their pockets because they're
later.
thinking they have to stash it for the weekend
And
or
then
something.
just knowing that the kids get 3 meals a day, 3 meals a day, plus snacks. It's amazing. And to see the kids kind of...
But the food tastes really good.
It does taste good,
listen,
but...
It's delicious.
I can just testify. Tom's expectation for the food service is he wants adult level
Yes.
private banquet food quality.
Absolutely.
This is not a chicken tater out of a frozen, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Little tater tots and a corn dog. Now they do pizza night, but that's
We do
because the
pizza
kids are
night.
crazy about the never-ending pizza.
Yeah, so
But
we have found a little place that does pizza for us, and so they were wonderful, and their pizza was very good. So we do have a pizza night, but some of the kids too, at first, they're overwhelmed by the amount of food that there is, but then they're also very leery of the food because maybe they grew up where the food was rotten.
Yeah.
And you cannot serve these kids anything expired. We have to be so extremely careful
Right.
with our milk and juice because these kids are watching those dates because they know when it's expired and they'll come, hey, one of your milks, oh, I'm so sorry. But
Right.
then that kind of scares them, so we have to be super on top of the foods that we're serving to these kids. And we do always also have extra backup food in the back because
Yeah.
some of the kids are so leery of the food
Yes.
that we'll have like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich or some crackers that they know is safe because it comes in a backpack lunch kind of a thing, the backpack lunch program. So we always try to make sure that the kids are absolutely taken care of, and we even tell the counselors, hey, if your kid won't eat certain things and we need to get the kids to eat, come tell us, and we will do whatever we need to do to make sure that these kids get food that they will actually eat and they never go hungry.
And the kids are preferred above,
Yes, absolutely.
including our staff.
Oh, of course.
They eat first.
They absolutely do.
I think it was Tom that said a couple of years back that he overheard some of the kids say, we're eating like kings. We're eating like kings because they had the option for fruit. Folks, this is serious. Please partner with us, the Friends of the Children. Take advantage of this opportunity to help support what we're doing with Royal Family Kids and over at Whispering Ponies Ranch. Unfortunately, we're all out of time. I'm Joe Horn. Keep your eyes on the prize, which is Jesus Christ. We'll continue this next week. In the United States, an average of 4 to 7 children die every single day victim of child abuse and neglect. And a report of child abuse is made every 10 seconds. Let me say that again. In the United States, an average of 4 to 7 children die every single day victim of child abuse and neglect. And a report of child abuse is made every 10 seconds. How can that be in a country with such a surplus of resources? While some great agencies exist to help rescue and rehabilitate these children, far, far too many are still falling through the cracks of a broken system. Today's panel will discuss how you can help spread the love of Jesus to some of the lost and hurting children that the world has otherwise overlooked, beginning today. Welcome, everybody, to Skywatch Television. I'm Joe Horn. If you missed last week, I can't tell you enough. It's time to go back and check the archives. We've been celebrating what God has done at Whispering Ponies Ranch and Royal Family Kids Camps
over the last couple of weeks, and we're going to tell you all about what that is and how Defender Publishing and Skywatch TV underwrites it in totality for the guests at no expense to those ministries. If you missed it, you've got to go back. We've been talking about everything from our zip line to our food service to our rock wall. Tom, at Whispering Ponies Ranch, this is a ministry that started with your vision, Nita's vision, 20 years ago. Started at Camp Davidson. We met Wayne Tesh. We met their organization. And we had the privilege of serving some of the most abused and battered children that we'd ever seen under the guise of a rehabilitation-themed camping experience.
Right.
And we fell in love with it. So years later, let's fast forward, go back and check the archives because we talk at length about that last week and the previous week. But fast forward to the present, the Lord has really used Skywatch Television and Defender Publishing to build what is now known as Whispering Ponies Ranch. This is a retreat center that we underwrite where kids that are pulled from homes, that are experiencing, Wayne, every kind of abuse known to mankind. Everything from neglect, simply not being fed food, to physical abuse, angry parents who just experienced lockdowns and they're frustrated and they were already abusive, but now they're taking, level 10 fury out on little children that don't even know what it is to be loved, who've been denied for their entire lives basic human conditions like, appropriate touch, like hug, affirmation. They have no connection whatsoever to an adult in any venue where they've ever experienced trust or been told that they have value. And at Whispering Ponies Ranch, we think it's the biggest privilege of our life. Like we're producing Christian television, we're all working in multiple departments, wearing multiple hats, but we all off camera say what we really do is we serve these kids at Whispering Ponies Ranch, which is something the Lord has enabled us to build. Before we go any further, I just want to recognize in-house today the founder of Royal Family Kids, Wayne Tesh.
Great to be here with you. Enjoy it.
One of the things, Nita, that we have not had the opportunity to do over the last couple of weeks, even though it was an objective of mine, is to really kind of share with the audience at home. And quick side note, we are going to show you a video in just a few moments of what some of this looks like at Whispering Ponies Ranch. You're going to see video of the kids riding the zip line and enjoying, biblical teaching via puppet shows and all of this awesome programming designed for little kids. But for those that are not familiar with Whispering Ponies Ranch, that are just joining us maybe for the first time, we can never take for granted that the Lord is constantly growing our audience. There are new viewers every week that might be thinking, hang on, I tuned into a Christian television program. They're talking about a ranch and then also a royal family and then there's a zip line. Let's just slow down for just a second, put some of this into perspective. We've been serving young kids for the last several years at Whispering Ponies Ranch. We've been allowing them to come. And we've been, the rock wall, we've been putting them through this rehabilitation camp process, Bible camp, music, showing them the love of Christ, doing the very best that we can to serve. But this last season, I'm talking about just a few months ago when we started summer, we also introduced a brand new program to us called Teen Reach. So we've expanded our reach now, not just little kids, but up into teenage campers and students. So tell us a little bit about who Teen Reach is and how that got started.
Wayne could probably help answer some of that because Teen Reach came out of what he started with the Royal Family. And the Royal Family, they age out at about 12, which means when they hit 12, that's it, the end of the road for the Royal Family. And there was one young couple that had come to Wayne and had this burden because these kids cry every week. They don't want to go nowhere. They just want to stay here forever. And they were telling Wayne, we have this burden. We don't know what to do with these, or we see a vision. You can probably tell the story better than I can. They had a vision for kids that would age out. And Wayne, how about you just real quick finish that story because you tell it better.
Oh, Nita. Well, the exciting thing is that when kids get on the bus and they leave when they're 12, this couple, God really put it on their heart. We need to do the next aspect of ages from 13 to 18. And one of the great things about Teen Reach that I find so overwhelming is that God called this couple to replicate what we do at Royal Family. Because as you go out and speak, you can't say, we do this, we do that. We can't give them a huge menu to choose from. But to be able to say, we do Royal Family, and Tim and Serena Howell great people, and they do teen reach. And it's just kind of exciting to watch how it is. And it's gender weekends, it's gender specific for females and males, and so they don't mix them during those hormonal years of growth. And it's just kind of exciting to see what God has done.
Right. But you challenged them to do something about that, was what I remember. Because when they were telling you, well, we have this thing that needs to go further, and you said, but what are you going to do about it?
Well, the way I heard it was that somebody had observed that when the royal family kids, the young kids, kind of start aging out of the program, where do they go?
What happens?
And I think they were saying something to that degree, right?
I said, it's all yours.
Yeah, what are you going to do about it?
Make it work. Make it work.
I love that.
Let me say they have.
And they've done a phenomenal job.
They really have.
Yeah, this year we had our first Teen Reach camps.
Yep.
And these kids are in some ways more challenging than the younger kids that are in Royal Family because, like you say, they're in their hormonal years. As Nita said, the boys that came in that first camp, she said these are 13-year-old boys going on 25.
Yes.
Because of their life, their experiences. They've been introduced to stuff that kids should never have to deal with or think about at a very young age. They're all mixed up. But again, we saw the same miracle that we see with the Royal Family in that they come in the very first week they're there. They're just so hardened. They're kind of rough.
Right.
A couple of the boys picking fights with each other. By the time they leave, the same boys hugging each other and talking about how they believe God has called them to come back to Whispering Ponies Ranch to serve as counselors. This is a transformative miracle. It is literally a miracle of change.
That's right.
I want to take just a second because I know that the viewers at home, it's very likely you've not had the chance. And it's one thing to hear us explain this, but you maybe have not had the chance to see some of it. So I'm going to show you a very short video where you're going to see some of the kids engaged at Whispering Ponies Ranch. This is a very typical look at what might happen during the summer at Whispering Ponies Ranch. Take a look.
I was lost with a broken heart. You picked me up, now I'm set apart. From the ash I am born again, forever safe in the Savior's hands. You were
Welcome back to Skywatch TV. I'm Joe Horn, and like I said before you saw that video, you can hear us explain it. But it's something different to actually see these kids zipping on the zip lines and engaged in food service and playing together. And like Tom mentioned, the transformative experience that it is to come to Whispering Ponies Ranch. And then, of course, as the staff, you know, we're doing everything we can to serve them. And I honestly think that a lot of it, if you're a counselor with Royal Family Kids Camp, if you're a counselor with Teen Reach, Tom, I've seen how cathartic and ministerial it is for the counselors.
Right.
Yes.
You know, they come in thinking we're going to serve these kids all week, and believe me, they put in a lot of hours.
They put in a
If
lot.
if suddenly little Susie decides that it's 11 o'clock at night before she starts dumping some trauma that has taken place with Uncle Bob, this might mean that the counselor's up till 3 a.m., but then again at 6 for breakfast call. Like, they don't ever stop giving. These people are incredible. We love them very much. I want to take a minute to highlight some of the memories of just this last summer, and we'll start with you, Nita. Tell me something exciting that you got to live out over the last summer.
Oh, my goodness. I'll have to condense as quickly as I can. Well, one of them, I think, one of my most meaningful was when we had this one young lady tell me that she is now a junior counselor, but she had graduated out, aged out, her first year here, and is now coming back as a counselor. But this is something that we're starting to hear a lot, and not related to each other. These kids are catching this vision, and the Teen Reach boys, those were the ones that when I heard them talking about they can't wait to come back and be a counselor, and they've told me to my face, I'm coming back to work with you. I want to be here. I want to
And we hope that they make good on that.
Oh
you
my
know.
gosh, and I told them, I said, I'll be watching for you. And you know what? It tells me that they now have a new purpose for their life.
Yes.
They now have a redirected
Absolutely.
purpose and plan, and they're learning that God has a plan for their life. Satan has a plan, but so does God. And now that they know that, that's just wonderful.
You had said to me, too, before the teens came in, that you weren't quite sure how the boys were going to react to the ponies.
Yes, it was a
Because
little
it's
bit
testosterone,
intimidating.
you know, I'm 13, you know, this little pony thing, I don't know, I might be too cool, right?
So, but what he said, the first night, these boys are all like testing who's the toughest.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
all
yeah.
that. So I'm like going, these guys are just
They're not
not
gonna
going to
kick-
want these
right.
little ponies. But they came to the barn, we did our job, they came out to the barn, and one by one, because when they come out there, we allow them the choice to drive or not. And we always have the backup brakes so that we're always in control. But they actually are controlling the little animal. And having these little boys, or any of these kids, you know, control this little horse, and they know that this horse goes that way if they say, and they go that way if you ask them. The power that puts that in this little kid to understand, there's too much for me to go into
It
detail
is,
of
yeah.
what it does for that child. But one boy in particular, because it's all a macho thing, right? He's got the little reins, and he looks at me like this, and he goes, under his breath, because when I said it out loud, he goes, "This is so cool." And I went, "I know, isn't it fun?" And that was one of the ones that says, "Yes, and I want to come back and be here and work with you guys." I mean, there's the planting of the memory trees, to think that these kids plant all of their little... I'm sorry, I don't want to take too much time, because I want to hear from Kate, too.
Today is also very special to me, for obvious reasons if you're here live, but for the viewers at home, I'm actually joined for the very first time in history at the Skywatch television studio by my oldest daughter, Kate. Kate works so hard. We're so proud. I'm always like, you know, Cheshire grin ear to ear when I see them working, because she literally keeps pace with any adult. She's a serious worker. And she understands the psychology of the horses. Like, I mean, I know very little about the actual horses. I'm kind of more of a dog trainer from a previous life. But she really understands, you know, Dad, what's happening here in this moment, and let me isolate the psychology and explain how that helps little Susie. And so it's legitimate. Katie, before we run out of time, hit me with something that happened with you this year, something memorable that just stands out to you as you interacted with these kids at the ranch.
Well, it's very hard to be able to pick a specific memory.
Yeah,
But
it is.
one of my favorite things that happened this summer was watching the little girls dress up my horse. And if you don't know anything about me and my little horse, I have a pretty cool little backstory with my horse. Her name is Truffle. And I started working with horses when I was 4, and she was one of my first little horses that I was able to work with. And what happened is that she was very skittish when she was first born. She did not really like being around any people. And my grandma Nita took me out to the barn one day, and she was able to walk right up to me.
She was curious about you.
Yeah, she really liked me, and she kind of fell in love with me, and I fell in love. And also, I kind of had this silly little thing that I did whenever I was a kid, where I would sing with horses that were my favorite, and I started singing to her, and it was really cute. And I was also the first person to check her teeth and pick up her feet.
Which
So
in
she-
horse training world, if you don't know, those are very significant moments. You know?
Yes, yes. It's the first thing that they give you trust to.
Yeah, if they don't like you, if they don't trust you, you don't play with their feet, right?
Yeah.
Point.
Yeah.
Yes. But later, 4 years later, when I was 8 and she was 4, my grandma made me a deal, and she said, if you can train this horse to pull a cart, she can be your little horse. So I dragged my grandma out to the barn every day of that summer, and I worked with that little animal until she was able to pull that little cart, and I was so proud of myself, and I was so proud of the little animal. So the girls this summer were starting to mess with Truffle, because we also have dorm rooms that are named after some of the horses. So we had some little girls that were in Truffle's room. Yeah, Truffle's room. And so they wanted to see Truffle. So we dragged out some of our dress up stuff, and they were dressing her up, and she's got little flowers and little feathers all over her, and it was just really cool to see this little animal that I put so much work into and so much time with, and her being my little favorite animal, to see it be a minister to these other little girls.
See it come full fruition. She had made this big investment. Now she's seeing this little animal pay it forward and
and I
interact
would've-
with all these other little kids.
Yes, and I would have never known whenever I was a little kid that.
Well, and Katie, I call her Katie Bug. I almost said Katie Bug. Katie Bug and her little sister,
Juanita.
I mean, they're full-time staff at Whispering Ponies Ranch. They outwork adults. I mean, they do a fabulous job, and so it's a really amazing quality that they stand as an example for these little kids that come in. They're getting to see them. They're there, they're working, they know what they're doing. They're training horses, they're driving them, they're doing all these things. So it gives them something also to aspire to. Now, you ask about special moments of the year, and I do want to make sure we have time for me to tell people how they can partner with us.
Right.
But one other special moment, and again, I want to go back to Nita, but people who just watched that little short video,
right?
Towards the end of it, they're seeing kids throwing little pieces of paper down underneath the tree, and they're planting a tree on top of it. Need to explain that, and then also tell them about the one little girl this year.
Well, at the end of the week, they have a tree that we set it aside, and we pre-dig the hole, but the tree just sits there. They can or cannot, if they don't want to, they don't have to, but they write down something on a piece of paper that is very significant to them. It can be a prayer request, it can be a happy memory, it can be something they want God, to answer, whatever. And then they take that and put it in the bottom of this hole, and then they put that tree on top of it, and then each kid gets to put a shovel full of dirt, and they actually share planting that. And that represents that the roots, as the roots go down, the fruit comes out. So that these trees are bearing fruit of the things that were deeply important to them. And so one young lady this year had pretty much defined her memory of childhood. Do you see this tree over here? And then she pointed at another one, and do you see this tree? She's telling her counselor this. And the counselor's, yeah. Do you see that tree? And do you see the tree we planted today? This is my childhood. This represents what I remember of my childhood, because she was aging out.
Right.
And so now time for her was changing, and she felt that. But knowing, she could point at every single one of those, and I can guarantee she remembers every memory.
Oh, she did,
from each year. But, some of us, or some, their memories are Disneyland or whatever. Her memories of childhood was
Planting those
the
trees.
weeks
Planting
that they
the
had
trees,
spent
right.
on Whispering Ponies Ranch. I'm just saying.
Yeah, so she came there at 7 or 8 years of age. First tree, second tree, third tree, fourth tree. She's aging out this year. She wants to come back and become a counselor,
Right.
junior counselor. But but basically to hear her say, when you see these trees, you see my childhood.
Right.
Yes.
So to know that that is so deeply embedded in her reaffirms again for us
Right.
the value of
Absolutely.
Royal Family Kids Camps, of what we're doing at Whispering Ponies Ranch. Now, we want people to join us in helping finish like the last major project at Whispering Ponies Ranch is the building of the large commercial playground, play camp. Last week we talked about the value of playgrounds, what it does, how it can be used, how it's therapeutic. We want you to help us make that happen. And so we're asking the friends of the children to make a Thanksgiving or Christmas donation, the season that these programs are playing during, to help us get the play camp done before the kids arrive in 2022, this coming year. And we're already, by the way, we've already made a step of faith. We're already out there doing the excavating. Nita and I already bought some of the playground equipment, but it's very expensive. We want you to help us get that done. So for your gift in any amount, we are going to send you a gift box with a Whispering Ponies Ranch calendar. It's got a mug. It's got the camp movie in there. It's got a Whispering Ponies Ranch little squeezy pony keychain. Got Joe's CD. But we're going to send that to you for your gift in any amount to help us get the play camp built before the arrival of these kids in 2022. For those who could donate $300 or more, we're going to give you all of the above, but we are also going to give you the limited time exclusive Defender Family Bible with expanded Apocrypha. This special Bible is a limited edition, one of a kind. You're going to be the only people who receive it. It's not going to be for sale in retail. All by itself, it's probably worth $200-300. But we're going to send that to you, the deluxe hardback version of that Bible. Plus, we're going to send you a $100 gift certificate to use during the holiday season for buying gifts, whatever you would want to buy out of the Skywatch television store. Now, for those who can send us a one-time gift of $1,000 to help us get this play camp built for the Whispering Ponies Ranch, we're going to give you all of the above, the little gift box. We're going to send you the deluxe Defender Family Bible with expanded Apocrypha. But a couple of other things that are very important for those that send a $1,000 donation. You're going to receive an invitation to be in a live audience Skywatch television recording during the 2022 Branson Conference. You're also going to receive an exclusive invitation to tour Whispering Ponies Ranch in 2022, where there's going to be a huge group shot. It'll be Joe and Catherine and me and Nita and everybody. In fact, Wayne mentioned this morning coming up when we do that, it's going to be all the Skywatch staff, Defender Publishing staff, Whispering Ponies Ranch. And those of you who can join us for this, we're going to take a giant group shot, and then that image is going to be put on a plaque that will be at the entrance to the new play camp. It's going to be there with a memorial that says that this playground was made available through the generosity of the friends of the children. So, and that'll have your image there forever. Then we're also going to have a banquet with the VIPs at the 2022 Branson Conference. So you'll come, you'll join us. So there'll be all these people that you'll have the exclusive opportunity of getting to meet. And then finally, we're going to give you a $300 gift certificate to use between Thanksgiving and Christmas to buy whatever they want to buy to give to people. So it's a lot of stuff that we're going to be doing to honor you, to remember what you have done to help us make this playground available to the Whispering Ponies Ranch children. But we want to ask you to please help us become a friend of the children, help us build the new play camp for Whispering Ponies Ranch.
Well, there you have it, guys. Unfortunately, Tom, we're almost out of time. I want to see if Wayne, in a minute or less, that's the challenge, can give the viewer at home any final thoughts on why it might be important to take advantage of an opportunity like this to partner with Skywatch Television, Whispering Ponies Ranch, to build a playground and to continue the work that we're doing.
One of the exciting things about being able to work with children is to see the results of what happens with children.
Yes.
Yes.
And all the materials and all the programs and all the high wire stuff that Whispering Ponies Ranch has to be able to say this is important for the sake of children.
Yes.
Children are the benefactor of what you guys are doing, and it's the best investment that people can make is to give of their time and their dollars to make a difference in children's lives.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. It is we feel like the most important thing that we do. It's why we always say off camera, we're producing television, we're wearing many hats, but what we really do is we do this thing at Whispering Ponies Ranch for the kids. And now is an opportunity for you to get engaged and to help us do exactly what we've been discussing over the last few weeks to reach these children that the world has otherwise overlooked or they've fallen through the cracks. Guys, these are children with lives. They're not statistics. We want to treat them like the little creations that Jesus has given us, and the opportunities as stewards to do everything we can to reach every single one of them.
Absolutely.
Please partner with us, the Friends of the Children. Take advantage of this opportunity to help support what we're doing with Royal Family Kids and over at Whispering Ponies Ranch. Unfortunately, we're all out of time. Friends, for everybody in the studio, again, we're out of time. I'm Joe Horn. For Wayne Tesh and the Skywatch TV panel, keep your eyes on the prize, which is Jesus Christ. We'll be back next week. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have a very special update for you on Skywatch TV's charitable ministry, Whispering Ponies Ranch, where lost and hurting children come to the theater of the outdoors and experience God's love, hope, rehabilitation, and an introduction to His Son, Jesus Christ. The founders of Whispering Ponies Ranch join us right now. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Skywatch TV. I'm Joe Artis Horn. Today, we have a very special update for you on our charitable ministry, Whispering Ponies Ranch. But before we get into the context of this program, let me introduce the founders, Dr. Thomas Horn. And, of course, my mother, Miss Juanita Horn. I have had the honor and privilege of being raised up under both of you, and I've known for decades your heart for children. And anybody that visits Whispering Ponies Ranch that gets to see a snapshot of how that manifests every summer season with the young people that come to Whispering Ponies Ranch for rest, hope, and rehabilitation in the forms of hospice-trained therapeutic ponies, zip lines, indoor swimming pools. I often joke they're building like a theme park. It started off supposed to be a rehabilitation campground, is turning into versions of Knott's Berry Farm now, if you've ever been there to see the great outdoors, the Western world themed mechanics and things like this. So I don't know that there will be an end cap to this, Tom. The vision just seems to grow and grow and grow, and every year there's new additions and new amenities, and like our brand new playground last year. And I'm not joking. My father has now added animatronics. If you've ever been to some of these theme parks where they have like Western world theme, loggers moving and hatcheting wood, and it's really blown up. But here's the thing: all of that aside, the reactions from these children who have lived so many years either indoors or in isolation or have experienced abuse in every unimaginable capacity, where the darkest parts of human hearts has manifested in fits of outrage and abuse. It's indescribable. If you don't see this face to face, what God does at Whispering Ponies Ranch, it's really difficult to encapsulate in a program like this. But for those unfamiliar, Tom, many of our viewers have followed our ministry for years. They're very familiar with what happens at Whispering Ponies Ranch. But if you're out there for the first time today and you're just scrolling social media and you learn about this place called Whispering Ponies Ranch, tell us just a little bit about what it is and its mission to serve children.
Yeah, so Joe, that this started years ago when our whole family was doing this project for the Oregon District Assemblies of God, rebuilding, Camp Davidson.
Right.
Now, I had pastored for many years, and we had sent kids in our, in our churches to different camps, youth camps. But I wasn't personally familiar with what is called Royal Family Kids camps. And, that's where we were exposed to them. And you'd watch these busloads of kids coming in. And when they're first arriving at camp, they look terrified. They look afraid. Some of them are physically ill.
Right.
Because they're so scared. And what you learn is that these are kids that have been rescued out of abuse, in some cases severe. Like Wayne Tesh, the founder, says, these are kids whose nightmares are real, right?
Yep.
Locked in cages, beat with bicycle chains, just the terrible stuff. And of course, Samantha Orr is with us today, and she'll talk later about her experiences. But it got in our heart.
Yeah.
And Nita and I resolved when we left Camp Davidson that if we were given the opportunity, we were going to buy land and we were going to develop that land and become the benefactors of Royal Family Kids camps. Because the miracle of what happens with these abused children and the fact that they finally find a home in the people that they meet there. So, the different camp counselors, some of them play the role of aunt or uncle or whatever. So that is what we decided to do. We were going to come here, we were going to build this facility. And unlike the other places where these camp kids have tried to go in the past, we make everything available at no cost whatsoever.
Right. I've gotten comments myself at our banquets and our camps every year, because I'm still running a lot of the recreational programs every year. Guests, counselors, they come in and they marvel at the fact that places that they had stayed before, maybe a harmonious atmosphere of ministry, but they're still paying a considerable amount. We're going to talk about some of those needs in just a minute, Tom, to be able to camp there where, again, your vision was always that through the partnership of our viewers and supporters, and of course, more than you would ever publicly disclose, my parents have also, at the very least, matched and often made up and just curated the budget so that the camp would have what it needs out of their own endeavors like Defender Publishing and so forth. But Nita, want to talk just briefly about the horses, because people might be wondering, okay, that looks amazing. I'm seeing some video on the screen of these kids playing in the swimming pools, etc. But horses, what's the point of a horse? What's the point? Why incorporate animals and then label them therapeutic animals? What do the animals do for these children that is unlike maybe what a counselor might be able to do early on during their experience?
Well, there's a lot of therapeutic value that these animals can convey, both mutual to the children and so. But the one I like to think about and would hone in on is trust, building trust, because these are kids who are broken. They don't trust anybody or anything or anyone. They don't even know if trust even exists anymore.
Right.
But these little animals are so unassuming whenever they approach, and the animals give affection back. These animals aren't asking anything nefarious.
Yeah.
They're just loving on these little kids, and they respond to that. And that's the first step in rebuilding trust in anything. Not only are they talking to their counselors, they're talking to each other. They are also, when we're doing our little pony carts, they'll start talking little things to us, little things. And that's a step towards a better, bigger thing.
For sure.
Yeah.
So it's that first little step that breaks that quiet.
It's an icebreaker.
It is. It's a great way to put that.
And there are just numerous studies in psychology, psychiatry, showing the benefits of using our little furry friends,
Yes.
right? It really is something that breaks down walls and barriers and helps those kids to open up. They'll share their secrets with a pony.
They do.
Before they'll open up to share with a counselor.
Right. To watch a child that shows up on Monday totally emotionally shut down, unwilling to talk to any counselor or their idea of a counselor. Some of the counselors in other endeavors that have worked with them, they've got a negative stigma attached to the idea of leader or counselor or pastor or whatever.
Yeah.
And what's cool with Royal Family Kids is they use a lot of really neat psychological applications, like not calling their counselors, but calling them uncle. Or if you're a senior volunteer, maybe it's grandma or grandpa. So it's always focusing on reinforcing the family construct as opposed to these almost governmental agency type titles or applications. So they've thought through this program so thoroughly, Nita. The use of therapeutic animals, these children will come in on Monday, be very shut down, and it's like Tom describes. in the presence of an animal, they'll start to whisper.
Oh, yes.
There's that title, Whispering
Whispering.
Ponies Ranch. If you wondered what some of the layers to the meaning behind that was, they'll start to whisper their innermost secrets or some of the abuses that they've experienced to an animal. But pretty soon, because the grandma or the uncle,
Exactly.
the counselor is in proxy, they'll start to ask that helper questions about the pony.
Right.
What
Yeah.
does it like to eat? What does it like to do? Does it like it when I scratch right here? You know, that kind of stuff. So now they're talking to the very people that are there to help them.
Exactly.
And Tom, we're always expanding. So we've recently brought on a whole new adventure with Teens Reach.
Yeah, so what Teens Reach do, and they actually grew out of the Royal Family Kids camps, but what they recognized was that some of these kids will come back year after year. There's also follow-up mentoring that's happening with the kids, so they start getting invested. But then they age out at 11 years of age from Royal Family. And there was nowhere for those kids to go, and it's really sad. We've seen the kids when they're leaving the camp. I don't want to go. You know, they come there, they fall in love.
And this is at a time in their life when they really, really need the mentoring because they're going into that
Teenage
awkward
year.
age. They need this more than ever now.
So there was a couple that was working in Royal Family Kids camps. They recognized that need, and they went to the Royal Family and said, can we do this? Could we partner with you? And they said yes. So they expanded Teen Reach, picks up the kids when they age out of Royal Family Kids, and they go in at late 11 or early 12 years of age into Teen Reach.
Right.
And now we're running both of those camping operations. These, again, are still kids that have been abused, but now they're in their teen, or they come in their teens, and now there's an organization for them.
So we're ministering to them now at so many different years during their developmental and formative years, all the way up through teenage life now. And for those unfamiliar, I can tell you that if you're wondering why a zip line, why build a playground, why have an indoor pool, those are fun amenities, but isn't it excessive to have so many? Like, how many amenities does a child need to play with during the course of their week at camp? But I can tell you that there are, again, applications that deal with the psychology of rehabilitation attached to each one of these. And I'll just throw out one very fast example, and then we're going to talk briefly about the importance of food service. Let's just look at the zip line for just a moment. And the way we've built ours is very measured because we understand who the audience we're trying to serve is.
Yeah.
This is not a 60-foot plunge like the one that Jamie Calmer and I 20 years ago had to work up at Camp Davidson. This is very much designed for those who are already apprehensive or may struggle with trust.
Yeah.
Getting a child to come up to the crow's nest, we call it, which is the platform where they dismount. That child has to choose to be able to zip.
Yeah.
I don't push them. There's no ejector lever, which means they have to trust me.
Yep.
They have to trust the equipment.
Yes.
And I would say out of 10 children, for at least 2 or 3 of these, it is going to be a severe level of apprehension.
Yes.
And then a mix of 4 to 5 that it takes a minute to go, but they're kind of hanging with you. Very few go up and within the first 30 seconds, let me at it, let's go. But the lessons in terms of trust the equipment, trust your own decision making.
That's the big one.
Sometimes when a child has been coerced into something they're not comfortable with, the lesson at the zip line when they are apprehensive and unwilling to do it is to say, it's okay, little Billy. If this isn't something you want to do, I respect that decision. And I'm so proud of you for coming up here, even to think the process through. You took a bird's eye look at what it looks like up here on the platform. Everybody give Billy a big, So Billy goes back down, and he's 10 feet tall, even though in terms of conventional wisdom, the people that don't understand the zip line on the outside might look at that experience and go, well, Billy didn't zip. You're missing the point.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Billy got to choose for himself what he was comfortable with, set a boundary, and say no.
That's right.
Yes,
I
yes.
love it.
Catherine, very quickly, another part of what we do at Whispering Ponies Ranch that's so important that people might take for granted, again, I'm familiar with why we do what we do with our programs, food service.
Yeah.
A lot of these children come in, and you might see video of the camp and think, okay, well, it's chicken nuggets and tater tots. It's camp food. There's a reason why we go out of our way to make this a culinary delight for every child, isn't there?
Yes, absolutely, because so many of the kids, some of their abuse is just neglect, so that means maybe there's not enough food in the home, or the food is expired or rotten. There's a whole bunch of things like that, and then sometimes the only food they get is when they're at school, and the backpack program you guys need to get involved with backpack programs. Those are amazing as well. But sometimes that's the only food that they get to eat on the weekends because, again, there's just no money in the home. There's just nothing there for them to eat. So food is huge. So we try to have fresh fruit at every single meal. We try have a big salad bar, and some of the kids don't even know what a full salad bar looks like. You know, they're used to iceberg lettuce, and we try to make it really fun and happy, and the kids love it. Like, we were setting some of the food out, and one of the kids like, "What is all this?" I'm like, "This is your salad bar." I can have anything I want.
No way.
Like, yes, you can have anything you want. So, and we have to keep it a little bit institutional just because they are so used to school lunches, and sometimes that is the only food. So sometimes if it's not in a package, they're apprehensive of it. Yes, so we have to keep, just regular peanut butter and jelly sandwiches in case they are scared of the food.
Yeah,
But usually by the end of the week, they're like, oh, I can eat pretty much anything that I want. So it's a very, very cool, another part of the ministry. Plus, some of the kids don't maybe get 3 meals a day. Well, at camp, they get 3 meals a day and usually at least 1 to 2 snacks per day.
Yeah.
So they get fed, and they get fed very, very well.
And nobody frowns on these children that want to, what you might consider, hoard something.
Yeah.
If a child is brave enough to take a little packaged power bar or a protein bar and slip it in, there's absolutely almost no acknowledgement that it even happens, other than we support them because they are so accustomed at home to not being fed regularly. This is not another layer where they're going to be disciplined at the camp. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So we're just happy that they're eating, and we've had kids shut down to the point where they will not stare in the face and eat a rotisserie chicken with all of the delicious sauces and culinary efforts
Mashed
by
potatoes and
they won't
gravy.
eat it because all they ever known is rotten food. All they've ever known is expired things that make them sick. So if it's not on a commercially sealed package, they won't eat it. We have got to move on, but I want to introduce a very special guest and abuse survivor, and to me, a personal hero, and one of the most important interviews in our upcoming Rescue Us documentary series that's coming later this year, which is, I promise, going to break television. Miss Samantha Orr. We're not going to be able to do her incredible testimony through years of having to survive some of the most horrific types of abuse in this episode. But again, Rescue Us, the documentary series, is coming, and I highly encourage you to check it out when it's revealed later this year. But Samantha, you're not only one of the feature interviews of that series, and I've heard your testimony. I've heard the long version, and it is gut-wrenching, but also very inspiring, and also a great display of what the power and restorative abilities of Jesus Christ can do when he finally gets a hold of a young child.
Yeah.
But you as a child eventually found yourself at a Royal Family Kids Camp, much like the ones that we're talking about today that happen every year at Whispering Ponies Ranch. Tell us a little bit about how you ended up at a Royal Family Kids Camp and what impact it had on your life.
Ending up at camp was a surprise to me. I didn't know it existed, and it was a miracle that leading up the few days before camp that 2 spots opened up, and the caseworker for the church and the camp knew my sister and I needed to be at camp. So she filled out the application, she interviewed us and got us to camp. And I was the nervous kid on the bus. I was terrified. I didn't know what camp was. I wasn't sure what was going to happen, who these people were.
Right.
And it's because of the abuse I suffered at the hands of my mother, my father, my stepfather, my siblings. I didn't know if I was going to be safe. And I didn't know if I was going to have the food or the fun activities. But camp opened up my eyes to realize that I could be a normal kid and that I could do fun things. I could learn to swim. I could learn to paint. I could learn to play and run outside with other kids. And it was just a chance for me to notice and realize that what I grew up with wasn't normal, but the other kids around me, that we could support each other, that we could talk about it, and that we could move on. And it was just, camp made it to where I knew that there was more for me than what I had survived from.
What do you think a ministry like Royal Family Kids, when we partner with Whispering Ponies Ranch and we bring these kids to what Wayne Tesh calls the theater of the outdoors, and we show them love and rehabilitation, we get that question a lot. What can 1 week of camp actually do for a child that you may never see again? What can be the impact of that?
for normal people that haven't suffered trauma, when they think of just a random week in the summer, they try to think of fun vacations. For a foster kid,
For sure.
this is the first time that they have been told that they're beautiful or that they're handsome or that they are loved, and it's actually shown. And my first week at camp, that Friday came, and I was sad to go home because I didn't know if I was ever going to see these people again. And then all year, that's all these kids think about is, when can I go to camp? When can I see these people? When can I see my friends and my family?
That's amazing.
Camp becomes our family. And so if they only go 1 week, that's great. If they go 5 years, that's even better. But they carry those memories into adulthood, and then they try to come back and volunteer. And if you talk to foster kids that were there, they still have something from camp, a T-shirt, a Bible, a piece of artwork, a letter. It doesn't matter. It completely changes their outlook because it's the first time anyone has told them that they are special. And it's groundbreaking news for them.
And isn't that where you met the woman who would become your adopted mother?
Yes, camp brought me to my mom and then my family, and it is a miracle that happened, and I'm forever thankful that she was there.
It's a story that deserves so much more time than what we're able to offer in this particular segment. Ladies and gentlemen, last year we had a banquet we hosted for all of our sponsors and our donors, and we asked some of them what they thought of the work that was being done through Royal Family Kids and also Whispering Ponies Ranch. Let's take a look.
Well, it's an interesting question because everyone's trying to figure out what's relevant today, and we don't want to actually lay down the truth. And one of the things that we found with your ministry and Skywatch and the things that you guys are doing here, you're actually making a difference.
Anything that has to do with the Bible, horses, and kids, sign me up. So I think there's a lot of benefit to being out in God's creation.
Because children are being helped. People are coming to faith in Christ. They're getting ministered to. They're getting the opportunity to have a Christ encounter.
But when I see what you're doing for these children, I really support you. That's why.
I support Whispering Ponies Ranch because it's part of the whole that the Horn family have invested in.
It's a worthy cause, making sure that the kids have the therapy that they need in order to be able to live life to the capacity that God wanted for them originally.
Because first of all, I was a foster child when I was young, and as an adult, I actually had a foster daughter, and just so happened simultaneously, I got my first horse.
Well, my wife and I support Whispering Ponies Ranch because we believe in the work that they're doing for children, and God moves through so many different ways to help these children, and honestly, I can't think of any other better organization that we can help with.
We know that investing in these children's lives can create a generation that is on fire for Christ and creating good, healthy relationships with our mental health and everything. So
we support Whispering Ponies Ranch for all that they do for children. I think that what they're doing for children through a biblical lens is something unique.
John and I support Whispering Ponies Ranch because there is nothing, no one anywhere more endangered and yet more helpless than children.
Whispering Ponies Ranch is worthy of our support because of the wonderful work it does with traumatized and abused children, which is something that has always been very near and dear to my heart.
Anything. I believe he can do anything. Most of all, he gives people hope. And when people have hope, the Holy Spirit can come and whisper things to their heart, and God can do miracles.
I think he's able to save children. I think he's able to rescue them. I think he's able to minister to them, bring life to them, give them hope, give them a bright future, and interact with their hearts, their minds, their souls, as well as their bodies.
God can bring hope and life to the children. I got a glimpse of that with working with the kids camp this summer, and I still have their names in my Bible.
Having an opportunity like this makes a world of difference in these kids' lives, not just for the summer, but for like the rest of their lives. Whatever seed you can plant in these children to help them grow in whatever walk with God, or just bring some kind of joy to get them through the next summer.
this can change a whole generation. We have a generation of kids that have probably experienced a lot of trauma that are coming here, and if it weren't for a place like this that's helping them heal and learn that God can help them and can be the healing that they need, that it can grow families and generations to come.
Ultimate healing, whether it be working through and finally dealing with their trauma or overlapping it with such good memories that they have of the ranch, of the ponies, of horses, of all the animals here.
It does a lot, probably a lot more than I can even think of, but it definitely is a great thing for these children.
I think the possibilities are endless. I really do. I think that God is doing amazing things through not only Skywatch, but Whispering Ponies.
It's a privilege to know that it exists. It's a privilege to support it and encourage other people doing the same kinds of things because it's needed all over the world.
We're living in desperate times. These children need this ministry, but once they're through and God is with them, then the world is theirs.
Welcome back to Skywatch TV. I'm Joe Artis Horn. What a meaningful montage of thoughtful commentaries from some of the people who have seen Whispering Ponies Ranch up close, and they've been there to see what's going on between the animals and the children and the work that God is doing there, Tom. Very quickly, before we run out of time, though, we cannot do this without the wonderful support of our viewers and donors. And what a lot of people, I'm sure, are experiencing themselves and other ministries are realizing, the cost of everything has more than doubled. We're being hit very hard in the departments of things like food service, the cost to just buy the oil that runs the facilities and heats and cools. And I don't have time to get into an itemized list, but it is significant to say the least, Tom. What are some of the challenges that we're dealing with?
Well, basically what you just said. Really, over the last 24 months, especially, the cost of everything has gone through the ceiling. We own a publishing house. The cost of publishing books, everything has got doubled in price.
Right.
Everything that has to be shipped to us has basically doubled. And part of that is the fuel, the shipping, freight, food.
Yeah, food services
went
went
up just an astronomical amount last year. Our bookkeepers are right now trying to figure out for us, exactly what does it cost. If you break it down, what does it cost to send a kid to camp for a week?
Yeah.
So we've gotten those numbers. They're staggering this year, and I know we're running short on time. So let me just say that we are hoping that our supporters will send a kid to camp. And the breakdown in cost is very large. Just to break even, it costs $625 per kid for the week to break even.
Right.
And that's hoping and praying that nothing breaks down. It's got to be repaired. Maintenance is another one of those costs that have gone through the ceilings because of the price of everything from metal and whatever.
And these are very specialized programs that require special counselors and people that come 2 to 1. So it's 2 adults per child. But go ahead.
It has to be 2 adults per child. They call that having, one eyes on, so 2 eyes on. So there's always somebody watching that child, so they can't be alone with another adult. In addition to that, though, that all the adults that come, they do go through a series of criminal background checks. They're specialized in terms of the training for the Royal Family Kids camps, things like that. So this isn't just a bunch of volunteers, though they do volunteer their time, but we still have to feed them and take care of them. So what I would ask is, if you would like to help, we're up against the camping season as this show airs. And if you'd like to help send a kid to camp, we need your help more than ever before to help these precious little children who have been abused, some of them saved out of sex trafficking. Every one of them has a sad story to tell, but we're a bright spot in their lives. This is a place where these kids can come, be restored, be loved, be believed in, where they can gain their confidence through the types of programs we develop. So if you would help us do that, go to skywatchtv.com, and up in the right-hand corner, you'll see a donate button. Click on that. It'll take you to the page in the store where you'll see the Send a Kid to Camp. Or you can just go to the store, skywatchtvstore.com, and you'll see the ad over there for Send a Kid to Camp. As much as you could help, please do something, that causes you to have to stretch, a sacrifice on your part, but for the most worthy cause, to help these little children.
Ladies and gentlemen,
help us send a kid to camp. We love you. We feel your prayers, your support, and we thank you because we could not do what we're doing without your support. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for our special guest, Samantha Orr. I'm Joe Artis Horn. Keep your eyes on the prize, which is Jesus Christ. We'll be back next week. Welcome to a very special holiday installation of Skywatch Television. I'm Joe Horn. We have a treat for you today. We are on set live at the Simply His Coffee Shop. Now, if you're a regular viewer, you may be wondering where my beautiful wife, Catherine, is. She is just next to me here. She's not gone anywhere. And I promise, this is a special holiday one-off. You will have your beautiful host back, eminently. Another very fun announcement for those joining us today. We have our children and our grandbabies on set. And of course, I'm going to steal my sister Donna Howell's thunder and let you know that the gentleman behind camera A over here is my brother-in-law, James, who unfortunately is behind the camera and not up on set today. James is in-house. And running audio, my awesome nephew, Mr. John Anderson. What a wonderful time of year, Donna. What a wonderful time of year. I personally love walking through the mall and hearing all the Christmas music. I love seeing scenes of nativity. I think it's one of the times that, throughout the year where people that would maybe consider themselves agnostic to religion in general get a chance to see this little baby in a manger. It might be their only exposure to a quasi-representation of what the gospel story started like. And I do know, though, that there are probably people even watching this program that feel differently. They look at Christmas time in general with, pictures of Santa Claus in a window and the commercialization of it as a distraction from its true meaning, and generally don't like it. Feel that it's almost a negative impact on Christmas. But Donna, you have a different perspective.
I do.
You want to share that?
Yeah, so I'm actually just going to read this note. I actually wrote a Facebook note like 10 years ago. They've done away with the Facebook note feature since then. But I read it later on Chalk Talk with Josh and Donna, and we got a lot of comments on it then too. So I'll just read it to you because every time people hear this note, they comment. To the Christians who struggle with the commercialization of Christmas time, believing that Jesus is forgotten in the holiday scramble for toys, gadgets, gifts, and ornamental merchandise. Thank you for keeping the focus where it should be. But I would like to approach this from another angle, starting with the acknowledgement of the legitimacy behind the corporate complaints. Number one, yes, it is the store's early cash in on people who overspend at Christmas. Number two, yes, it's the radio's way of following the Happy Hallow Thanksmas season. Number three, yes, the commercialization of Christmas is trumping right over Thanksgiving. And number four, yes, the commercialization of Christmas follows the promotion of presents, ornaments, and music, snow globes and glitters, and other sparkly things. But why does this all too early reveal of the world's celebration of the most sacred and most Christ-centered holiday on the planet bother Christians, especially? We, of all people, should be more excited about this attention from the secular world on the holiday than anyone, right?
Yeah.
I don't understand the reaction from the church that immediately goes against how the secular sphere is made to be more aware of our Savior at this time of year. It can bog people down and cut off their joy when Christians complain about what the radio is playing, what stores are selling, what's on television, and how early in the season it's all promoted. We tend to re-complain about this every single year, while the world around us, that secular world filled with souls unsaved, are already starting to show excitement for that day when billions of people around the globe will be reminded of Christ's birth and united for the celebration of his arrival on earth 2,000 years ago. Even if that's not how the rest of the world approaches the season, they're joining our celebration. And despite their resistance to the gospel, they can't help but hear the music, see the lights, and know deep down that the occasion is about more than materialistic gain. The Holy Spirit is using this excitement to draw them into the true meaning of Christmas. Then the world sees Christians, people who claim to be those who own this holiday, grumbling about the presents being too expensive or the radio or television shows playing too early, and they don't understand why we are not even more excited than they are. See the confusion? Yeah. I personally wish that every day of the year was one wherein we could hear the carolers singing and see the lights all around. Watching as small children are enamored with all of the glory and spirit that our world puts forward, when it's time to remember our Savior and his arrival on earth for the purpose of the day, remembering our Savior. When we grumble about the holidays, we're missing this great opportunity to celebrate who was born on this earth to save us all, even while the secular world dominates the season. If we complain about the radio, the television, the ads, the merchandise, it becomes a wonder that when Thanksgiving rolls around, we have anything left to be thankful for. As for me and my house, this is my closer. As for me and my house, thank you for the public's early start to this great and wonderful holiday. Thank you, Lord, for the early start on being reminded in such a happy time of year that there is an overwhelming reason to be happy and that it is all because of you. Thank you, Lord, that billions of lost souls will be drawn to the stores because of a blinking blue light special on aisle 10 and see your manger in passing.
Yeah.
And thank you, Lord, that this season starts earlier every year. In my humble opinion and from the big picture perspective, that's exactly how it should be. It's all the more reason and opportunity to witness your story to a lost and dying world who needs you now more than ever.
Man, wow.
Yes.
What do you think about that perspective? Ladies and gentlemen, we're also in house with my parents, Tom and Nita Horn. I want to start with you, Dad, and then we'll ask you some questions, Nita, about the pony ranch and what the horses do during the coldest, times of the year. But Tom, what do you think about that perspective that Donna just shared with everybody?
Yeah.
What is the real meaning of Christmas here?
As I was listening to you, Donna, I couldn't help but think of Paul Harvey years ago.
Okay.
He had the most phenomenal, well-made presentation on the commercialization of Jesus Christ. And the angle he came from was, we're celebrating the birth of Christ, the Messiah. He was a Christian. But he said that the commercialization of it is a turnoff for a lot of people. But he said, do you realize? And then he went into the economics of the fourth quarter and Christmas and all the gifts that are bought and all the stuff that is done.
Oh, okay.
And that our nation basically is carried on the back of the holiday season of Christmas. That we generate more revenue, more money, more for families than any other time of the year. So it kind of goes along with what you're saying is, don't miss the big picture here of what God might be doing at any time. Now, you ask me, what is Christmas really all about? Well, in a very simple, and you've heard this until you're, probably tired of hearing it, but Jesus is the reason for the season, right? But that really is true. There's more there than we casually imagine. But it's more than that, too. Christmas is actually a celebration of the accuracy of biblical prophecy because there's something like 2,500 prophecies in both the Old and New Testament. But in Isaiah 7:14, looking forward to the birth of Jesus, the first Christmas, this famous prophet, he said, behold, a virgin shall conceive and shall bear a son, and shall call his name Emmanuel, which means God with us. And Jesus clarified that title when he was here. When you see me, you have seen the Father. So isn't that an amazing thought that the arrival of Jesus Christ continues to affirm the accuracy of the Bible and its prophecies? Now, we just finished 6 weeks on television of the most amazing programs on this new 3-volume series. Everybody's calling it our magnum opus. It really is. It's the best thing we've ever produced. But the title of that 3-volume series is The Mystery of Jesus, from Genesis to Revelation, yesterday, today, and tomorrow. And that title basically says it all. That when you look at the coming of Jesus Christ, the birth of Jesus Christ, Donna, you wrote about it. In that 3-volume series, it begins with the Proto-Evangelium, the promise when God says a seed is coming. You're going to bruise his heel, but he's going to crush your head. And that's been true from that time and forward. It's all about the seed, the lineage that led to the manger and the magi showing up to say, we have come to see he that is born King of the Jews.
It's way more complex than we tend to trivialize, Tom. And when you think about what the true meaning of the season is, being the birth of the Messiah, and we're going to read that directly from the Word of God here in just a minute as a tradition that started actually with your parents, and then we've continued on with our kids. Every year we read the true Christmas story directly from the Word of God. We're going to do that in just a minute. But before we run out of time, because there's a lot of ground I want to cover today, and for those watching the program, I also want to bait you just a little bit. We are going to be talking to the kiddos here in just a few minutes. Nita, let's switch gears just a little bit. During the Christmas holiday season, I imagine a lot of our pony sponsors, donors, people unfamiliar with what we do at Whispering Ponies Ranch might be wondering, and what happens with our little ones, the animals we have at the ranch, what happens during these cold months? I mean, I've seen you out there with pickaxes, busting water, and this is real. It's a hard season, but what happens to the little animals that we have out there?
Well, thankfully, I don't have to bust ice anymore because we have automatic watering systems.
We finally got automatic watering
Finally,
systems.
and I'm very happy with that. The horses, they don't get like any kind of special treats. They get the day off, for one.
Well, good.
And we continue our training, and they grow lots of fuzz. So they don't have to have baths in the winter, and they.
Do we have any photographs of these little ponies during the wintertime? They are so adorable. They're all fuzzy.
Yeah.
They look like little Sasquatchian, 4 foot tall. Yeah. Almost like Clydesdales shrunk down,
Butterballs, little fuzz balls.
But they need that season, in other words. They need
do.
the season of rest,
Yes.
recoup.
We continue
Yeah.
training, but it's a different feel.
Another special shout out that I want to make sure I cover is my precious niece, Kat.
Yes.
And I call her Kitty, my pretty kitty. She couldn't be with us today, but her mother and my sibling, my other sibling, Allie Anderson, is here in house today. Allie, what's your favorite time of the year? Is it Christmas? Do you prefer Thanksgiving? What's your favorite holiday?
Definitely Christmas. And it's definitely not about the gifts. It's my favorite thing is when our family comes together and just has a quiet day. Cell phones get turned off or left at the door or buried outside somewhere. I don't care. And it's
Right.
just to be able to come together and just have that quality time. We're so busy all year long. And this family, we just race constant.
It's true.
That's true. And it's so nice to just have a day that's just everybody in a building, just us, just quiet, spend the whole day together. And it's just, those are very sentimental times.
Oh, they're precious.
Sure.
I love the traditional dinners, both at Thanksgiving and Christmas. Remember some years ago, somebody said, why don't you guys quit it with the ham and turkey and all that and make burritos? And I said, never.
No. Oh, I know, you did.
Yeah.
That was a unilateral shooting down.
In our world today that seems to have abandoned so much of the traditions
Right.
that are important. It's a moment in time that I just cherish, getting to be with my family, my grandkids around the table. So.
Well, and the grandkids look forward to it too every single year. Their favorite thing is Thanksgiving and Christmas because we get up early, we go down to
Right.
grandma's house and we start making our pies and cookies and the stuffing, and each one has little things that they like to do, and the little ones are the 2 younger ones are starting to be able to kind of enjoy that now too and partake. So that's their favorite time of year, just for the memories they make with grandma at grandma's house.
I love it.
The mentorship.
And they have made, look, with all respect to everybody, a lot of times when little kids make pies or cakes or whatever, you're like, this is so good. But these kids can cook. I was astonished. Honestly, I didn't even know it was the kids that were
But a lot of that is this traditional kind of passing of the torch, like time with grandma in the kitchen. That's something that we've always been really proud that our kiddos have had the experience to go into the kitchen with mom and to learn to bake. And we've got of course, my diet is so specialized. I only eat nutritious things. Everybody that knows me is almost bored hearing about the functions of the human body and gut flora, et cetera. But I won't do cane sugar. There's just things I won't do. A reward blows me apart, right?
Yeah.
So my little daughter, Nita here, is my resident daddy picky cook, and she bakes, I'm not kidding you, gluten-free. She usually uses monk fruit or stevia, something to flavor things. But it is, I mean, better than what you
Better
would
than.
get at the box store up the road with the name and the big frosting that's this high.
And it's guilt-free.
Yeah.
And it's guilt-free.
So let me ask my favorite little baker in the world, what, Nita, is your favorite part of the Christmas holiday?
My favorite part of Christmas is like what Mom was talking about, is just heading over to Grandma's house like really early in the morning and just making the gravy with her or the cranberry
I
sauce
love
with
it
her
so
or
much.
the pineapple upside down cake. Super fun memories. And then also just making some drinks like hot chocolate or listening to Christmas music, and we're all just singing in the kitchen, and we can smell the turkey and the ham. It's just like so fun and relaxing for all of us. And then at 12, we're all like setting up the tables, writing names on like cards so we know where everybody's sitting. It's so fun for all of us. That's like my favorite part.
Let's switch over to one of Donna and James's little ones, Althea. Hi, Althea. What's your favorite part of Christmas?
That there's no like drama, and that whenever we sit down to eat, we all pray, and nobody is sad, or it's just very happy.
It's a happy time to be a part of the family, huh?
Yeah.
What about the food? Do you like the food?
I really like it.
Are you like with Grandpa? You like the turkey?
I do. I also like helping make it sometimes.
Yes.
Oh, of course, of course. We got a whole generation of little cooks in here. What about you, Joey? This is one of Donna and James's other little ones. My little Bible theologian. Joey, what's your favorite part of Christmas?
Being able to see everyone's reactions when they get their presents.
Oh, you like watching their reactions?
Yeah.
Nice. What about the food?
I like the food. It's very good.
Do you have a favorite holiday movie? Sometimes we watch the old Charles Dickens Scrooge. That's always fun. That's a tradition.
But my favorite one is, I think It's a Wonderful Christmas or something like that.
Oh, It's a Wonderful Life. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a good one. And Joey, literally, Donna, you know I mean this, he really is. You're both your kids, actually, little theologians in training, ready to take on the world. Someday I'll have to hand over the keys, to these little kids. Tommy trolls me all the time, Tommy, you want to do your Joe at Skywatch bit?
Here, get in the...
Here, hand him the mic. This is how he trolls me at home. You ready for this?
Hi, welcome to Skywatch TV. I'm Joe Horn.
Hey, Thomas, what's your favorite part of Christmas?
Opening presents.
Oh, you like opening the presents. What's the real meaning of Christmas?
Jesus.
Yeah! What about you, Becca? This is another one of my little princesses. Becca, what's your favorite time?
My favorite time is to see my family and get to hang out with them.
Oh, that's so precious. She's a little servant, that one. She really is. She always cares about the feelings of others.
Yeah,
She always cares more about that than everything else. Do you like the food?
Yeah.
What's your favorite dish? You like the pies and cakes, or do you like...
The upside down pineapple cake.
Oh, the upside down pineapple cake. Good selection.
That's Papa's favorite.
Yeah. Down on the end, Miss Katie. She takes care of the zoo babies at Whispering Ponies Ranch and has really blossomed as one of the leaders there now.
Yes, it has.
What's your favorite time of Christmas?
I have three major things that is my favorite parts of Christmas. One of the things is all of the food. I like making the deviled eggs and the pies every year. And then I also love, every year we always play board games, and that's one of my favorite things, because all of us families are almost like yelling at each other, getting really intense, and then also then like laughing our faces off.
Too many competitive people in this family.
Right. But it's always fun.
It is fun.
And then my most favorite thing about Christmas is I'm a giver, and so I absolutely love picking out presents, going shopping online, knowing everybody's personalities and what they like, and giving them their presents. That's my favorite part.
What about the zoo babies? What are they doing this time of year? You got some alpacas and some others out there. Are they going to balloon out with fur and all that too?
Yes, the alpacas get super fluffy, and I've already started noticing that some of my goats are going to be like super fluffy. Our little baby goat Lightning, she's like, her hair has grown out a lot already.
Something I heard Grandpa say earlier, Katie, was that there were zoo babies at the manger.
Yeah.
Speaking of the manger, we're going to hop into Luke 1:26, and we're going to read what is truly behind the spirit of Christmas here. Luke 1:26, in the 6th month of Elizabeth's pregnancy, God sent the angel Gabriel to Nazareth, a village in Galilee, to a virgin named Mary. She was engaged to be married to a man named Joseph, a descendant of King David. Gabriel appeared to her and said, "Greetings, favored woman, the Lord is with you." Confused and disturbed, Mary tried to think what the angel could mean. "Don't be afraid, Mary," the angel told her, "for you have found favor with God. You will conceive and give birth to a son, and you will name him Jesus. He will be very great and will be called the Son of the Most High. The Lord God will give him the throne of his ancestor David, and he will reign over Israel forever. His kingdom will never end." Mary asked the angel, "But how can this happen? I am a virgin." The angel replied, "The Holy Spirit will come upon you, and the power of the Most High will overshadow you. So the baby to be born will be holy, and he will be called the Son of God." At that time, the Roman Emperor Augustus decreed that a census should be taken throughout the Roman Empire. All returned to their own ancestral towns to register for the census, and because Joseph was a descendant of King David, he had to go to Bethlehem in Judea, David's ancient home. He traveled there from the village of Nazareth in Galilee. He took with him Mary, to whom he was engaged, who was now expecting a child. And while they were there, the time came for her baby to be born. She gave birth to her firstborn son. She wrapped him snugly in strips of cloth and laid him in a manger, because there was no lodging available for them. That night there were shepherds staying in the fields nearby, guarding their flocks of sheep. Suddenly an angel of the Lord appeared among them, and the radiance of the Lord's glory surrounded them. They were terrified, but the angel reassured them. "Don't be afraid," he said. "I bring you good news that will bring great joy to all people. The Savior, yes, the Messiah, the Lord, has been born today in Bethlehem, the city of David. And you will recognize him by this sign. You will find a baby wrapped snugly in strips of cloth, lying in a manger." Suddenly the angel was joined by a vast host of others, the armies of heaven, praising God and saying, "Glory to God in highest heaven, and peace on earth to those whom God is pleased." When the angels had returned to heaven, the shepherds said to each other, "Let's go to Bethlehem. Let's see this thing that has happened, which the Lord has told us about." They hurried to the village and found Mary and Joseph, and there was the baby lying in the manger. After seeing him, the shepherds told everyone what had happened and what the angel had said to them about this child. All who heard the shepherd's story were astonished, but Mary kept all these things in her heart and thought about them often. The shepherds went back to their flocks, glorifying and praising God for all they had heard and seen. It was just as the angel had told them.
So, Joe, the one person we haven't heard from is you. And I know you have a lot of funny stories, but there's one that goes back some years.
Well, it was tragedy. It was probably the most memorable, and this is going to be true for Donna and for Allie, but it was probably the most memorable Christmas of all time because it ended up being disastrous and horrifying, but then kind of hilarious and amazing at the end. So, in the lead up to Christmas of 1987, so, you do the math, however old I was, a little kid, barely older than Tommy Boy. We had done some downtown Portland, inner city,
Teen
challenge, Uber ministry outreach drive, and we were out really late. It took us like an hour to get back to our house in Gresham, Oregon. We had one of those slider locks from the inside of the living room where you could, like everybody's seen, you take the little chain and you slide it over. So we get home, and it's 2 weeks from Christmas. And I got to give you some funny context. So my dad had been telling me for days in the lead up to this Christmas that I was getting a gorilla. You know, the head of a child. I'm thinking this little guy is either real and he's being fed through a little hole in the side of a box, or he's battery up and he's going to be my best friend. But come on, Dad, what am I getting for Christmas? What am I getting for Christmas? You're getting a gorilla, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Well, anyway. Days and days go by, and I'm getting closer now. We're 2 weeks from this moment where I get my gorilla for Christmas. This is going to be great, my new best friend for life. And I'm plotting, should I get bananas or will they eat grapes? Do they eat meat? I'm asking my mom questions. Do they eat meat? Can I feed him Cheerios? And she's not answering any questions. Okay? I'm getting a gorilla. Anyway, long story short, we go home, and it's after this big inner city outreach, and Dad goes to open the front door, and that chain... And he goes, oh my, we've been robbed. And without hearing another detail, we peek through the little, and there's just Christmas wrapping is all over the floor.
Yeah.
And I remember my mom immediately starts bawling, and Allie and I find her right here in her chest, and she's got one hand on one head and one on the other, and we're crying. And anyway, my dad goes around through the back, and he comes in through the house, and he undoes the chain, he opens the door. And I remember my dad systematically walking through the house, quickly opening all the closet doors, you know, looking behind doors and pulling shower drapes, making sure nobody's in the house. We called the cops, police officer comes out, we finally come to. I remember staring at this cop, had a massive revolver on his side, and just thinking, oh my gosh, I wonder if he would let me touch that. I wonder if he would let me hold it. And I almost asked, but it just seemed too serious. He's taking questions from my parents. I look over on the floor, and there is a torn cardboard box, a little reveal of the side of a little gorilla icon. And I'm looking at it. My dad comes over, and he swipes the cardboard, and he goes, don't be nosy. Could be I can get you another gorilla. Christmas night, we've recovered, everything's wrapped. Well, what they had done is these thieves had broken in. Back in the day where you could flip something like a VCR, and they would open any package that they thought might be a VCR or something of value. What they did not do is they did not take the most valuable present behind the tree. I still have this. My dad had bought me a Harmony electric guitar used from a guy that played it at clubs and stuff. Really nice Harmony electric guitar, and a Gorilla brand 10-watt guitar amplifier. Right?
Aww.
And I had guitar fever. So the fact I wasn't feeding or maintaining a little gorilla was like irrelevant now. He was able to go find this guy, and they had like one left. But anyway, tragedy. I still got my gorilla amp and a Harmony electric guitar that I still have to this day.
And it's still your best friend.
And it is still my best friend.
What I remember from that year is when that happened, there were people in the community and in the church that donated different things and helped us to replenish most of what was taken.
Right.
And it was that feeling that, okay, so what was there was gone, but the love that came in after that was more meaningful than if we just would have never had that happen.
That's a good point.
So there was that to remember, and I was thankful for that.
It was disaster, but it gave the church and our church family an opportunity to bless us. So,
And they
ladies
did.
and gentlemen, unfortunately, we're completely out of time. But to the viewers that have joined us all year, we're so thankful to have you with us. We cherish your prayers. We cherish every time you support us with our special offers. But also, and more meaningfully, pray for us, because the times we're living in, the kind of content we deal with, is very much under assault constantly. Everything from being deplatformed to having networks less and less willing to put out the kinds of content we're handling. So we cherish your support in all of the ways. Ladies and gentlemen, the true meaning of Christmas is the birth of our Savior, Jesus Christ. Don't forget it as you spend time with your families this holiday season. For everybody here on the Simply His Coffee Shop, I'm Joe Horn. Was this fun? Yeah! Merry Christmas. We'll be back.
Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas, everybody, and happy holidays.
Greetings, everybody. Great to be with you today. And we have an exciting announcement to make in that Recently, we came to our audience and we asked for people to help us with the purchase of a trackless train that was actually built for the Walt Disney Company. And it was kind of a hilarious story. You might remember that interview in which we described how Disney had paid $250,000 to have this train built for Disney, but they made a major mistake in that they had a standard transmission installed in it, and then they learned that the millennial generation working for them doesn't know how to drive a stick, and so they had to trade it back in for an automatic transmission train. Bottom line is, what that meant for us was we had a limited time opportunity to be able to purchase a large trackless train for the Whispering Ponies Ranch in order to be able to move the counselors and the kids around during the camps there. Now, Nita, of course, Whispering Ponies Ranch, some of the people watching this short interview, they might not even know what Whispering Ponies Ranch is. You want to tell them about that?
Whispering Ponies Ranch is a place where foster children and traumatized children come for free of charge to summer camps all summer long. So we have a lot of amenities. We have zip line, and we have a rock climbing wall, a swimming pool, and I know that before some of the camps that come there would they would have to drive to the nearest town to get to a swimming pool, or they would have to bring one of them little rubberized thing that's about 2 feet high, and the kids would just, like a little wading pool. So they're really, really loving the pool. But in any case, we have good food that we feed them, and they have a nice place, safe place to lay their head, and we provide all of this free of charge with the help of our supporters.
Yeah, and of course, you know, Whispering Ponies Ranch very specifically was designed to be made available at no cost, like you say, to children that have been rescued out of trafficking and other abusive situations. In literally 5 to 6 years, we've been able to build what is probably a multi-million-dollar operation, though we certainly didn't spend that much building it. We took our life savings, and then we asked other people, our supporters, our friends, to help us build different parts of it. Last year, we asked for the Friends of the Children, as we called it, to help us build a new commercial playground, so the kids would have that when they're there. A lot of studies in psychology show the benefits of a playground. We got that built. The people that came to the Pony Sponsors Banquet this year were able to see the facility that they helped us to build. Then recently, of course, we asked for people to help us buy the train, and the good news is we were successful in raising the money. We have paid for the big trackless train. We got it in the nick of time. There was another company that wanted it, actually came in right at the last minute and tried to kind of outbid us on the train. But thankfully, Luke Gomier, the man who actually owns the company that built the train, stood by us because he knew that we're a kids' charity. And 100% of every donation has gone towards buying the trackless train, including the fact that Nita and I also made the largest donation that we could make towards the purchase of this train. Now, what we're here today, though, to talk about for a moment is the next phase. So we got the train, that's phase one. But now what we want to do at the Whispering Ponies Ranch is build what we're calling the train station and the train depot. You will see this coming together in the very near future, maybe even by the first quarter of the coming year. But Nita, there's a very interesting part of the train station where there's going to be, one part of it shows a man sitting in a telegraph station. Tell the people what that's about.
Well, so we're going to have, like in Pony Gulch, there are different mannequins that represent different things. And inside this little telegraph office at the train depot, there will be a little mannequin in there that's going to be operating a little telegraph communicator and a little key. And there's actually going to be some real telegraph messages coming through there. There will be things like Jesus loves you, or for God so loved the world. And so for these kids that are there, they're going to hear various different noises, and we're going to take this Morse code and slow it down so that they can actually follow the differences in the sounds, and we're going to tell them, if you can figure out what this means, then you will earn a prize. Well,
then when they find out that these are scriptures, John 3:16, for God so loved the world, or maybe little messages like you are very special and God loves you, and little things like that. So these are going to be actual messages that in Morse code will be going out across the area there. And it's just going to be different scriptures, the Word of God, prayers, whatever.
So the kids will hear and we're, like you say, we're going to slow it down, and there will be statements in there like, how appropriate is it if the Morse code is saying, Jesus said, suffer the little children to come unto me, for of such is the kingdom of heaven. Now we know that we may get counselors that come in there, especially some of the older grandmas and grandpas that might actually know Morse code, and they might hear it and go, wait a minute, I know what this is doing, right? But we're going to put the Morse code alphabet on the building and then hand the handouts to the kids and challenge them to see if they can figure out what this Morse code is all about. But everything at the Whispering Ponies Ranch has been built and designed in such a way as to be inspirational for children who have been traumatized. And in some cases, I mean, we can't even explain on television some of the things that have happened to these kids. One of the counselors that comes now was the worst case of child abuse in Missouri history. And her story will be told in an upcoming documentary film that's actually being produced right now based on the Whispering Ponies Ranch that'll be available after the first of the year. But anyway, that is what we want to ask you to help us do now. You helped us buy the train, and we are so very thankful for your generosity. And now we are asking if you will get together with me and Nita, come together with me and Nita, to finance the construction of the train station and then also the train depot. All of this is part of the larger project that we're calling Pony Gulch, which does have animatronics and commercial mannequins, some of which move. So we're very excited about the coming year, 2023, and all that that is going to mean. And thanks to the generosity of the Friends of the Children and our supporters, adding this whole brand new addition that will be so much fun and inspiration for these kids. One last thing I would say, it's also practical, meaning that, we have a people mover that we bought. It's kind of a hard ride. We pull it with a tractor, but we've really outgrown it. So this will allow us to pull twice as many people with this new trackless train.
In a safer setting.
A much nicer ride, a safer setting. This will be, I'm sure, appreciated by the grandmas and grandpas and counselors as much as by the kids. But so that's what we're here to let you know, that thank you. We got the train, and now we're on to the next phase, which is building the train station, the depot, and other parts of Pony Gulch.
What you're going to do is go to skywatchtv.com. You're going to notice at the very top of the website there's a button that says donate. If you click on that, it'll take you to another screen that is a basic paragraph, the overview, the mission statement of Whispering Ponies Ranch, with another giant red button that you can't miss that says donate. When you click that, it's going to take you to the skywatchtvstore.com, where all of those donations are received. You'll see a variety of options where you can sponsor a pony or learn more about our VIP, or see an image that says fund the train. You're going to click on that and make your donation of any amount. And again,